Hello, guys. Welcome to the
स्ट्रीम चालू
stream.
केली.
Yes.
काय स्ट्रीम करतोय?
EWC, bro. Watch party.
आत्ता थोडी येते मग.
हो guys. 3:40 को start है ना guys.
4:30
4:30 में 3:40 से start होता है भाई. तो जल्दी start कर लिया नहीं क्या? Start कर रहे हैं. Start कर रहे हैं.
पारस की टिकट किसी को फ्री में नहीं मिलती। गॉड लाइक एन ओरांगुटान के लिए ये
वीडियो
सफर
देखिए
महीनों की ग्राइंड।
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस. आज डे 4 है. आज ग्रुप बी का. ग्रुप बी के मैचेस है. नहीं गॉड लाइक 5th पोजीशन पे गए थे. 5th पोजीशन पे. स्क्रीन दिख रही है क्या guys? मेरी स्क्रीन देखने दो देखने दो देखने दो. नहीं स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही.
एक टूर्नामेंट से
5th पोजीशन पे गाइस अपनी इंडिया. टीम इंडिया 5th पोजीशन. गॉड लाइक. दो मिनट में स्टार्ट करेंगे. हेलो
बोल।
वेलकम गाइस। हो गया, स्टार्ट हो रहा है, स्टार्ट हो रहा है। ये देखेंगे
दूसरा
तब
है
तक।
BMPS 2026 का टाइटल जीतना
वो
कोई
तुझे
एक्सीडेंट
स्ट्रीम
नहीं
वाला
था। पूरे सीजन की कंसिस्टेंसी और फाइनल्स के प्रेशर मोमेंट्स में काम रहना ये गॉडलाइक को चैंपियन बनाती है। BMPS
कब कर रहे भाई? हिंदी स्टार्ट चलो, 16 मिनट बाकी है।
ओ,
well, चलो दूसरी गैस उनका
वो देखना होगा।
क्या लगता है आज के पॉइंट्स देखिएगा, प्रेडिक्ट करो।
उनको नॉकआउट किया गया। टीटी प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत ही अच्छी शुरुआत उनको मिलते हुए, पर टीम गॉडलाइक के पास पूरा मौका है कि वो एफिट को डाउन करे और जीते फाइट को जीत के गए। 10 एलिमिनेशन ऑलरेडी टीम गॉडलाइक के पास।
हाँ साला
अपने आप को बचा पाएगा। बीचों बीच फंसा हुआ 2 ग्रेनेड्स, और ये 2 ग्रेनेड्स कनेक्शन निकाल सकते हैं बड़े सबके बीच में। वाईजी वो डाउन करेंगे एडमिनो को, एंड इसी के साथ टीम गॉडलाइक 5वें पायदान पे इस मैच से बाहर।
यहाँ वही हुआ, एक और ग्रेनेड
आदित्य प्रेडिक्ट कर, आज के पॉइंट्स प्रेडिक्ट कर।
उनको डाउन कर दिया गया। आखिरी खिलाड़ी रहेंगे,
अंबो
उनको भी
आमचं
सपोर्ट करेंगे।
गेममध्ये भांडणं चालू आहे।
एक बहुत ही अच्छा मुकाबला उनके तरफ से, लेकिन उससे भी अच्छा जो हमें लग रहा है वो है गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स का कमबैक।
सर आमचा 5-0
सो मैच
स्कोर है।
चलेगा
आज सब चलेंगे।
सो मैच चलना चाहिए भाई आज।
I have with me the analyst of Team Godlike Noob. Noob, how's it going? Big day today.
है यू आया
ड्रीम था इधर इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने का, एंड फाइनली भी आई है। सब हम सब रेडी है और एक्साइटेड भी है सबके लिए, एंड लेट्स सी कैसे जाते हैं।
Alright, कल ओरंगुटान ने इतिहास रचा. What do you think about their
Hello.
gameplay and strategies?
लाइक आरू भाई ने बहुत मेहनत की थी भाई। लाइक आई नो हिम सिंस लास्ट 3-4 इयर्स। वो बंदा बहुत मेहनत करता है भाई, तो उनको भाई मेरा सल्यूट है। एंड हमें भी क्वालिफाई करना है अभी। उन्होंने तो कर लिया, अभी हमारी बारी है।
क्या ये थोड़ा सा एडिड प्रेशर है कि उन्होंने कर लिया, अब हमको भी करना है?
प्रेशर तो नहीं लेते भाई हम, बट या हमें करना है, बिकॉज हम भी कंट्री के लिए खेल रहे हैं।
Absolutely, and that means everything to all of us. आज बहुत ही important दिन है, पहले 6 मैचेस हैं। कुछ strategies के बारे में if you can tell us.
कुछ इतना बोलूँगा नहीं, गेम में देख लो, सबको पता है कि हमारे ड्रॉप क्लैशेस है, हम लेने वाले हैं, वो हम पीछे नहीं हटने वाले।
अरे
Alright,
यार
let's not talk about strategies, then let's do one thing. I'm gonna ask you one simple question. How's the Josh in the team?
सब पंप है भाई, लाइक कर लेंगे भाई।
मारेंगे आज, लौंडे मारेंगे।
Noob from Godlike, and हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं आज के मैचेस के लिए।
ओहो, ग्रेनेड की बारिश तो देखिए किस तरीके से एक के बाद एक ग्रेनेड फेंका गया था, बट इस बार शायद कनेक्ट होगा। जी हाँ, एक खिलाड़ी को पूरी तरीके से खत्म किया गया और दूसरे है वर्टिलिटी के पास, और उनको पोजीशन के बारे में भी पता है, जिसकी वजह से हर एक ग्रेनेड इसी जगह पे आके गिरता हुआ। एक और नॉक, और टीम नीटी उनको बाहर करा।
ज्यादा क्लोजिंग ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, बट इस सबके बीच में वापस से इनको रीपोजिशन करना पड़ेगा अपने आप को, क्योंकि यहाँ से सिचुएशंस और डिफिकल्ट होती भी है। कि एक खिलाड़ी सीधा आगे आएंगे, कनेक्शन निकालेगा प्रयास, पहला शॉट कनेक्ट भी होगा, एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया, दूसरा खिलाड़ी सामने मौजूद, उसका भी कनेक्शन मिलता हुआ। एक बहुत बेहतरीन पुश यहाँ पे नॉक्शन के प्लेयर्स की तरफ से, 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन।
कबड्डी एरिना तैयार थे, नोंगशिन के खिलाड़ी इसी के ऊपर वो कनेक्शन आया, उसको नॉकआउट किया, बट क्या उसको पॉइंट मिल पाएगा वो देखने वाली बात रहेगी। बट नो, यूएनबी उन्होंने नॉकआउट तो निकाला बट दूर से उनके ऊपर भी शॉट आ गए। स्पोर्ट्स के बीच में काफी सारे गैप्स है, बट वो उनके ऊपर कनेक्शन बन गया एंड हमने देखा कि वो नॉकआउट भी हो गए। आखिरी खिलाड़ी अल्फा 7 के बचे हैं और इस ग्रेनेड के साथ अल्फा 7 वो भी आज के दिन में अभी तक सबसे बेहतर परफॉर्म किया है। क्या ये फाइट को जीत पाएंगे वो देखने वाली बात रहेगी। बट स्काई उन्होंने एक्सेल को भी डाउन किया था, बट उसके बाद आया उनके ऊपर शॉट एंड उनकी कहानी समाप्त हुई। बट टीम वाइटलिटी वो भी नहीं रुक रही है, 18 फिनिशेस उनके पास। टीम वाइटलिटी इस मुकाबले के अंदर एक बार फिर से करके जाते हुए और दिखाते हुए कि टॉप ऑफ द टेबल रहना सबकी बात।
तो लाइक गाइस 10 मिनट ही बाकी है। काय असेल तिने का असेल सगळं माइक ऑफ माइक ऑफ माइक ऑफ करना. हॅलो माइक ऑफ कर ना तुझा डिस्कॉर्डचा. हेलो 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 हेलो. हो गया गाइस, स्टार्ट हो रहा है गाइस. 20 सेकेंड. इंग्लिश हो रहा है क्या? इंग्लिश ब्रॉडकास्ट देखेंगे.
V equal W. Put two of them together, that's two. That's a W. Then I started thinking, well, the name goes further than that. It's like some sort of symbol, isn't it?
Jackie.
Hello?
Jackie. What's going on?
टैग ठोक दो गाइस सभी लोग.
This is going on. Vitality. TT. Bees. Bees make honey. Honey then translates into money at some point through some sort of transactional
Yeah, you only saw
sale.
me,
Usually
no?
with farmers, I'd imagine, but in this case, battleground.
Jackie.
Wins. Winning.
Jackie. If you
Oh.
need a nap in the green room, mate, it's okay. It's day two.
No, Barney. Yellow. Hello. That's two O's, by the way. Circle. They're always getting zone. Hello, zone.
Jackie.
क्या बोल रहा भाई ये?
Day two today.
कुछ तो बोला भाई,
It's
कुछ
been
तो
a day.
बोला.
It's been all night.
I
Why
keep
are you
saying
still
B.
here?
Why does no one understand? He's saying B. I'm saying B. Vital B.
Okay, Jackie. Okay, yeah. Let's go this way. Okay. Yesterday was an unbelievable day for a particular team, and it seems that that team is on everyone's mind.
हेलो. ये माइक चलना ही पड़ेगा गाइस मुझे.
Rohit red hot card suit.
दो मिनट यार रोहित चालू ठेव.
Claris here for the STC Rewind, and we've got to talk about all of the games from yesterday, of course. Games 2 and 1 looked amazing. Horror, of course, getting themselves a win, but you also had E-Arena getting themselves a record-breaking game on day number 1. It's just Vitality.
America was totally dominated by Nungshan Red Force down in the military island, not only on the west side of the military island, but also on the east side as well. They looked fantastic, not only from compounds, but the splits that they were able to utilize all the way to the late game.
Vitality.
All right, well, 2 more games remaining, and it's going to be Miramar here to finish off the...
Someone say Vitality on Miramar? The bestest team, the most aggressive team, the greediest team have always split on Crater Field. I cannot believe it. But more than that, they won the next Miramar as well, Calaris.
Yeah, they did.
Let's help you out here a little bit.
All right, it doesn't matter anyway. We've got the bubble teams as well. You've got you've got S2G, Yangon Galacticos. They're really going to put up a big performance today to try and catch up.
तर तुला नाही बोलत आहे.
That's it for the STC Rewind.
तुझ्या नंतर तुझं गेम झालं.
Vitality indeed, because this
Like
squad
the guys.
has been absolutely destroying yesterday. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26. It's just the group stages, and we are already breaking records. Not only did we get a 29 elimination game out of E-Arena yesterday, we also got Vitality getting more points in one day than Fourth Rise was able to do in 2 days with 108 points. And with all the watch
108
parties,
points.
shout out to the
108.
record-breaking men, Snacks Gaming, breaking records. Keep it up, bye. But now it's time we get started, because today, at the end of the day, I got Neptura, Maxman, 7WG, glad to be here. But we're going to be sending 5 teams to the finals, and 3 teams are going to be going home, and the rest will go to survival.
It is so true. It all comes down to today. I mean, kind of, we already know one of the teams that's going in, so we got to just figure out which of the other 16 or 15 teams get to go through to those finals. And yeah, we will be saying goodbye to 3. Kind of feels like we kind of know who those are going to be as well, but because of the point sponge we've been seeing yesterday, maybe it's still all to play for.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're looking at Group A. The point threshold to get into the top 5 was 88 points.
Woo.
I think because of the vitality effect, it's going to be quite significantly lower. So we'll see. But anyways, a few tricks. That was terrible. But anyways, no, I'm very excited for today. But actually, looking at the top 5, there aren't that many slots there aren't that many slots available right now, so it's going to be a true race for the few slots that now remain here in this event.
It will be close for all these squads, honestly, if we're taking a look at it when we get a chance to look at the overall. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to use that social media hashtag EWC and EWC26. You guys have been sharing a lot of awesome stuff. I can't wait to see if we can finally end up possibly sharing some here on the studio with you guys. And make sure you check out the EWC Play app and do your predictions, because our predictions have actually, somebody's predictions have been spot on, and it's none other than Lace. We'll get a chance to talk to her later on. But if we got to start talking about Vitality. This squad has just been on an absolute tear, Neptura.
They have. It was so fun to watch. I know everybody at home had a great time watching it, as well as us on desk. I mean, 5 out of 6 games they were on the podium, on the top 3. Pretty insane. So really, really loving what we got from them, and we still got 6 more games of Vitality to go.
Oh, 6 more games indeed, and this is important because that is one squad that is currently fighting for those club championship points. If we want to take a little bit of a deeper look, let's send it over to Glitter and the squad.
Yeah, thank you so much, Seven. I have Kalaris, Hot Jukes, and Glitter with me to bring you some absolutely awesome news from the club championships, especially from Tekken 8 and Practice.
Honestly, things were absolutely insane. We're going to break down exactly what happened, what this means for our CC, but let's dive into the 2 championship moments that we had yesterday, starting with Honor of Kings. This was a huge story, and it ties into what we've got going on here in PUBG Mobile as well, because we had Quashell Gaming versus AGAL. Now, this is a rematch from 2025. These 2 teams faced off again. This time around, though, the result was different. KSG was able to upset AGAL and claim the win, which means that AGAL ended up with the 2nd place, did not defend the title. They were not happy about that. But then if we go over to the Tekken 8 side of things, AGAL found the success they were looking for. They were able to get the title in Tekken 8. This is massive for them. It was in a 5-0 fashion out of Zubair as well. So, I mean, this was a dominant performance, Lace.
And what does this mean point-wise? The championship club point-wise, specifically for AGAL?
Now, okay, 2nd place in Honor of Kings means 750 points. That was already accounted for when we were last looking at the CC leaderboard. However, the win out of Zubair gives them 1,000 additional points. That means they're now at 3,350. They have jumped above Falcons, which we've been waiting for somebody to do. Was it possible? We didn't know.
AGL top
And now
पे
they
club
have done it, but
championship के
maintaining it is going to be difficult.
And I mean, that isn't a tremendous jump, especially if we tie into like what happened with the Falcons last year and how they dominated all performances. But what does that mean for our club championship eligible teams today?
Well, we already have 2 of our 4 games this week done. However, Call of Duty is also going to be having their finals today, and Falcons are still in that discussion. So if they're able to get the win that they're looking for here, I mean, that would really change the leaderboard back in their favor, and they still have a lot of titles left to go.
Yes, and of course we have AGAL, who are Group A here for PUBG Mobile. Now, Jukes, they were in 7th place coming out of our group stages, which means that they go to the survival stage. Do you reckon they can bury their way out and head to the finals and add some more club championship
Oh, 100%.
points?
I mean, when it comes to the AGAL PUBG Mobile team, this team qualified by being the #1 PEL seed coming into this tournament. So they are used to being able to handle the pressure, right? But at the same time, it wasn't able to translate in their group stage. 7th place is still not a bad one, considering that we got 6 teams that can qualify through that survival stage. The problem, though, is that yesterday we've had some insane performances, so much so that there are some monster squads that could also be in that survival stage. So AGAL, I know they're doing their homework, they're watching these games closely. When it comes to survival stage, they make it happen.
Of course, and one of those monstrous squads is, of course, Team Vitality. I know we've been harping on about Vitality. I thought I could scare him again.
No.
But of course, for our final day of group stages here for Group B, we want to be looking at the bubble. We've got our top 5 teams, but of course, we have our bottom 3 teams. And I want to do something a little special, Kalaris.
Okay.
I would like you to give me the best motivational speech you have, specifically for Hustlers.
For Hustler Crew?
Yes.
From Great Britain?
Those are your people.
Those are my people.
Those are your people.
All right. I need those guys
और like
to
आज
lock in, all right?
minimum
Because we need them to be able to step up to
60
the
तक
plate. I
70
see in
80
their
80 तक
eyes
bro
the
80
same
तक तो
potential as
पहुंचना
a
चाहिए
butterfly in a cocoon,
80
even though a cocoon
85
doesn't have
90
eyes.
तक
I understand
max
the
90
Hustler
90
Crew
तक तो पहुंच
here
जानी
has
चाहिए
to be able to step up to
मतलब
the
बहुत
Hustler
ज्यादा
plate.
है
I need you to sell fish and chips for £3.30 on the Blackpool Pier at 7 p.m. at night. I need you to be able to move on forward, because today could be our Hustler Day. Yes.
Chills.
This is a new national holiday.
Absolute chills.
90 points तक तो चाहिए आज
You know,
Vitality
you're
के
right. But look, thank you so much. Now, Jukes, we obviously have our bottom 3. Esports is a part of that. I want you to stare down the
भाई
barrel
और
of the
20
camera,
मिनट
and I
start
want you
होंगे
to give your best motivational speech to them.
All right, I got it. Let's do this. Listen,
Hello.
ETSH. You
Hello.
got 15 points. Some people see 15 points
Hmm.
and they see
I
disaster.
know.
You know what I see? That's 15 points
20 मिनट
more
चालू
than
होना
0,
20
baby. All right,
minutes
you gotta make it happen right here, right now. Speedo,
हाँ जी, आज
I
मैंने की।
need more speed. Fajita, it's time to turn up the heat and get sizzling, baby. And you other 2 players, just get some damn eliminations. Please, all you gotta do is not get top 3 and you're gonna make it, all right? Wait, you're not listening? You know what? That's it, dude. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Okay. I kind of reverted to how I learned growing up. I'm sorry, guys. You know what? Just make it happen. Please.
Now, if you guys aren't feeling motivational after that 7, how are you feeling? Are you feeling motivated, or you think you might get hit by a shoe by Hot Jukes?
Yo, those flashbacks. It used to be a chancla though, but I'm so motivated that if I make this shot for those bottom 3 teams, it's gonna get a lot better. So let's see if I can actually make this shot real quick. You know what? We'll do it backwards. Watch this.
नहीं
Okay, for those bottom 3 teams, it's gonna be a lot harder today. TSH, I'm looking at you, 721GS, and as well as Hustler Crew. Those squads are gonna be having
20
a
points,
lot of
come
trouble.
on.
But let's take a look at the overall. That way we can get an idea of where all the teams are truly
easy
sitting
90
at,
points
and you have an idea as well in
108
case
पे
you
भाई
ended up
यार
missing it. No surprise, Vitality at the top. But the big storyline here, Max, has to be between 5th place and 12th place, because the difference between all those spots is just 14 points, and Godlike is currently in that 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tight. Really, I mean, if you get a E-Arena-esque Rondo, right, you're going to be able to jump up so many extra ranks. I'm actually talking about the point gap between those teams here, Seven, in the middle of the leaderboard. I reckon especially the point gap between E-Arena in 4th position and 5th position of Godlike. That's a 21-point difference, meaning if those teams in the top 4 in today get a decent day, we're talking like 30 points, something like that. There aren't going to be many spots remaining for the grand finals. So right now, Godlike, you've got to be careful. You've got a massive target on your back. They did fix the hot drops, which is good, and we'll talk about that later on. But Godlike, everyone is going to be chasing you down today.
Oh, they absolutely are, and that is why we need to have top-tier gameplay for them. We've seen it. They can do it. They can be super aggro. We saw them take out Hora. They took out A7, like all in one map, right? E-Arena as well. So they are able to fend against the top players here, but we just need to see that on a consistent level here, Seven. I'm not sure about these other ones. I mean, Wolves had an okay day. Alpha 7, we saw some glimmers of hope from them, but coming on through. Who? A7?
Alpha 7. Oh, you said Alpha 7, the reigning champions of PMGC that I'm expecting a lot of, that they're currently just playing so disappointing. I'm expecting that team to actually bounce back. I got a chance to talk to Carrillo. They were saying they were making a lot of mistakes. If you guys want to check that out, make sure you check it out at the 7WG. What's your Instagram, Natura?
Natura Cass.
Max?
MaxManCast.
A lot of awesome content for PUBG Mobile esports. Make sure you check that out. But yeah, for Alpha 7, a disappointing performance so far. They're not happy with it. They're looking to improve. But we got to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is just pure domination from Vitality. And we want to just paint a picture for this Sony story of the day, because Vitality, as I've been saying, they ended up getting more points than 4 Thrives, and you can see the stats right there. What's crazy though is I want you to look at 4 Thrives eliminations, Neptura, because 4 Thrives were such a heavy fragging team that they still ended up getting more elims than Vitality. That's in 2 days though.
In 2 days.
In 2 days. So yeah, 4 Thrives got 80 elims in 2 days. Vitality have 71 in 6 matches in 1 day, right? We're gonna add over to that being 108 points. So 4 Thrives got 107 points in 2 days, and Vitality have 108 in 1 day, in 1 day. That gap is astronomical. I don't think we've really seen anything like that before. It's pretty insane. I know 4 Thrives were wanting to get some wins in their group stage, and they didn't, whereas Vitality were really, really able to capitalize on that with 2 wins, and that makes me a little bit more hopeful for them going into those finals, right? Because we do see very similar plays from them. But when it comes down to that smash rule, when it comes down to that pressure being put on them, it seems like Vitality still can win.
Max, and if we break it down a little bit more, it was the way that Vitality was just playing yesterday. A completely different playing style than everybody currently in this Group B lobby. The way that they were doing their splits, the way that they were just taking control of an area was so impressive.
I think mainly they learned from PMGO Season 1 and PMMI earlier this year. They're like, we were just too passive, not being involved in any of these fights in the discussion in some of these games. But man, they switched it up to 11-12 almost going into this one. And it's good to see not just Razak and Federales doing good, which we would really expect on the global stage, those guys to put up massive numbers. Axel came out swinging. Their chicken dinner on a wrangle up against oh my goodness, Axel,
अगर ये भी qualify हो गई,
he was a frag GL
Godlike
game. So I'm just super stoked about this
दो
team.
Indian
And I
teams
just want to see this continue throughout the
Indian
entirety of the event, because compared to 4 Thrives, they can actually get wins. So if they do get in the smash zone, hey, who knows, Vitality might take home that trophy.
But with that kind of lead, we usually end up seeing teams do something a little bit different. I got a chance to talk to Federales yesterday. I also got a chance to talk to Axel, and they were saying that they might end up putting one of the substitute players just to get some experience in case you never know what's going to happen in finals. And I'm completely fine with that, because it's going to allow the sponge point to not be so heavy towards the top.
That's true, and you know, there's no better time to do it than now, right? Because NSR and Nongshim Memphis are in 2nd place with 60 points. There's a 48 gap lead there, and so you're looking at, yeah, this is probably the best case scenario to put a sub in. Even if it doesn't go all that well, it gives them practice without the pressure coming on through as well. So really happy to see maybe a substitute coming on in there. But for me, I'm thinking that honestly, Vitality, they are going to just want to chill out and let maybe some of the other teams like Nongshim Red Force step up a little bit.
Look, I like saying Vitality. It's a very satisfying word to say. But I love saying Hyunbin in particular because right now, I mean,
say it again.
Hyunbin. Sorry, I'm very excited. I love saying I have to scream that word every time I say it. But like, no, the entirety of Nongshim Red Force are looking so good, and in particular, we know their drop location is farm. They go for these quick rotates on the island finishes, and they get back-to-back wins on a military island finish. If it goes down south every time, it's just win, 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 and win for the South Korean team. So I'm absolutely loving it. And in particular, it's not just XEY and also Hyunbin doing well. You saw so many great plays from So Easy in particular, Nitro. We were talking about So Easy really having some massive step-up plays. So they're just looking like the whole package right now. It's just hard to stand out when Vitality had such a good opening day, but Nongshim Red Force were playing out of their minds on day one of Group B.
Yeah,
Start
honestly,
match.
I do want to say
That's
that
I
I was disappointed with Nongshim in the first two games. We saw 0 or 2 points come out of them in two
It's
games.
hard to stand on the first game on one, though, right?
13 and 16th place.
Yeah, exactly. However, I do think that they're doing just enough. They got back-to-back wins. They got a second place to finish off the day. They're doing just enough to get to those finals to make sure that they qualify, and then we'll probably see a much different team in those finals this weekend.
Hopefully we'll end up seeing a different team, and hopefully that consistency that we saw towards the second half of the day for Nongshim Red Force will be there as well. One team that ended up surprising us a lot in the way that they were able to change again was an Indian team. For Group A, we saw it with OG. For Group B, we saw it with Godlike. I know Kalari's got a chance to talk with one of the players from Godlike, so let's send it over to them.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26. We're in day number 2 of Group B here, live from Paris, and I've got Admino here from Godlight to talk about some of the results from yesterday, as well as how things have been going overall. So thank you for joining me here, Admino. To start things off, looking at the results from yesterday, bit of a rougher start, but then you guys gained some traction towards the end of the day. Can you talk to me about the day as a whole and what you thought about it?
Actually, in the beginning, we tried to do some experiments, like we tried to take
English
and a little bit more kind of stuff that we already planned, but that didn't work in our favor. So we tried to stick on our basics and try to like go to a random drop and gather loot and everything and play a decent game, and that worked in our favor, and we performed well after the first 3 matches.
So also, it's basically your first international tournament, right? As Godlike, and being able to play here on the stage in Paris. How have you been enjoying the experience so far? And hey, what's Paris been like?
Paris kind of good, but we haven't gone out yet because we have a tournament and we have to practice that. We didn't get the device earlier, so we need to set our hands in the device. And after that, if we qualify from here, we will try to explore Paris a little bit because we will be having some off days for sure. And my team is fully pumped because it doesn't matter for us like who is playing against us and like that. We all and we will perform good.
A big fight back for Godlike today?
For sure.
Thank you very much, Amina, for joining me here.
Important stuff there. Thank you, Kalaris and Admino from Godlike. But important stuff from that team, considering they are currently in 5th place. An insane performance for a first day at an international event, and something that we heard right there is they're not looking to do those hot drops anymore, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. There was 2 issues for the Indian teams, Orangutan being too passive and Godlike going for the hot drops. They changed it. They don't go for it anymore. This is a great change for all of India.
All right, well, Godlike, let's see how you're going to be doing. Once again, just to redeem myself, before we send it over to the stage, here we go. So close, but let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
S4 प्लीज ऐसा कर दे, रेडिट बन जाएगा. Start it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. टीम दिखाओ, टीम को, प्लेयर्स को दिखाओ.
et messieurs, bienvenue. Yesterday was the day of records. Today, we will find out who will get to the final and who will get eliminated.
That's right. Today, the reality is that dreams will end. And so that's the nature of this competition. But I can guarantee you that none of these teams will go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bunny, we've seen it before. Like, it's always the same. You can just... Standing can change in just a few good or bad games.
That's right. So whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, it is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC. Starting with EDA Esports.
Start हो गया मैच.
TT Project.
दो प्लेयर्स कुछ करते नहीं, बस दो प्लेयर्स ही करते.
ETSH Esports.
नहीं, तीन प्लेयर्स नहीं किया इधर, तीन प्लेयर्स नहीं किया.
World Esports.
हेलो जाहिद भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम.
Nongshim Red Force.
चारों प्लेयर ने कुछ नहीं किया भाई, रुके.
Tianba. Dopeness.
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम भाई.
Crew. Alpha 7.
यार गेम खेलते हो क्या गेम? हाँ भाई खेलता हूँ ना भाई. लो भाग टीम ने आज भी निकाले, मतलब स्पोर्ट्स. हाँ भाई खेलता था, नहीं किया यार. खेलता था भाई, स्पोर्ट्स भी खेलता था.
Team Vitality.
Vitality भाई का.
S2G Esports.
हॅलो
हॅलो
भाऊ, आता नाही काय करतोय खाली?
अरे
And finally, your defending PMWC champs, Yangon Galactic.
काय क्या कुछ भी क्या सोच रहा है भाई तू? ये देख, ये रे हाथ में मेरे.
काय ते वाटत होतं रे. 310 झाले त्या ह्याच्या आता खुशी मध्ये.
भाई 310 हो गए गाइस.
The level of competition on this stage is staggering. This isn't luck.
अभी स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हो या नहीं भाई? अभी तो थोड़ा ऑफ किया है भाई स्पोर्ट्स. करेंगे भाई, वापस चालू करेंगे. थोड़ा ब्रेक के बाद करेंगे भाई.
ये जो है ना, ये गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री की पूनम पांडे.
16 teams have patiently waited on the
हर बार
sidelines
कवर
for
में
their
जाके
chance to
खुद
shine.
जाग
Players
जाती
who are
है.
hungry to make a statement on the Qiddiya city grid.
ऐसे करणं बंद कर रे गाणं वाटतंय.
It is time to introduce our
काय
team.
काय
ETSH Esports. Alpha 7 Esports.
Alpha 7.
Team Vitality.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Yangon.
Day 3 of the PMWC group
Yangon
stage
Galacticos.
at
कौन सी कंट्री से गाइस?
2026 starts right now.
माहित नाही भाई काय होतं.
Back-to-back blows taken their way. Vitality trying to win out versus Nonshin Red Force. Yangon left with just Smile, but that might turn into a frown if they can get the angle onto him.
लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग.
He's doing good work here. A grin appearing on his mouth. Now looks for one more. Steps up and gets it. A 1v4 essentially for Smile.
Sleepy with a warning shot. The buggy comes
Hey.
by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality look to hold on. No fear.
ये क्या हो रहा है?
Damage done.
Last left alive here. An incredible player on 9.
ये भाई इनका इंट्रोडक्शन हो जाए तो मेरे पानी की बाटली लेके आया.
Molotov goes long. He runs straight into it though. Keeps backing off into the
फुटा
nades.
फुटा.
It might be
हाँ
lights out
ये
for
लो.
Axel soon.
बस खेले भाई कल थोड़ा स्पोर्ट्स में मस्त.
They lay claim to the second chicken dinner.
And we got the Alpha 7 fans in the house.
But let's see if Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye, Milu, as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle. Quick flicks coming out from A7.
Ooh, and that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that
Yeah,
P90, and
basically.
that is it. It's a
back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the and burn yourself down to the ground, because Vitality live on top of the tables and beating a 2-day performance from Group A. What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches.
Oh yes, another day of competition here as things get loud. Hot Jukes in the building right next to me, and of course it's me, Jackie Powers, in the commentary booth. And we're going to be getting loose and waxing lyrical today, Jukes, because we get some more teams popping off with some big plays here in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, and man, talking about big plays, yesterday was absolutely insane. That's the
भाई क्या लगता भाई fingers crossed भाई आज की गेम बहुत अच्छी जाएगी
right? Yeah, who's getting second place? Who's getting into the top 5? Because you want to punch that ticket straight to the finals. No messing around today.
No, man, it's going to be big. It's going to be exciting. You know, back when we got into Group A, right, we were thinking, wow, we're being spoiled for some of the runs we're seeing for these teams, the points we're accumulating over such a short space of time.
Nice.
Yeah, well, forget about that. Group B's been a whole different beast, buddy. What was going on yesterday, man?
Dude, I mean, it's like everything went just in a wild situation. We had a world record breaking number 1. Almost every single circle the entire day was just ridiculous, right? And then even with a 39-point game in day 1, that's not the team that's at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just unreal. That's the only way I can say it is like, what else? I mean, what else could you possibly ask for?
What more could we want? What more could these teams even really give? I'm thinking even just like fundamentally from the points that you can get out of a game, but we were pushing the limits.
Literally. I mean, it's so crazy to see a team. 4 Thrives in Group A did so well, right? Yeah. They topped the tables and they almost got passed up in points in just
बहुत proud आ रहा है, but
देखा जाए ना. So we're going into day 2 here. A lot, yeah, it's time to say your prayers. Really make sure you are locked in, meditate, and focus, because getting into that
लौंडे पंप पे भाई, लौंडे
here
पंप पे
now is so
एस्पर मारेगा आज.
because of those point sponges. We're going to see most likely some
Round
more
start हो गया.
squads in that survival stage.
Oh, we are indeed. We are indeed. And of course,
गणपति बप्पा मोरया.
are able to push through, live on to fight for the survival stage, have a chance to make it to finals. Our teams that are crowned strong enough will go right through here from Group B, joining some of the best from Group A. And then again, Jukes, we're going to crush those keys and say bye-bye to 3 of our squads.
Ooh, yeah, 3 teams.
Let's go, चलो रे भाई.
So you got to make sure that you put everything on the line. But it's
हो गया.
time, folks.
हो गया. Start हो गया match.
Match
Let's go.
Of the second and last day of Group B.
जय माता दी.
Let's
जय माता दी.
Is that all we got, Paris? Can we get a little bit louder than that?
Let's go.
There we go.
अब इंडिया से शेयर करेंगे हम लोग.
Get fired up in the building.
मुझे भी जाना है यार पेरिस देखने.
For TMWC. As we
पैसा
get
रहता है,
into
जा
our
रहा
big
था.
game.
And it's none other than Rondo. All I know is that now I just want to see stadium finishes.
108 points. 48 का difference.
I don't even know if we'll ever see a 39-point game ever, right? But who knows?
History, bro.
That was history.
Crazy.
That was history. But let's see what's going to happen here now. Teams are starting to pop out. I wonder which squads
बहुत
did
बस
their
है न्यूयॉर्क में, बहुत
because in
बस है
Group A, we
न्यूयॉर्क.
saw some squads find those recall players, take some teams out early, right? So I wonder if we're going to see that here. I wonder what's on the mindset of Team Vitality today, because they're a lot.
भाई
They're
बहुत
going to the
बस
grand
है,
final.
बहुत बस है.
Today
लाइक
could be
कर
a
दो.
great day for them to make some tweaks, some adjustments, even take some risks, right? Like, hey, this is our weakness. Let's work on it.
आवाज आ रही है
here
ना रे
now,
मेरी?
so that way we're prepped, ready,
आ रही है.
so we can get that big $1.7
चालू हो गया.
million prize.
भाई जी वर्सेस टीटी चालू हो गया भाई. S2G वर्सेस हुर्रा. गॉड लैग किधर है?
We're straight into it with a classic battle.
अबे.
Neox starts us off as the shots are coming through. Swinging the blade.
टीआई में वर्सेस 7 भाई चक्कू से मार दिया भाई
knifing some players here. Alpha 7, a team
खत्म भाई
everybody's
खत्म
got their eyes on today, and we got
चक्कू
the
से चल
Wolves who were able in the final games yesterday to push themselves.
गॉडलैक नहीं है क्या इधर गॉडलैक किधर है
आइए गॉडलैक इधर ही है
ये थोड़ा राइट हैंड साइड पे समझा भाई ये भी है भाई एक ही बचा भाई ये वर्सेस हो गया बचा
Barely getting those shots through that little tiny
गया
angle, but oh, that one was a good one. Effect making it happen here with the
गया दो नाइस वन भाई हमारा भी
The arena having a bit of a struggle start there on the drop in towards Neox, looking to get that early point accumulated off the back of it. And TT happy to take those duels quite comfortably. 3 elite points to start us off. Obviously,
A7 का एक ही मारा ना
there'll be a lot more action yet to come.
Oh yeah.
हाँ एक ही आ सकता है 721
YG का क्या हो रहा है भाई
तो मैंने नॉक दिया उर्रा का फिनिश नाइस
भी कर लिया
भाई ये कौन चला रहे बे
क्या है ये देन
उर्रा का एक नॉक दिया उर्रा ने अच्छी का 11 पॉइंट से बस अच्छी को फिनिश कर रही है क्या उर्रा का नो फियर नॉक
He is ready for it. Oh, he's in the wide open though. He's got to be careful. Never mind. Rehan said, let's go find another angle.
Got Edwin on knock. HC का. Finish it. Ah, finish. Nice one.
That's a nice connection on the doorway.
उसके मार दे यार, उसको मार दे. खाओ यार.
They're going to try and bait him in, close the door and keep him guessing. Rest of the squad going down in the meanwhile though.
Oh, nice one. 1v3 किया बे.
That's what I'm talking about. And from the top ropes, able to hit that shot and save his squad. So 721 GS should be able to get a full reset here. ETSH quick on that recall. Their recall player not messing around here. But we're going to see these teams really get set up and good to go. Young on Galacticos only have that single player up.
2 points निकल के गया और थोड़ा मारो. आई आगे.
Recall in.
लेग चढ़ गई है भाई ऊपर.
The Yangon crew.
ले लो भाई बस.
Quite far out, all the way over towards Horror.
Oh,
that's really get to the recall either, bro.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, where is he? And it looks like that's actually something we should actually take a look at because Romeo is going to be heading towards TT Project Niaz to try and get his recall in for his team. And that would be a devastating loss for Young Galacticos to go out right here, considering that they are right there on that cutoff in 6th place.
अबे वो लॉस तकलीफ देगा अबे अपने को.
Yesterday in some of the matches, so if this is the way they start things off,
अकेला बंदा बहुत तकलीफ देगा भाई.
We'll give you the context to that one if it happens. In the meantime, it's still a rotation for Romeo.
Vitality versus DNA.
In position to try to defend against that recall. Could be awkward.
We'll
stick with the fact we got
Vitality गया.
The Kings yesterday. But can they keep it up right now? Clash versus Dopeness, back and forth blows. Axel going down as well. It's a key piece of the puzzle. Already removed. Oh, this is not what you want, Jukes.
भाई नहीं रे पहला गेम खराब हो रहा
है. Getting that shot very, very nice on the side of Dopeness.
पूरा के 4 फिनिशेस हो भी गए.
Now it does look that like Young Galacticos Romeo was avoiding that fight. He saw TT Project there. He ends up going most likely all the way down to Long Ho. And he should be able to get that res for his squad in just a couple of minutes. But this circle is on the south side here. We got Nongshim Red Force all the way in the north. Things are finally starting to settle down a little bit. Actually, never mind. It's the Wolves versus Alpha.
Godlike.
Ah, फोड़ा एडमिन ने. Nice nade बे.
With that nade, Obscure holding this angle.
एडमिन रश किया है. Godlike ने रश किया है. Nice one. खत्म कर रहे बच्चे रुकने रहे अपने बंदे.
Battling both of these squads simultaneously. It'll be a great start for Godlike Jukes. Get some early energy into today's.
फोड़ा भाई. साहब नहीं रुक रहे भाई. अबे नाइस वन भाई साहब बच्चे रुक नहीं रहे. खत्म कर दिया भाई. खत्म कर दिया.
एलिमिनेट कर दिया.
अबे दिख गया इसको
was fired up as well, dude. From one fight to the next.
अच्छा
dude.
Oh my.
What's over there behind that tree? Huh?
एडमिन नॉक हो गया बे
Has he had the arm to get him? That looks good.
फिनिश हो गया एडमिन
Maybe a little short.
ओह नाइस वन आई बच्चे पंपे
The flick on that. S-Power is fired up today.
Yes, he is. Already getting some good solid points. That's 6 on the
भाई
side.
बहुत मारे भाई एडमिन नॉक फिनिश कैसे हो गया बे
Position in 5th place.
S2G ने किया ना सर
Win this game.
भाई नाइस वन
What is that going to look like for these leaderboards? That's going to be a massive gap between 5th and 6th place.
That's the thing, the artificial barrier right now. It's very fine margin, so many point vacuums on towards the top spots.
Rotation
If
start
Godlike could start out and really give themselves the best case scenario to bolster their points.
भाई जी को रिकॉल मिल गया भाई चारों बंदे रिकॉल्ड हो गए
That's Romeo from Yangon Galacticos, obviously went down very early, had to go for the rotate around and get his team back.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. You got to make sure you hit that recall tower real quick. S2G got to hit them plays though.
कर दे यार रश कर दो
Getting that thirst. Yes, indeed. And you can see Masco. Oh, got that,
Nah.
that heal off and shut
फिनिश हो गया बे
him
5 6
down.
7 मार दिए बे 5 मार दिए इसने तो बॉटम 3 से आ रहे बाहर
But you know what else? You guys can make it happen in game with the lucky
7
spin
finishes
that's
हो
coming
गए
out, guys. Make sure you
साथ
guys
अपने
get
6
in
फिनिश
there,
हो गए
hit
अपने
that
को
draw,
Lord, it
and
was
get
very-
some of those insane PMWC tournament sets. Meanwhile,
Nice.
नहीं रे
gets a nice knock
एस
down
पावर
to S-Power. Godlike.
सौम्य मार दिया
Looking to shut this fight down. It's a one
नाइस वन
situation. He gets one.
Here we
Gets
go.
the thirst. Can he get the second?
Beautiful scene so far. Damage back done onto S.
सौम्य का मन सौम्य मार देगा बे सौम्य पे भरोसा है
Quick shot, Jugs.
मार दे
Nail
नाइस वन
He thought he was slick enough to mantle.
भाई पूरा खत्म हो गया है 8 किल मार दिए भाई 8 किल नाइस वन भाई नाइस
Sometimes we have some people combine it, but if you get just a little too close, you
दे
can
निकल दे
टॉप 1 है
यूनियन में गए लोग हां
So exposed. No chance to fight, bro.
S2G सौम्य पे आ रही शायद
so tough. But you know what?
आने दो
On the side of Godlike. So they take full advantage of it. Now we're seeing the zone pop dead center here.
फरहान भाई रिएक्शन आने दो भाई रिएक्शन नहीं आ रहा भाई बस बच्चे अपने बंदे लोग रुक ही नहीं रहे भाई गया टीटी खत्म भाई
ओरा से नहीं हो रहा
अकेले ने 5 किल मार दिए बे मारा भाई यूनिट का भी आएगा वापस टिकट का नेड आना भाई ये नेड फूटा ना एक्यूरेट
Yeah, this is far more awkward now. Trapped back just on the rock side towards the coastline.
वो जिगल दे वो किधर
Cooking the nade, wants to dash that towards No Fear. Too shallow, few more left in the inventory though. They can try and hold him back for at least a few more
ये
seconds.
टीटी का ऐसी कैजुअलिटी की वजह से ही मर रहे हैं
Panic
लोग
stations. Aura waiting for the opportunity
हाँ
to strike.
पड़ा
F is so low off
नहीं
the
खत्म
engage. Effect though.
और एक मारना है भाई उड़ चली जाएगी क्या अरे ना हो जाएगा ये
क्या बचा है
बचा
And it looks like he's trying to find the angle. He does. Here we go. Now they have 2 different angles they can actually fight this from. Evius just says, now I'm jumping down with my teammate. 2v1 situation, but can't
eliminate हो गई
And now No Fear is at the advantage. Never mind. What is happening?
अबे
Back and forth with No Fear.
चलो जी भाई नो फियर के 6 किले बे नाइस वन वाइटलिटी नहीं रुक रही भाई वापस वाइटलिटी मारते जा रही है
110 पॉइंट D2 का मैच हुआ ना इसमें
भाई और एक फाइट ले ली पूरा नहीं 1 एचपी होगा बंदा 1 एचपी हो गया हील हो गया
close the door here nice and early saying you know what if you want to try to get into the
भाई
finals
सौम्य ऑन फायर कल सौम्य पंप नहीं था भाई आज मार रहा है
such a point lead and that is how you start
आज मार रहा है भाई
full squad up it's looking good
अबे ये तकलीफ देगी भाई
oh Romeo Sky run for your life drive away and it looks like he is gonna barely escape that one
Romeo
अबे हंसे अरे सौम्य नॉक यार रिकॉल
He was looking right at the sky there. And
बस
that
किधर
is
knock हुआ है?
Aura. Now we're gonna look at No Fear get
Destruct
thirsted. Young
नहीं
Galacticos gonna actually get into this next game as the circle shifts up to the north
कोई ना
side
8
now.
पॉइंट से अपने 8
They are
पॉइंट
in the blue. This is still stage 3. They can eat a little bit of this
थोड़ा
circle for
सी
now, but
अबे
it's
जोन
time
अपने
to
पे बे
find out where that next spot's gonna
अबे
be.
जोन अपने पे
पर अभी
रिकॉल है क्या
रिकॉल
बड़ा अपने
करना
पे अच्छा दूर नॉक हुआ है दूर नॉक हुआ है एनएस ने दूर नॉक दिया रिवाइव मिल जाएंगे गाइस रिवाइव मिल जाएंगे अब मुझे मैप स्ट्रीम भी लगानी है पूरा के 2 ही बंदे बाकी हैं ओह क्रेजी
Good shot from range, consistent with the orb to shut down.
वाइटैलिटी का फेडरल नॉक फिनिश
Only Jiggle gets out. 9
एक बंदा
elims
नॉक
might
फिनिश
be
है
where they reach
अबे 2 मारे
this one.
Man, this whole
भाई
tournament
माम
has been so
वाइप कर दिया अबे
chaotic.
उसने 2 लोगों को
You want to avoid the survival stage at all costs. Yeah, it's 16
7 अभी
out
तक
of
जिंदा
16. Moving on from that stage.
एक ठोक दो गाइस सभी लोग
You do not want to be
गई 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 वाइटैलिटी चली गई
talking to you, Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Team Vitality getting
अबे
into it
भाई
with
अकेला ही मार रहा है
7-2-1
बे
GS.
छह किल मार दिए
They do end
इसने
up having one player knocked. Team Vitality.
फेडरल नॉक
So strong yesterday.
हाँ एंटी
Gonna
एंटी
go
एंटी
out
एंटी
early here. They do get 4 eliminations.
11
but like I
finishes
said, they can
भाई
do whatever
11
the heck they want today.
Yeah, this is a
आज ये रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाले हैं गाइस रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने वाले हैं क्या लगता है
Fair play though, mate. On the other side of the spectrum, right? Yes, Vitality, our top dogs, they're out. But look who's climbing up from the depths. This is now 11 eliminations they've picked up, getting over the safety of the threshold.
ये
so
slow
far.
खेल रही है आज slow start
Maintain
की है
this, you could save your tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a perfect start on the side of 7-2-1 GS. And considering that it's in Rondo, right? The chance to really make up for a bad day one, and they're doing it, right? I mean, double-digit eliminations. Now it's all about just getting into that end game. So I want to see them get themselves in a good, solid position and just focus up. Because ETSH, Hustler's crew, right? Dopeness have not done anything so far.
No, they really haven't, and Dopeness as well. You know, you're down to just a solo. Couple elims, sure, but it's been quiet outside of that. That was the third-party fight that opened things up to allow them to collapse onto it. The replay here is when Dopeness lost a lot of their members.
जोन है गाइस अपने पे बस जोन है पूरा का एक बंदा बाकी है
I think mechanically
No
yesterday we saw
finishes
Alpha 7 look very good
No.
in terms of how they were approaching
11
the game, but they
finishes,
never had any
7-2,
luck on their side.
1 GS.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I
क्या
was saying.
नाम
You
है
know, I
भाई
was looking at their numbers for the past 2 international tournaments. They were getting tons of eliminations and like 0 placement points, very low on that end. And so I want to see them get into finally some late games and show what they can do.
Yeah.
It's just been so difficult lately, especially when you have a few teams just do something so insane, right? It's
हाँ जोन है
wild
एडमिनो
to
किधर
see
जोन
what
है
happened
एडमिनो
yesterday. But
अरे
today's a new
मानिया
day.
जोन में ही था
Another team that I want to see make something happen is Tianba, right? I expected a lot from this squad, and now they are
एनएस
still
देखो ना
very far down.
सेंटर है
Unfortunately, see them
सेंटर
pushing into that circle from the south side.
नेक्स्ट
Let's
जोन
see if they can make
भाई
it
आ
up
गया
here in
नेक्स्ट
Rondo.
जोन भाई
For Alpha 7, their eyes might be lighting up off the back
Tianba
of the
भाई
recall for
Tianba
Dopeness. They're all parachuting
क्या
back in
पोजीशन
relatively
Tianba
close
12
by. Could be a chance for those three
Tianba
to fight
versus
with the
World Light.
arena in
World Light
close
versus Tianba हो
proximity,
सकता
but
है भाई
Tianba are in the move back in towards
एनएस
the
मार
zone.
रहा है एनएस
Godlike
एनएस
not
मार रहा
far out with Manya. Just up on the ridge side there, supported by the rest of the crew.
तिरंबा के 0
It was a
पॉइंट्स है
bumpy early game for Yangon,
फिनिश
but
हो
after
गया
that
अबे
recall,
भाई
they've been
तकलीफ
pretty
दे सकते
comfortable
थे
at least
अपने
in
को
their
ये जोन में आने
rotation
के लिए
path.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
मेरे को नॉक देगा
worked out
नॉक देगा
well
शायद
for them, especially considering that they were pretty late in this game because of that recall. It took a long time. But, you know, that's the way this game works. Sometimes those circles just shift and the fights happen in such a perfect way where you're able to sneak your way into zone pretty clear. It doesn't happen often, so when it does, you got to take advantage of it. And it's no better place to happen, honestly, in Rondo, right? The game where you can end up with 39 points.
एसटीजी पे भी मस्त जोन है भाई मस्त कंपाउंड कोई आ ही नहीं पाएगा
Curious
वैसे
if there's a chance we get a
बहुत
bit of an
open है
extension into each
head
other there with Dopeness. Right on top of
नेक्स्ट
Smile.
भाई yeah.
He's the one player that's fragmented off from the 1-3 split they've currently got going. SayCloud further out doing a bit of scouting as well. This is the establishing shot for
सोम्या ऊपर क्या कर रहा है बे
Godlike obviously far more set up with cover to work with off the back of the warehouses.
दिख गया शायद
not
सोम्या
so
दिख गया
lucky.
Yeah, looks like they're going to hold this little valley right here and hold it good for now. Not a terrible spot in this next zone, not the best either, but
नेक्स्ट जोन किधर बनेगा गाइस? नेक्स्ट जोन किधर बनेगा क्या लगता है? सेंटर बनेगा या हार्ड शूट? क्या लगता है?
Very uncharacteristic and unexpected, at least from a lot of people here. You got QZZ,
ये
a
compound
superstar that can really ring things out. But all it takes is for a lot of these teams, just one good situation where their backs against the wall and let their gun skill shine. And I mean, I would not be shocked if Tianba, who has 0 points right now, they can end up with 20 very easily here.
भाई वो 71 GS रुक ही नहीं रहे भाई.
72-1 GS as well.
उनको ऊपर आने का है.
11 किल 12 किल हो गए और
Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 रश ले.
Alpha 7 वाइप हो गए.
ओ भाई नाइस. Alpha 7 वाइप हो गए?
नहीं मुझे लगा.
हाँ मैं तो लाइव ही देख रहा हूँ भाई. तुझे कौन सी?
नहीं मैं भी. उनके 2 नॉक हुए थे ना अभी Alpha 7 के.
नहीं Alpha 7 का वो नहीं नो.
Yeah, you can see the
Alpha 7
crowd
अपने
showing
सुपर आ
off them
सकते हैं.
Revo jerseys. The man, the myth, the legend is here, and he is putting in some work. This is what we needed to see from A7. 8 eliminations so far. You're right. Yeah, Carrillo did get taken out, but for 8 eliminations, that is a sacrifice that
मुझे
you
लगता है
gotta be
हार्ड
willing
भाई
to
बहुत
take.
गंदा वाला खटने वाला है.
It's not done yet. Still a lot more work if you want to make it.
NS तो रहेगी भाई. NS तो जोन में रहेगी. मुझे लग रहा है सेंट्रल शिफ्ट नहीं है. सेंट्रल शिफ्ट नहीं है भाई.
भाई ये क्या स्प्लिट है?
अबे ये क्या कर रहे हैं यार? मुझे नहीं दिखना भाई. ये के दोनों
Meanwhile, before the zone moves, you can see Ida took a few
भाई
shots.
सेंट्रल शिफ्ट है थोड़ा.
नोंगशिम ने क्या स्पॉट पकड़ा है
भाई? गॉड लाइक द जोन.
Goes to the north side. That's huge on the side of Godlike right here. A perfect zone
ETSH
for them.
versus
Taking a look
सेंट्रल
there
शिफ्ट
at
भाई.
the
नाइस.
leaderboard so far. This is the problem, though, right? I mean, we're so hyped about Alpha 7. 9 eliminations. This is a great game, right?
नीचे वालों के लिए पूरा हार्ड
problem
शूट.
is that you're hunting down 5th place. Godlike have 8. So you've only closed that gap by 1 point so far.
Try as they might, there's still so much more to do. And even then, during the map feed, we could see like they were getting consistent damage back over to E Arena. So they're not giving up any of this fight. They're still looking like they want to try. They know the win condition, James.
Yeah. This is the problem, though, right? If you don't have a great day 1, you could have a good solid day 2, but it could be too late, right? Especially if you see consistency
ये के तो दोनों पे ना
top 5
रेव हो
teams.
गए.
They're going to keep
एक मर
on
गया.
pushing that point threshold even further and further beyond. So for Alpha 7, if you want to catch up to top 5, yeah, the 10-point game isn't going to be enough. You're going to need a 20 to try to close that gap. So they still are in this game with 3 players.
अभी डायरेक्ट ये सेंड कोचिंग का जा भाई जा.
Every team that's really matters because Vitality, no one captured them. They can go out early. But for everybody else still here, that's going to make things interesting.
72-1 GS going in on Alpha 7. They want to try and capitalize off their juice. That's one tag back over, but it doesn't look like it's going well from the elimination feed right now. This could be the downfall of Alpha 7. Seems like it's just a
knock देगा स्कोर knock देगा.
This is the POV.
There we go. We got it now. You can sequence out. Trying to get some shots out.
एडमिनो नॉक
दिया. एडमिनो ने नॉक
दिया. सॉरी माय बैड. मेरा बोलने में थोड़ा गलत था. एस4 ने भी नॉक दिया. अरे एस4 नॉक हो गया यार. कहां से पड़े एस4 को? भाई माने आना पड़ेगा. अरे यार दिखाना यार. एडमिनो फिनिश दे दिया.
एडमिनो ने फिनिश किया.
एस4 को रेफ मिल सकता है शायद.
मिल सकता है.
S2C किधर है? 7 गई शायद गई.
Trying to get them to remember their name.
पावर को
रेव है क्या? अपने को रेव है क्या? 100 मैंने नॉक दिया. फिनिश दे दिया 100 मैंने. 10 फिनिश दे गाइस अपने 10. भाई लोंडे मार रहे मेरे प्रिय. गणपति बप्पा मोरिया. भाई क्या मार रही है भाई. किले गॉड लाइक को. ले लो एमो ले लो. दबा के एमो ले लो. बहुत किले गाइस ऊपर से बहुत किल. और ये नेड़ा है. फूटे दोनों फूटे. क्रेजी भाई. मस्त खेल रही थी वे. एंड मोड में आके आ गई.
and those nades are just inching closer and closer. He's
मार रहे बे
some shots here to buy himself some time.
जोन प्लीज आ जा भाई एक बार आ गया जोन आ गया
Zone shifters punching in. It's still good for
गणपति
Godlike.
बप्पा मोरिया बहुत किल मिलेगी गाइस आ जा थोड़ा थोड़ा आ गया थोड़ा आ गया
Game to win. And this is worst case scenario, literally for the entire lobby, because that's the one team you
सौम्या के 5 किल है गाइस सौम्या के 5 एसपावर के 3 किल है
look juicy, available, but
8 किल मार दिए नो फियर ने भाई अभी तक जिंदा है
let's see what Young Galacticos can do though. They're going to start pushing up.
नहीं जिंदा वो दिख गया
अरे क्या
Those shots too strong. No way he survives this. He's a goner.
ओए ना वही 90
Young Galacticos. Slowly but
सौम्या भाई सौम्या पंप पे भाई मार रहा है सौम्या टियानबा वर्सेस गॉडलाइक नेट चालू है फुटा नाइस वन भाई वो फुटे मार दे और एक मार दे
तो मैं
मार नाइस वन एक ही बाकी मार दे यार भाई नेट से फूटा भाई दो स्क्वाड कंटिन्यूस वाइप किए भाई अरे किल मिलना चाहिए यार अपने को किल मिलना चाहिए ये हो जा हिल
मिलेगा
नहीं हाँ मिल गया उसको शायद नहीं मिला अरे यार भाई दोनों 5 किल 12 फिनिशेस 13 फिनिशेस मिल गए गाइस
They're ruling the roost, gifted the angle to stay where
एने सभी तक
इधर
जिंदा है बे
पाकिस्तानी मादर चो
भाई एने साले में मार रहे बे ले ये घुस गया भाई पंप पे भाई सौम्या मार रहा है कल गलत बोल दिया मैंने सौम्या के बारे में सॉरी सौम्या भाई
इसलिए आज तेरे को बता रहा है
आयुष शपथ भाई गणपति बप्पा मोर सौम्या नॉक दिया और एक अपने के नॉक दिया
इसका नॉक दिया सौम्या
एक किल सौम्या रुक ही नहीं रहा दे फिनिश दे सौम्या रुकी मत
वाईजी का लास्ट बचा है
चिकन निकला अपना
छुपना
अरे रेफ मिल रहा है उसको सौम्या रेफ मिल रहा है
कर भी नहीं सकता ना अभी कुछ
इसलिए पाएंगे भाई बहुत गॉडलाइक क्लिप्स भी दे रहे क्राउड भी कर रहे इंडिया को सब कर रहे एक साथ उठा भाई किल मिला सौम्या नॉक नाइस किल ले भाई तू बिंदास किल ले
एडमिनो उधर संभाल लेगा तू
एडमिनो मार दे यार तू भी मार दे भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं इंडियन टीम्स को कम समझ रहे हैं लोग भाई वन साइड मार रहे बे
वो बस कल एनालाइज हो रहा था कि कैसे लोग हैं ये
So let's see, can he even get that heal off? Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, so his play zone is going to take out
नहीं किल मत ले यार मत दे नहीं मिलेगा रे भाई नहीं मिलेगा रे भाई एडमिनो वर्सेस बोल रहा हूं एडमिनो बहुत मार सकता है बे ऐसे मार सकता है एनएस को मार सकता है
एडमिनो और अच्छी पोजीशन
ये दिख गया है शायद से दिख गया है एडमिनो को नहीं अरे रेड मिल रहा है बे वापस सौ में उसको
मिल गया
मिल गया किल नहीं मिला रेव हो गया वो
नहीं रेव मिला
Whereas Godlike, they've just been ruling the roost, Jukes.
I mean, they got a baker's dozen already. They're looking real good. 13.
ये दिख गया बे ये दिख गया तगड़ा
They know this game's in the bag.
जोन है बे अपने पे जोन है एडमिनो पे तगड़ा जोन है S2G को थोड़ा बीटी दो बे नहीं आने देंगे गाइस नहीं आने देंगे एडमिनो नहीं आने देगा लुक मिला फिनिश दे
किल भी ले लिया
ले किल सो मैच चेक तू ही
It's really interesting to see them kind of go for the strategy here.
दिख गया उसको दिख गया पूरा राइट क्लियर है बंदे ओपन में घुस रहे 2v2 4v4
as you'd expect, non-shit. They had no.
कितने किले गाइस अपने कितने?
For contest this game, so the last man falls, and this is what it comes down to. STG versus Godlike. They had a bit of a scouting play. They found this duo of Manya up towards the top side. Might want to
अबे ऊपर से क्यों छोड़ा?
Lost goes in quick. S-Power.
मार दे इसको.
Good chip damage from Manya. Switches to the shotgun. Baits them in. He wants.
फूट गया नाइस वन. नीड है.
For this roster as they are sending reverberations throughout the Qiddiya City grid.
नाइस वन S-Power. नहीं रुक रहे बच्चे नहीं रुक रहे. किसी ने किला अपने
4v2 बचा है 4v2 बचा है नाइस
साइड में सौम्या
जीजी
सब मार रहे सब मारो मार मार कितने किलेगा कितने किल शिकर निकले कितने किल शिकर निकले अपने
15 से 16 इजीली
भरोसा था भाई भरोसा था सौम्या ने जो मारा है आयुष मारा है 20 किल चिकन डिनर मारा है 20 किल कम समझ रहे भाई कम समझ रहे कि माँ को नटू गूज़बम्स आ गए भाई
That's the scary bit, right? Is obviously some of the other squads who were above the teams that were looking to climb. They fell out pretty early there. Like Vitality not getting a great game out of this one. Godlike capitalizing where it matters most. Like you say, dude, you've made it so much harder.
क्या बोल रहे थे यार कल क्या बोल रहे थे?
Yeah, good luck. You just have to go to survival, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, even a team like Alpha 7 who was doing great this game, right? They had a good, solid amount of elimination.
सब एस पावर मार रहा है सब मार रहे एस पावर तो रुक ही नहीं रहा तो मैं कितने किले
दिखा नहीं रहे ना
खत्म भाई भाई बाओ तुम लोगों को रुक रहे ही नहीं भाई रैंक पुश कर रहे गाइस वो रैंक पुश
Everyone's blowing up. You can hear the excitement, bro. It's insane the energy we've got here right now at EWC. And it's a spectacle.
You na baat.
You come in to what was an explosive day yesterday of sheer talent, unexpected results, crazy circles, and then we start to run it back all over again.
Sure.
Oh, that is how you do it right there, guys.
अभी रोक के दिखाओ भाई तुम लोग.
We got some more action coming up in just a bit.
हाँ पाकिस्तानी लोग बोल रहे थे भाई
कुछ तो बोल रहे थे
बहुत
हेलो हिंदुस्तानी बाऊ वेयर आर यू
भाई स्नैक्स को 297 की वॉचिंग है भाई अलग बंदा है भाई
पबजी मोबाइल ई स्पोर्ट्स की वॉचिंग 28,000 है
Max, come over here, Max.
I'm training. I'm doing my routine.
You've been training. Let's do a 1v1. Pick a spot somewhere over here. If you make it,
I love you यार Godlike ने बहुत खुश किया
Let's see if we can actually do this. All right, come on now. Okay, all right, on the X. Let's see if it's gonna go in.
I checked the math. The best way to throw a basketball is actually the granny shot like this.
Let's see if it's gonna happen. Oh my. Okay, you know what? I'll give it a chance.
I'm just giving you a chance right now.
Okay, here.
भाई यार love you यार
Okay.
love you
Mr. 7WG in the court. Yeah, the granny shot. From behind. No way, Jose. That was terrible. Wait, he's cheating. You just got 2 in a row. That was actually
दिल से Godlike भाई दिल से Godlike
We're getting closer and closer. We're gonna keep on practicing, and we'll see if maybe one of us can make the shot. Come on, Max. You gotta make at least one for us. Okay, well, we'll keep on practicing our skills. Back to more PMWC.
तुक्का बोल रहे थे भाई इनकी माँ को नटू तुक्के की
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here Now, the proud founding
तो
partner
कब
of
बोलोगे?
PwC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
तुक्का बोलेगे इनकी बहन दी. दिल से सनोदी भाऊ, भाई दिल से सनोदी भाऊ. साहब खुश हो रही यार, इतना डोमिनेट कर रही है इंडियन लॉबी. ये दिन के लिए खेलना चालू किया था मैंने इसको, ये दिन के लिए ही. रुकने का नहीं भाई. चल भाई यार, इसका कोई तो क्लिप निकाल के रखा है भाई. तुम्हेश्वरी पप्पी दूंगा भाई, मैं पप्पी दूंगा भाई इस पावर को, सौम्य को. भाई आदित्य, क्या हो गया इंडियन प्लेयर्स को?
मैं शॉक है रे. मैं बस कमेंट देख रहा हूँ.
तुक्का बोल रहे गाइस, तुक्का. कौन बोला?
पाकिस्तान की माँ की चूड़ियां निकाल के उनको पहना दी भाई, पोल्टी वालों को.
मॉन्स्टर स्पोर्ट्स भाई, गॉड लाइक परफॉर्मेंस दिया है गाइस इंटरनेशनल में. हाँ भाई,
यही तो
मैंने ट्वीट किया इसलिए तो कर रहे ना. नहीं भाई भाई नहीं रे भाई, मजाक कर रहा भाई. गॉड लाइक भाई,
गॉड उधर स्क्रीम्स खेल रही जाके.
स्क्रीम्स खेल रही गाइस, अभी पाकिस्तानियों के साथ भी खेलेगी. बहुत कल बज रहा था भाई का के इंस्टा पे मेरे. एडिट पे रिप्लाई कर रहा था. 40 सबका बाप लिखते भाई.
हाँ, पर 40 को पता नहीं कि उनके कितने बाप हैं. Quit the game so that godlike can dominate. वाह फरहान.
भाई इतना अच्छा लग रहा है. 20 किल चिकन भाई, 30 पॉइंट निकल गए बे. कुत्ता बनाया गाइस, कुत्ता इंटरनेशनल लॉबी को कुत्ता.
30 पॉइंट.
हाँ 40 भाई, 40 एनी टाइम भाई. फलक मुझे सब अच्छा खेलते भाई. वो क्रिएटर जो है ना 2-3 तो बज रहे.
क्रिएटर्स नहीं, वो देशी मादर.
प्लेयर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं, प्लेयर्स मस्त खेल रहे हैं भाई. उनके कोच ने तारीफ की थी उसी, इसलिए कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा. तो मैं जो क्रिएटर्स है ना, वो भड़वे क्रिएटर्स है ना, वो बचते. क्या नेट था भाई, क्रेजी. लवली यार, लवली. 40 यार बहुत अच्छी टीम है, बहुत अच्छी.
मैच रैंकिंग
पॉइंट.
Hora Esports, I mean, we'll get a chance to talk about Yangon Galacticos in a bit, but Hora Esports continuing to be consistent as well with that
like 30
fraggy power
points.
we know they're capable of.
Yeah, very happy about Hora Esports, right? We saw Nofik some really good fights from their side. Unfortunately, at the end, they didn't have to really defend against Yangon Galacticos going for their crossing over. But I want to highlight one team that's very important here in terms of storylines at the bottom of the rankings. It's 7-2. They woke up massively.
ना रैंक आई थिंक सो 4th या 3rd होगा. ये को क्रॉस कर दिया अपन इजीली.
Doing a massive push to get rid of that bottom 3 slot.
Exactly. I mean, that's what Lace was just talking about as well. With Alpha 7, Alpha 7 ends up getting those 9 eliminations. This is good for this squad. But one thing that we need to point out is those teams that were trying to hunt down for the top 5.
अनाज के लिए खेलने वाले हमको खेलना सिखाएंगे बेंच.
It's going to be a little bit interesting to see how it goes into the next couple of games with this. I do want to say one thing though, is A7 much better already today than yesterday, for me at least. I mean, they had better presence. There was more just
7 finishes.
meaning behind
Match
their
MVP है
splits,
भाई
the 1-3
सौम्या.
split coming in, the info
ले
was better.
cutie.
It just felt like a team that had a lot more synergy than they did
काय बोलला?
yesterday. So
सौम्या match
definitely
MVP
very
है.
excited to see what we got coming in for A7.
Yeah, I mean, they had better scouting today. So you could clearly see that they were actually
एडमिन आया रहेगा शायद
this
टॉप
a
3 में
little
आगे
bit
रहेगा
more than
अभी
this. They obviously we
MVP
had
लिस्ट
an
में.
awesome interview with them. They said they were going to try some different plays, but it seems like they're returning to their
Both
natural
group 2
presence, which is
second,
amazing. And
both
I mean,
group
that
second
try
round belong to India.
that
हाँ
was
वही
so
ना.
incredibly clean, well calculated. One casualty out of that, but this is the aggressiveness that we expect from our Brazilian team.
That Brazilian team is going to be looking for me because I did end up losing an instrument. You know what? I'll join you guys. Why not? Okay, I'll put it back down. They're going to be looking for me. It's going to be hard for me to get out here. But Max, one team that was able to actually do a good rotation.
क्या मारा भाई क्या जोन भाई जोन भी फेवर किया सब चुम्मेश्वरी भाई चुम्मेश्वरी.
Yeah, Yangon and Galacticos actually a team that was, I would say, a little bit more passive towards the very later stages of this game, but actually ahead of that, their rotations from the western side, able to cross that bridge against the side of Foro, with just some great rotations, and especially great scouting from this team that I think a lot of teams could try and learn from the scouting capabilities of Yangon Galacticos, especially at one point, if you're leaving Cloud behind them on a high ground position in that one building to make sure he can
Like कर दो guys.
his teammates which positions are free, which positions are available, and then the entire team just send it over to the eastern side of those buildings to get the high ground for themselves.
I know you got a illustration for us. Natura, do me a favor. Grab the mic from him so he can actually use both hands.
There you go.
And if you want to, yeah, put the mic.
I need to talk in the mic, thank you. Now, if you're looking at this position here, one big point
अच्छा क्या अपने ना नॉर्दर्न साइड होल्ड
अपन क्या second position पे आ गए.
and this is like a two-tiered parking
75 points हो गए ना फिर.
and literally the entirety of the circle. But before that rotation,
हुर्रा के पॉइंट ज्यादा थे ना.
was actually over here in this position.
हुर्रा के
and he was just
68
providing
थे.
information while his teammates
Vitality के 112.
into that compound. The scout
हुर्रा
was
बहुत
a
पहले
lot
eliminate
different.
हुई है भाई.
The scouting was just on
यार अपन
point. I
second
was
है.
just more aggressive later on, but in terms of the rotation in the
Second
early
या
to mid-game stage,
mostly
Yangon
third.
still have it here at PMWC 2026.
Yangon still got it, baby, and you still got it too. Feeling like a celebrity over there, Max, with so many microphones just surrounding you. But for this squad, we need to continue to see that proactiveness. We need to continue to see everything that we're seeing out of them to maintain themselves closer or within the top 5.
फोर्थ पे 67 बोला ना हुर्रा के ज्यादा 3 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस है गाइस सेकंड आने के लिए.
I mean, just to give you guys a recap, we saw complete control from E-Arena on Rondo yesterday. Started at Stadium, continued at Stadium, and ended at Stadium with a record-breaking 29 points. But from today, starting on three eliminations. I mean, you know, it does come down to zone ball, but it seems like they're not showing their presence that they did yesterday. Obviously, still kind of maintaining that nice average to keep them above.
भाई टॉप 5 में वाइटलिटी के बाद अपने सबसे ज्यादा खेलते हैं.
Especially on Rondo on this map, that they would have been taking charge of everything.
Yeah, and we're looking now at the new bottom three. The new bottom three, Dopeness, ETSH, Hustler Crew, Dopeness. I know that squad. It hasn't been looking good, and now they're in the bottom three.
Yeah, it's odd. It's odd one for me because like they're one of the only teams that didn't hot drop on Rondo, right? Everybody went into Neax except for a few, and Dopeness was one of them. I want to see more from that. Maybe a hot drop. Maybe a hot drop.
I'm actually not super hopeful about them because their best game yesterday was on Rondo. Today they did nothing on their map.
Well, can Dopeness maybe turn it around today as we're going to be sending it over to the first Erangel of the final day for Group B. Hot Jukes,
Start हो गया guys.
take it away.
फर्स्ट एंगल अभी.
Here we go
Hello.
into Erangel. Let's get it
Hello.
going here.
I'll be
I like
back.
what the desk was talking
I'll
about,
be
right? They're
back
talking about
because
the
मेरे को
new
कुछ तो
bottom
hydrate
three,
करना
you
है.
know, and I think that's where our eyes are going to definitely
कुछ तो
be
पाकिस्तानी
on
बैठा है.
here for the rest of the day, because unless these teams in the mid pack do something crazy consistently,
और कॉन्फिडेंट मत रहना बस
we
गाइस
may
यार
not
प्लीज.
see a new top 5 for a minute here.
ट्रॉफी के
because
कितने फास्ट
there is
बैठे यार
already
अपन.
a 15-point gap, Jack, between 5th and 6th place. And with how these top 5 teams have been playing, whew, it's going to be pretty tough to cross that.
Yeah, it's feeling really defined already, right? That's kind of what we were talking about, the downtime between last game and this one. Said effectively, yeah, you've got to just keep your eyes locked in at who's in the bottom right now. That's the biggest area of movement we're looking at, where realistically there is chances for some teams to save what could have otherwise been a really rough run in Group B. That top dogs, though, unless teams start targeting them, Jigs, and things get spicy, I feel like they've just looked so consistent. They've looked so hardy. It's going to be really rough to push them out of this position.
It's going to be tough indeed, but if you're going to go ahead and make it happen, it's most likely going to happen on Airgale. So here we go, folks. Match number 2 of Group B. Final day of groups, right? We still have survival stage coming up, but it's all down to this. So, yeah, 15-point gap. Now, you know, mathematically, for all you guys watching, you're like, hey, come on, it's 15 points. It can still happen, right? And it definitely can. The issue is the fact that the top 5 teams are still going to get points, right? So, you know, if we see the top 5 put up 5 points here, that's now a 20-point gap, right? So, honestly, I think if you are in that 6th place on down, I wonder what the coaches are saying, right? I think you're going to have to start really talking about guys.
So, like, eliminations no
longer okay. Yeah, I think it's one of those, right? Just be like, look, guys, I want to cut our losses. Just go for a hard drop. Do something. We've got to just try something. If we can starve them from getting no points, I believe in Paris, that'd be nil point.
vital DK, bhai.
Maxman, let me know. Yeah, if you can actually just target them, deny them physically even being able to play one battleground, starve them out for a game. Maybe you've got a chance. But yeah, like you say,
अबे जोन देखो.
probably not going to be ideal.
Wow.
This ain't normal.
एक टीम जोन में बस एक टीम.
आज भी सारा जाएगा पानी में ही.
भाई नहीं ग्रुप बी के जो मैच है इसमें सब जोन ऑलमोस्ट आधे तो मतलब 30-40% तो पानी में ही है देखो ना.
They're good with this one, but this could be a good opportunity, right, for the rest of the lobby to make something happen here. Now, one of the teams that desperately want to is Young Galacticos. Okay, they're in 6th place. 46 points. They're right there below that cutoff, and this is not the best circle for them at all.
No, far harder of a rotation.
Point is equal to 4 terrorists.
In terms of the drop location, but like you say,
whole
wrap is going to be brutal for them. But we've got something
अबे उड़ रहा है ऊपर मत जा यार.
all of the viewers.
Yeah.
कल कोई तो बोला था कि हो रहा के साथ नहीं हो रहा तो बोला को टोकने जा रहे.
Get that Nine Tails Fury on. Get your hands on that bad boy because the AUG is OP. And you're going to do it in style. We're here. But oh, look at this. Oh, nice little shot there back from
Jay.
But godlike, man, I'm telling you, these guys are just having
first elimination ले लिया अपन ने.
इससे मारा इस पावर ने मारा.
And then godlike bust down.
बंदे आ रहे
So, I mean, when it comes to Rondo, Group B just weren't playing.
आने दो.
No, he certainly had the upper echelon.
Nice one, Londo.
Made it look super exciting in some of the instances we've been gifted over yesterday and today.
होगी शायद फाइट होगी हुर्रा वर्सेस ये.
Ideal scenario like you touched on there for Godlike, right? Come back in.
He's in Georgia City क्यों आई है?
Target some of these squads.
यार कितना इजी रोटेशन है इनको.
गोल है उन पे.
जल्दी लूट के डायरेक्ट शेयर
A
करें.
bit more of a weakened knee. There's a chance where obviously Godlike thinking, right, we can try and lap them, push ourselves further into the safety net. Helps them out. The other teams not so much. Still got to be a far better game.
Man, I tell you, if I'm any of these other teams in this lobby and I see Godlike already starting off with elimination, I'm like, oh, this is not good. You know, we're getting hot off the rip. That's going to make things tough. So I'm talking about Young Galacticos all the way down to Tianba. It still freaks me out to see Tianba down in 13.
Jiggle Chokidar down.
For top 5 here.
मस्त है पूरा टीम में
That's
अच्छी.
going to make the survival stage that much more interesting, though, right? I mean, we heard Neptura, right? She was happy to see some movement from Alpha 7. I am as well, but you got to look at the reality of things, right? Like that game was good, but it did nothing. It really didn't do anything.
Yeah, Arena literally one map wonder after that they fall off.
Our top 5 teams did.
Yeah, that's the kind of the rough part about it. It's what we've been saying from the games we saw yesterday as well, where mechanically they're making the right moves. You know that they're damn talented as individuals as well. They're playing off each other nicely. It looks like the comms are looking far cleaner in moments of chaos. But that only goes so far. If you're not able to get yourself into a good position, constantly fighting heads and tails to get even a reasonable compound, a reasonable location in the zone, man. Just feels like you're coming in doing this on hard mode, realistically.
Literally. I mean, that's the one thing I've noticed here, especially in PMWC Live here in Paris, is
good games are good and all, right? But the thing is the teams at the top of the leaderboards, they're not doing good games. They're not even doing great games, right? They're doing something special.
इंटेंस मैच देखने को अच्छा लगता है जोन रोटेशन
Never seen before, and you just can't compete with that.
गॉडलाइक किधर है गॉडलाइक देखो यार
Isn't good enough here at this stage. If you want
और लाइक
that
अभी
top
लूटेगी
prize
फिर
pool,
से
you gotta break
लूटना तो पड़ेगा
records. You gotta do something special.
I think it's
कौन
spot
बोलते
on. It's what we've seen. The quality of competition has raised to a new level. And these are going to be terrifying squads to have back when we get all the way through towards finals. That's a conversation for another time, though. Yangon Galacticos taking some shots over onto S2G. A bit of a sleeper squad to the previous game. Gave a good run of things, all things considered, with how they approached it. Kamikaze limping away, crossing his fingers, thinking maybe there's a chance, maybe I can get picked up. Just don't give Mane another knock for free off the back of it. That's the worst case.
Very
You know
nice.
what he's telling his teammate. I'm safe, I'm safe, I promise, I promise, give, and he got it. Nice. Okay. Able to catch Kamikaze there, but Yangon Galacticos are looking in this direction. Ooh.
पढ़ सकती है वे यहाँ से पता है क्या?
One little bullet through it.
पता है।
He does get that red. So
पर उसका एंगल उतना बराबर नहीं है।
Kamikaze get to safety.
लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग ये जो न्यू लोग हैं सब लोग लाइक
भाई आबाकर क्यों यूज कर रहा है
भाई बहुत स्टेबल गन है
उससे स्टेबल हो गया ना
They're not on the mainland. They've got a long way to go as well. You got a lot of attention from them, at least looking back over towards the coast. I mean, Smile's in a position where potentially they're not ready for the read. If he bobs up, Jigs, couple quick shots here. Ooh, could be the difference maker. I mean, Marnet's got the shot off against one. Re-knock onto Kamikaze. Smile's advancing.
YG ने knock दिया.
I don't like this fight at all, personally. It just doesn't make any sense to me because if you're S2G, you're in 7th place, 45 points, right? You're keeping and out of position in the next circle. Like, you're trying to hunt down 4 eliminations. That's not enough, right? In order to get into that top 5.
लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग
So, to risk putting yourself behind positioning-wise, it's just not worth it. I think at this point, just leave this fight. Go into the circle, try to get into that end game.
नहीं है बे कोई
On the underside of the bridge, so Kamikaze
Act
can
of
at
do.
least keep himself
But
safe for
like
now and try and catch them off guard, peeking from the other angle.
अपन जोन में है
That
ना
hovercraft waiting for them effectively is like the escape plan. But yeah, it's super elongated battle between these two. Burning through so many of your early reserves as well, just trapped, just sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I get it. You're really committing for 4 eliminations here, but again, you're more than 15 points. I think 16 points behind 5th place. So it's an interesting
versus Wolf चालू है गॉड लाइक क्या भाई क्या जोन एंटर मिल सकता है क्या लगता है जोन किधर जाएगा जल्दी बताओ जोन बताओ गया तो पूरा ऊपर जा सकते वो कंपाउंड मिल गया ना अगर
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier for them, does it?
ETSH ले लेंगे रे वो कंपाउंड
How they're so close, man, in terms of the standings. So, like, they're super heavily convinced about this being worth it. But you can see the difference of a team like Vitality.
ETSH फिर गॉड लाइक जाके मार देंगे
There's no one on average.
दिमाग लगा रो कोच बनने वाला भाई थोड़ी
I just imagine like Team Vitality, the comms right now. It's just
पूरा
like,
गया अच्छी गया
you know what I'm saying? Like, la 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 la, we're good. You know, like, why don't we just take a look at Pachinki? You know, what? You guys need anything else? An extra energy drink? Anything like that? They're just so solid on the leaderboard. It's ridiculous here. But
चालू हो गई
और
721 GS.
S21 GS S2G और क्या बेंच होता है वो
इतना भी चोक कर रहा है टियानमा का प्लेयर अबे इतना गंदा चोक
Tianba of all teams getting eliminated and another huge start.
You got Alpha 7 as well, keeping their eyes
इतना गंदा चोक
Wolves also right on top of them. The dinner bell's been rung.
अबे भाई खुद के बंदे को मारा
What's going on?
अबे
Alpha 7.
दो बंदों को फोड़ा खुद के वो
Listen to their coaches. They're like, we have to fight early. We need tons of eliminations if we want to make it to the finals. And it's dopeness.
अबे खुद के बंदे को फोड़ा उसने
A7 down to a single player. It's disaster.
एक ने वो भी दो बंदे को फोड़ा
man. I need to see that one back from their POV. Duke's problem stations here. This is getting brutal for them already. Half a second just with Obscure left. It felt like they had seized an opportunity to attempt to third party onto that and squeeze some points, but it all blows up in their face, literally.
Oh, such a rough finish for A7. Down to just Obscure here. Really fortunate on the side of 721GS, who in that last game, and if they should put them in a really good position to at least make it to the survival stage. And who knows, right? I mean, with a good chicken dinner here, could even possibly get them a little closer to that top 5. We'll have to see how Arena, Godlike, do in this game. But now we're just going to see Alpha 7. Yeah, Obscure just gonna have to do something for his team here. Really needs to sneak away a couple of eliminations.
HG चले गए भाई, जोन चली गई, HG वर्सेस गॉडलाइक वापस हो सकता है कैसे कि ये भी राइट साइड से ही मुझे लग रहा है रोटेशन में.
Here's the replay. Okay, so this is it. It looks like it was the teammate then I imagine on the bounce.
अरे यार भाई यार इस इवेंट का यार.
Saw it in the Pubg. I'm thinking how on earth does this happen? Like you just trapped in a building. What's going on?
अच्छा क्लियर है.
The strafe with a nade. Oh, mate.
Those windows used to be bigger. I think that's what it was.
Gardel also है ना?
नहीं ये मान्या है बे बहुत पास है.
You gotta thread that needle.
मजा इसे पास इन भी नहीं भाई उधर. जोन है बे गॉडलाइक पे. बस जोन है. ब्रिज है उधर मस्त. पर उनको क्लियर करना पड़ेगा भाई एनएस को. एनएस को क्लियर करके. नहीं एनएस आगे जा रही है.
तुझे आ रही है.
You get punished. Yesterday we saw with the Wolves, right? Flip a car and get taken out because of it.
बोला ना S2J और वर्सेस गॉडलाइक हो सकता राइट साइड से रोटेशन. अबे पीछे से वो भी आ रही है, YG भी आ रही है. लो
didn't expect that one. You'd be fuming as well.
Oh yeah.
नॉक दे दे गॉडलाइक वालों को बोल रहा हूं. गॉडलाइक वाले नॉक दे दे यार S2J को.
Yeah, looking at the bottom of the leaderboards here, the fact that Tianba went out so early, we're going to see them in the bottom three. Most likely here after this game alone. I mean, you got Dopeness only 1 point away from passing them up. ETSH are still up with 4. Hustlers Crew are up with 3. So, one of the favorites going into this lobby. In my opinion, QZZ is one of the best players in the world. To see them struggle so hard in Group B is just shocking for me. But let's look over here at E-Arena, who are gonna have the warehouse near Severny. This is a really solid position. No matter where the zone goes, they're gonna have a lot of real estate to be able to drive to there. So let's see how they decide to defend against it. It's not even that easy to press up on.
versus हो रहा है अभी. बहुत ज़्यादा वाइड रोटेशन दे दिया भाई.
They're getting themselves into the zone, forging a path forward, and thankfully.
No, Vitality is not playing serious today. True match.
लेके भाई हो गए क्वालीफाई वो लोग. वो 6-6
हो गया उनका 112 पॉइंट.
3-3 पॉइंट का भी एवरेज निकाले ना पर मैच. वो भी कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. टॉप पे रहने वाले. भाई वो गाड़ी में.
Please and thank you.
Wolf versus Wolf.
Okay. Nice nade there on the 721GS. That's a huge fight. That's 10th and 11th place going at it. But it looks like they are just within little nade range.
YG Godlike पे आ गई.
Fighting it out just yet.
Now we're gonna look at Godlike.
Okay, Godlike mighty close here to Young Galacticos. I don't think Young Galacticos want any of this fight right now. They're just gonna push a little further down south the hill. More men spawning. Oh, the Wolves looking hurt here, as that's 2 players down. But Elementrix, we're seeing a battle go out. And here
ये Wolf गई. ले Wolf कितने फास्ट गई बे.
And I believe that is the Wolves eliminated.
मैं मुझे लग रहा है फाइट चालू हो गया. YG वर्सेस गॉडलाइक. उनको लेना पड़ेगा ये रे फाइट YG को अगर जोन जाना है. कुछ भी करके लेना है. हाँ ले गए फाइट ले गए.
Yeah, wild to see here. Is E-Arena going to push on over to
बोला ना लेना ही पड़ेगा भाई उनको.
हाँ.
स्माइल को पता है एडमिनो उधर है.
क्या हो रहा है?
एडमिनो को लो किया बे. एडमिनो बहुत लो हो रहा है.
Immediately Godlike start putting some shots just to try and get it down a little bit further.
But Young Galacticos are like, hey, yeah, we're here. Do you want to fight us? Maybe? Maybe you guys just go in the zone, we do as well? Well, let's see what happens.
नीड कर दिया परफेक्ट नीड कर दिया
नहीं exposed S power. Lucky. I know, dude. He's been so slick as well. That's the
भाई जी फाइट नहीं लेना चाहते थे
नहीं लेना चाहते फुटेगा शायद से नहीं फुटेगा
फुटा
नहीं नॉक दिया उसने लास्ट गोली मारी बे हां रेड आया फोर करेंगे लोग करेंगे रश करेंगे शायद रश करेंगे
It's a 4v3 situation. Let's see how Godlike decides to take this fight. They're already starting to
कितना वाइड रोटेट किया देख एडमिनो ने देना थोड़ा भाई थोड़ा गाड़ी किधर देना अरे S2GB है उधर एडमिनो फंस जाएगा भी फंस गया एडमिनो S2G थोड़ा बीटी देना चाहिए
Unreal. Now TT Project are down
nice one,
as well. That's 10 through 13. Pretty much almost out.
मान्या नहीं दिख रहा मुझे
मुझे सौम्या नहीं दिख रहा रे कब से
सौम्या है मान्या नहीं दिख रहा
मान्या भी हां मान्या शायद जोन देखने गया रहेगा और उसने चलो ये टीटी अरे उसने भाई लॉक दिया
टीटी का ही
मुझे लगा वो शुरू इससे मारा M24 से मारा मुझे ये A7 गई बाहर आ गया रश अब स्मोक कर दे सौम्या बस नहीं क्या थोड़ा कवर के लिए
नाइस वन
नाइस वन स्कोर
अरे नाइस वन
चलो यार
नाइस वन रेड
ये लोग मारेंगे क्या भाई भाग गया डर गया नाइस वन बे
3 लोग निकाल लिए बेंच तो बोला मैं सर्वाइव ही कर लेता हूँ हे थर्ड पे आ गया
खेल रही है भाई आ गई S2G आ गई
एक तो फाइट लेना चाहिए S2G से माने के पास अच्छी पोजीशन है क्योंकि अभी क्या कर रहे हैं
क्या है मतलब एनएस पे जा रहे हैं अभी ये लोग ना सेंटर जाना चाहिए रे थोड़ा S2G ने अपने साइड में आना चाहिए अपन क्यों गए मुझे वो नहीं समझा वो साइड अच्छा एनएस चली गई
एनएस चली गई भाई ये क्या है वर्ड लाइक हेलो बोलना है आप चले गए
मान्य कुछ तो कर रहा है शायद मान्य कुछ तो करने वाला है दिमाग लगाया करो भाई रुक ही नहीं रहा इस पावर खतरनाक प्लेयर है ये अबे आ रही है एनएस आ रही है वापस आ रहा है एक प्लेयर एनएस का एनएस को भी यहाँ से ही जोन लेना है रे क्योंकि ऑप्शन ही नहीं है उनके पास फंस गए
I wouldn't fault him for it. He's been living up to the brand with the plays he's been making. Arena. A lot of utility left to work with, and they're casting that up towards this bridge. A rock between them and ETSH.
दोनों टीम
seconds on the nade. Africa's got a
और एक 4 किल निकाल लो और जीत जाओ
somewhat effective in these angles, slight off angle where he can peek down on you. He loves these sort of peaks.
एनएस आ रही है एनएस कहां जा रही है बे
सो मैंने
नॉक दिया
क्या नाम है यार वो टीम का
डीएनई
डीएनई में 1 पढ़ रहा था
मैं भी 1 ही पढ़ा था स्टार्टिंग में पर बाद में मैंने देखा कहां नॉक दिया डीएनई का डीएनई किधर है
डीएनई उनके जस्ट नीचे है
भाई ये ईटीएस जा रही है आज ईटीएस भी ऊपर जा रही है मुझे लग रहा है टीएन में नीचे आई है
The exact opposite.
टीएन में नीचे आने वाली है टीएन और टीटी शायद नीचे आ सकते हैं
The rich will only get richer towards the top.
अबे ये लोग मार रहे हैं S2G के साथ फाइट ले रहे हैं
that's where the movement could be off a
And
game
मेरा
like
1
this.
HP बचा है.
GTSH can keep
इनको
up
अरे
the
थोड़ा
gameplay
cover देना
we've
पड़ेगा
seen
बे.
with 4 players alive and 7 elims in the
And
pack
मेरा knock
already.
हो गया.
Maybe they can start to climb
नहीं heal कर
out.
लिया उसने. अरे हो गया.
बना हो गया.
Nice knock there. Kamikaze gets
Need आया.
laid onto Admino.
फूटा क्या?
Godlike.
नहीं डैमेज
Here we go. It's Godlike versus
S2G.
S2G.
एक फोड़ दे बे.
In that direction.
Ah.
Ooh, doesn't hit the mark just yet. And
अरे YG वाले को देखो ना यार.
just hiding for his life here.
सौम्य मार रहा है. सौम्य मारेगा क्या?
नहीं. Inside that smoke. Oh, the vehicle so close to finding him as they're looking to bonnet him.
फोड़ा. सौम्य ने फोड़ा.
Chicaning around,
but नहीं.
Nice one.
Player down to 2. Lost. Living up to his name because he's panicking.
Power
right
नहीं
now.
कर.
Can't quite find
God like बाहर गई रे.
Takes a
बाहर
bullet to
चली
the
गई.
back of the head. The
यार.
SMG delivers.
एंटी गाइस एंटी.
As S2G win out
ऑप्शन नहीं था बे. ऑप्शन नहीं था.
Huge.
अब किल मिल गया शायद. किल मिल गया.
S2G right there, right on time too. You take
किल मिल जाएगा बे अपने को.
Who have now moved into second place. You got to get these
ओए,
guys
एक
though.
मिल
The blue
जाएगा
zone is
शायद.
closing. They're gonna go ahead and
हाँ,
pick him
दोनों
up,
मिल
get
जाएंगे.
him into that vehicle. It's smoke. Oh, never mind. Says, this ride is for myself and myself alone as I'm driving into a whole bunch of shots. Oh, Solke. That is looking like it is going to be it. Yeah, he has to move away from the vehicle. It explodes. And S2G, nice fight, but not able
अटे यार एंटी गाइस एंटी.
किल ले लिया.
Hey, there's vitality
अरे
as
यार
well.
किल ले लिया बे
Getting
अपना.
LOS onto that. They see them and instantly farm through, stealing away some extra points. Does Smile make a move? The solo here from Yangong. He's thinking about the big picture, Jukes, but look how tempting this is.
Hello! And Razy somehow survived that. The trap was
हाँ वो
strong.
स्माइल हगा
And
उनसे.
he was able to get out with the cheese. He got out with the cheese.
जोन को किल देंगे अबे.
Ludicrous
मैंने ऊपर
scenes,
गया.
quick wrap around.
भाई इतने से हिल में सर्वाइव पे क्या कर लेगा तू भाई.
That is going to be the deny out then. No chance to
एंटी गाइस.
पर हैशटैग तू आ गया.
वाइटलिटी का वापस चिकन है क्या?
What is this leaderboard?
उर्रा के 5 सेकंड पे चली गई गॉड लाइक.
What's going on here? So we got 4 from the top
अच्छा
5,
लगा.
2 from the bottom 3.
एनएस को मार दो बस अभी नहीं क्या. बहुत हो गया एनएस का.
Does it need to be said here? Does it need to be said here, folks? This is insane.
YG का मजाक उड़ा रहे डिफेंडिंग
Feeling pretty
चैंपियंस लीग
defiant.
के.
Feels like it's all just inevitable with how it's been going. ETSH, realistically the only one towards the bottom side with anything to be earned from this. Dopeness only down to a duo. The last man of Aura in Sleepy, tucked in behind the tree.
Sleepy sleep कर रहा है. Sleepy.
Yeah, honestly, he's doing enough, right? If you're Aura, you're just trying
अभी
to
तक सर्वाइव किया बे उसने
4 or
मस्त.
5 points a game. That could be enough to just put yourselves into those finals. Considering that, yeah, I mean, all the mid-pack teams aren't going to have that 20-point pop-off game that they needed. There's only, I think, one that stands a chance.
तो हुर्रा का ये बंदा है
And it's going to be tough considering
सौम्य
that
वापस है.
all the lobby,
एस
the
पावर और
top of
सौम्य
the
दोनों
lobby
है.
is still here. Look at this, Youngshim Red Force with 1.
Oh, दोनों ही
अबे
टॉप.
ETSH कब से इधर है भाई.
The team that needs to get themselves
बहुत
out
खराब
of the bottom.
पोजीशन है भाई.
Now just getting
सौम्य
destroyed on the
पावर और
side.
एडमिन तीनों है
The
इसमें.
Thai squad
अगर वन साइड मारा रे.
out of there. Nice push, though.
One
They
side.
did get some good solid eliminations, but they're going to still need to do a whole lot more if we want to see them in that survival stage.
Yeah, had to squeeze extra from this one.
भाई यार ये
That's what
एनएस
you
और
were saying,
हुर्रा को
good
मार दो
isn't
भाई.
enough anymore. For them, it's not going to bail them out. Dopeness, though. The Dope
See?
duo looking to clash versus Ida. First one falls. E-Arena even trying to siphon points off the back of that, and they do so
Dopeness
successfully,
eliminated.
taking down Dopeness.
ओ अकेला क्यों ले रहा है फाइट? अरे
Crazy. Loses his footing on the rocks.
MG3, so good, but you know what? Its weakness is when you're getting shot in the back. Unfortunate there for Racy. Again, team vitality, just flexing at this point. They still have 2 players up. Youngshim Red Force get that thirst. And, you know, all the teams at top are doing exactly what they need to. Hey, just survive, put some decent points on the board, and it's a lock. Considering that there's only 4 teams remaining,
क्या पहले से प्रेडिक्ट कर लिया रे उसने.
getting some good solid placement points. The real
एनएस अपने से ऊपर जा रही है गाइस.
storyline left is Ida. Like if you're Ida right now,
the best thing that can happen is you take out this entire lobby here and now.
Just have a monstrous game from it. Give it your absolute all. It's not going to get any easier though. Weird timeline where Sleepy could probably sneak into the zone unnoticed as well, because Nonshin cleared this whole area, so they might not expect anyone to be there. They didn't find him tucked in behind the tree, so he's looking to just steal points if he can.
Sleepy अभी तक जिंदा है.
Right there, making sure that he goes and he's walking that cup, fixing that vehicle.
Oh, वाला अभी तक जिंदा है रे अकेला.
Ida has that IQ to understand if they were doing enough elimination feed tracking to have a good idea of who's left in this lobby. It's quite difficult with everything that's going on. But if they have a good solid idea of who's left, then they need to realize that they got to amp up. Like, why not? If you're Ida, you need to wipe this entire lobby out if you have a chance at getting top 5. Because if you don't, and we see 4th and 5th place get chicken dinners, like, top 5's gone. So let's see what they decide to do here. I understand why they're playing it very pensively. They want to make sure that they get to that end game.
Ah, gaya.
You gotta ramp up the aggression.
Second आ गए और रहा. 2 places. Nice.
He's hoping he could worm his way back into the zone, but not this time. Nonshin Red Force looking for a bit of an assess on the situation. Got a good lay of the land from the position
कुछ difference
they're in.
नहीं वे बस वो vitality अकेले आगे बढ़ती
as
है.
well.
अभी तक जिंदा
A
रोटी.
bit of a scouting play, Tourniquet there in the back of the vehicle. Limited cover as well, Jukes, and Nonshin such an open angle to just take pot shots.
Oh man, this circle not too kind as there's a lot of open field in that center. Everyone's gonna have to play the edge. I would like to see Ida go push up into these buildings though and challenge Team Vitality.
उनको vitality को मारना पड़ेगा भाई. zone जाने
They
तो.
have to clear the south side out pretty quickly. And you can see them in the vehicles, the buggies, just getting some more information for now. Rita though is just moving up ever so closely. He could hear those steps. He knows they're in that building.
Audio cue giving the game away somewhat. Rita with the nades as well, pinpooled on it. If he gets a chance to mark it in, find a knock, then they could collapse, but they are starting to fragment over as well. Dark in advance towards the zone, looking to get set up near the cover they found.
Hello, Babu.
With a knock over to Hyunbin as well, fires back up onto this ridge and does some damage onto Nonshin. Vitality re-aggress, Emre holding. Rita with the assist, the shotgun slays back over onto Federales. Emre will pick off Axel, and Vitality crumble to Ida. They're starting to cook, Jukes.
This is a perfect scenario for them, right? They got 2 players already taking a position in this next zone. They were able to clear out Team Vitality, and now they're getting towards that end game. It's still going to be quite difficult considering they got E-Arena up on top with the circle priority. And most likely, we're going to see Ida fight Nongshim Red Force. So if that does happen, never mind. Ida, they understand. They need to win this game. Push up into E-Arena, challenge them, try to take them out as fast as possible, and then have to deal with Nongshim Red Force later.
So many smokes being arced here, setting themselves up for it, trying to create some semblance of cover to protect them from Nongshim, block off the line of sight, and then take the fight over. Deep nade in as well. Nongshim aren't sleeping either. They're thinking about just taking the hit to him. It could be a freeway battle for the finish instantly. Tizzy so low.
Oh, Schweppes got so much damage onto him.
Knock.
But now we're going to see Ida go some good nades onto Nongshim Red Force. That's 2 knocks for them. This is the best case scenario. They need to wipe out this entire lobby if they want a chance. Here they go, and they are starting to do it little by little. But now E-Arena have woken up. Now they're starting to put in some work.
So much damage. So little time to try and fix the issues you've suffered from that encounter, and E-Arena know that the knee is weak.
E-Arena
with Schweppes clearing through. Good shots on target, brings us down to just a duo on either side. Mormon with utility as well. He's only got that 1 Molotov left in the back pocket. 100 rounds of ammo on the AUG as he shoots up. Emre sneaking in.
That one hurt. Unfortunately, that was the second to last name. Ooh, that Molly. Mighty close. And Mormon gets the knock. Single player up left. It's Schweppes and Mormon versus the final player from Ida.
Darkin Can he somehow find a way to follow through and win this 1v2? Pico.
That's huge.
Sweats falls. They've got the revive off in the meantime. Morgan primes the nade. Tiny K tucks in behind the wall. Nade misses. Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot. Follows there. HG takes him away as Tiny K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun.
क्या तो है? Bitch.
Are you kidding me? What a finish!
Stop!
Getting it done in the 1v3.
Played it to perfection, Jukes.
Let's go.
भाई ये क्या मारा भाई?
Wins the 1v1, isolates it with a nade, finishes him off. Up close, sweating bullets with the
अबे क्या हो रहा है भाई?
and gets the dinner.
DBS behind the tree using that shotgun whip
भाई
technology.
साहब क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई? अबे भाई वन साइड मारा बे.
This is what they needed to do.
ले इधर एक पहले इधर एक वाकड़ा दिगड़ा मारा था ये. इधर हेड दिया. इधर एक हेड मारा. बचा. आगा वो 1 HP है. ले.
Fast fingers.
अबे ये क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई ये लोग?
How he approached it in what was a chaotic moment, milliseconds of decision making.
Sometimes you just gotta clutch it up. You know, you just gotta make a play if you want to keep your team in this tournament. And it's plays like that that are momentum shifters, right? It's one of those plays so big, so massive that it gets your team so dang hyped that you just become an unstoppable force for it, right? So they got it in that game, and yeah, you can see that.
ये का कोच अभी थोड़ा खत्म करेगा लोगों को.
भाई 4 पॉइंट्स 104 पॉइंट निकाला उन्होंने.
There was no buckshot in that shotgun, Jigs. It was all slugs. He just uppercutted the whole lobby.
बोल रहा my guy.
Made a play. That was one of the plays of the tournament so far. I mean, 1v3 to win the game, and if that
Crazy भाई. मस्त भाई. बहुत टाइम बाद ऐसे देखा मैंने. बहुत टाइम बाद देखा.
That was it right there, guys. That is the play that made that possible.
From feeling like it was becoming a possibility to really just dialing in and immediately, like you say, locking in, knowing the game plan, understanding we have to fight. And they were so proactive that entire time.
Yep. And that's the thing, though, guys, right? Is
you're
in a situation where your back's against the wall and you can just look at it and be like, hey, whatever happens, I'm just going to play it out as is. No, like, this is what I love about this year in particular. We're seeing teams, coaches understand just doing whatever happens isn't going to work. You got to do something different. You got to adapt.
You do indeed. And we got to get down to the stage with Kalaris to hear from Godlike.
That's right, thank you very much, boys. Here I'm with S-Power once again to talk about that first victory, as well as what was going on in Erangel. But I want to
ऐसे कर दे यार, एक एडिट बन जाएगा.
Obviously, you guys had great eliminations to start things off over in Neox.
इसलिए लोग डब्ल्यू शेट का आशीर्वाद लेने आए थे.
ले.
Super controlled against them as well.
ये ले.
Game like from your perspective.
कर देना सही बात.
Simple and clear. We'll just play our natural game. We'll play in slow. Basically, we'll play in slow motion. We'll just go with the flow, and we'll try to clear our back as much as we can. And we did it very well. We executed the things very properly. So that's why we could secure the second dinner. Sorry.
Looked fantastic, really did. That's a great start for you guys. If you continue that on, you're basically going to be qualified for the final, so it's looking really good right now. Game 2, of course, wide wrap on towards Stalba or on that east side, but then getting stuck on Stalba can be a little bit difficult there, and it kind of felt like that was the case for you guys. What was it like here from the team as a whole?
We did choke there because we planned
something,
but we didn't execute that in a proper way. That's what costed us the game, but hopefully we are looking forward to the next matches, and hopefully we'll do better comparatively. Yep.
It's looking good for Godlike. Thank you very much for joining me here, S-Power, once again. That is S-Power here, down on the stage, looking awesome here on day 2 of Group B.
लोग इधर चैट में देख रहे हैं. लोग इधर चैट में इतने में तो पाकिस्तान की जवानी टूट जाती.
नहीं भाई. पाकिस्तान बोल रहे हैं ये क्या बोल दिया
खायला का असतं भाई
16 इयर्स नहीं है रे वो
얘들아 왼쪽 보고 많아. 나무 기절. 나무 중간 나무.
ये कॉम सुनो उनको
해단대. 나이스.
Ben yine tepeye çıkabilirim muhtemelen.
Oğlum sen Rita gelen olmayacak dedin de şey gelmesin oğlum EA.
Kim?
Gelmez
oğlum iyi ne işi var? Samat olacak onlar.
Ya beni almanız lazım ya yalnız. Derken sen alırsın beni tamam mı?
Alırım da. Başından enforce'u çekeyim. Yok kaçmışlar bunlar ya direkt.
Beni falan yok mu ya?
6x.
Nice.
Horror.
Ren. Itu bisa dapat yang 60 gua. Enggak ada 60. Enggak usah.
गॉड लैक का दिखाओ बे गॉड लैक का दिखाओ
ए नको स्नैक्स ने कुछ तो बोला था नको इंडियन प्लेयर्स के कॉम्पिटिशन के स्ट्रीम पे
mayat ada mayat di jambu. Iya ya. Seberang teman weh cinta nih su. Ma. Song nih su. Bangku.
लाइक टुक दो गाइस
รถจะระเบิดตายมาโตายมาผมอยู่นะถ้าเตอร์รอมา
Loving the radio comms and the translation as well, but I'm also loving the PMWC Lucky Spin, which is available now in PUBG Mobile. Co-created with PDP creator Nana, the Electron Energy said, the Proton Power said, the stunning bonus. I'll log into PUBG Mobile and take your spin before it's gone. Like Max has done, I have tried it as well. I'm gonna try it again today because that Groza looks sick.
It is amazing. And it's also glowing. It doesn't look like it right now in the picture, but it does actually glow quite a bit. So it's got some animation. It's themed around PMWC. It's only W's for the skins right now.
And one team that was glowing in that last match was none other than Ida. Because Ida, my goodness, this is a squad that also needs to make sure they stay within that range of getting to the top 5. And they were able to do just that, Neptura.
They were indeed really looking forward to what they have coming in off the back of that big win because, yeah, they did play that very well. I want to point out specifically their smokes coming on in there. We were talking about this again, you know, analysts, we chat in the backstage area. But it was really nice to see them use those smokes against EA when they made that push onto Nongshim. It was a really good performance there to just make sure. And yeah, you're seeing the day 1 versus day 2, night and day. I mean, I think we saw that in game. We could see it very clearly, but night and day on those stats as well, looking very good for them.
I mean, I love this because I love having a look at their average of eliminations and being able to capitalize on that. And I want to give them a get them whatever food they want, buy them whatever skin they want in PUBG Mobile because it's insanity that E-Arena lost that with that much health and utility. Obviously, no popping on the zigzag, but was not prepared for that shotgun at the end. And you know what? Having teams that, you know, are creeping their way up from the bottom into these positions, they're locked in.
Yep.
And if you think you're at the top of the leaderboard and you're safe, it's not always the case.
It's definitely not always the case. Between Circle, for us, we're looking at the match ranking here. Teams 9 through 13 were eliminated, Max, which leaves a huge opening for those squads towards the bottom and also for those teams towards the top to just kind of expand that lead.
I mean, yeah, because it's so close towards the teams in the middle and especially the bottom of the pack, as you just said here, Seven. And because of that, I was expecting Tiamba to just kind of level up their aggression, which they actually did at the very start. They did go for a crash on, I believe it was 7-1 GS team. I'm like, yeah, this is great. But not on Circle 1 to Circle 2. You know, it's a little bit too early to go for a full commit fight and get instantly eliminated because you're not getting any eliminations and especially not getting any placement points. So Tiamba, I like the change of mindset, but it's just not at the right time. They need to do the fights when it makes the most sense in these games.
Yeah, I mean, 7-2-1 sort of took them down, and that creates like that chain effect at the bottom 3, Max, you know?
Yes.
Giving a little bit of hope to none other than dopeness. They overtook them, put themselves in a good position, got on that north side, didn't scout Nongshim and, you know, just leaving Kenji and Spigot to sponge some placement. But look, this is how crazy it gets at the lower of the leaderboard.
Just look at the top damage dealers here. I was just speechless by what Ida was able to do there at the end. That solo player, he was even celebrated with the kiss on the forehead, just saying, good job, please keep that up. We really need that, because if not, then we're not going to be able to make it to top 5 or even get close. But right now, that squad, with this kind of performances, at least they're putting themselves in that it doesn't really matter area, because they might end up going to survival, which might leave them open to just do whatever the heck they want.
Well, that's exactly how you want to be playing, right? You want to make sure you are comfortable, ready to go, and ready to get into the next game without too much of an, oh my god, we gotta win this game if we want to succeed. But yeah, really, really good stuff coming in from there. Also, shout out to EA in that final play. I do want to say EA actually doing a really, really good job. And I think if it hadn't been for the Ida player, you know, flicking in to get that win, they were isolating Ida really well. They were moving around and trying to control as much of the zone as possible. So shout out to them. It's still a really good game from them. So again, going into the next Erangel, want to see more from them.
Yeah, Arena. Shout out to you, Arena. Right up until the end, when you got absolutely smoked by one player with one team that has been actually very consistent today, Max, for the first 2 games, which has been a big difference from what we saw yesterday in day 1 for Group E, is none other than Nongshim.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to ask me about Nongshim Red Force. I love the way they play, because they're not an aggressive team early game, mid game, right? They're just trying to get a focus on their position. And especially if you look at this circle finish, western side of Stolber, very northern side. Where do Nongshim Red Force drop? Down in farm split. They go for wide rotation all around the western side of Stolber Mountain, get great entry point, have a 4-man split, just scouting very passively, just getting some information, seeing where all the players are hiding in those bushes. And at the end, when the team's at their weakest, they're involved in a fight, they have to rock up, they take the high gun position and get a ton of eliminations. Sure, it's not a win, but Nongshim Red Force, the macro decision making is just next level.
Honestly, come over here, Max. That was just... Ah, no!
Off camera! He gave me a little
As we're looking at the overall ranking for Team Vitality, I mean, they're going to stay up there too. Godlike still performing well. Just let's keep an eye on that gap between Godlike and Ida Esports, because it is currently at 12 points. S2G has been able to perform well. They ended up on a 1v1 with Godel.
पर इतना भी ऐसा बड़ा गैप नहीं दिख रहा मुझे 6 पॉइंट्स का गैप है सेकंड पोजीशन और 5th में
because they are performing better. Are they performing well? I don't really think so. At least not in that game. I think they were way too slow on that third party. I think they
देखो फर्स्ट पोजीशन तो कोई भी सिक्योर अभी कर ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वाइटलिटी जिस पोजीशन पे जिस पॉइंट्स के साथ है वहां पे कोई आ ही नहीं सकता अभी.
S2G, you need to get into those late games.
And for this team towards the bottom right now, Lace, I want you to get into your best coaching mentality. How are you going to hype up these teams like Esports and Hustler Crew?
I will personally head over to Hot Jukes. I will reach down and grab his left shoe. And probably not do much with it because, you know, I might get a complaint. But look, these teams... especially Ash, coming out of that, they had a great position on the high north side. They had about 5 vehicle cover, 7 eliminations, moving on into that zone. And what did they do? EA Arena, they knew that they were there. It's not like they was just kind of did a nice flank onto them, but they're struggling with these positions into late game. If they were to have just defended it would have been a different story for them. But the passiveness when it comes just specifically to late games from Team Esh is sad.
Yeah, it is sad for them. And for Hustler Crew, honestly, Kalaris, they might need a new pep talk, man.
Yeah, that's going to cost you the big bucks here for
दूसरी मैच
third
मैच चालू हो रही है
शायद, right? Has done all the talking. You've got 4 of the 5 at the very top that I think have been the big fish, the big kahunas. They've made some amazing plays happen each and every time. They've looked very flashy, but one that's been ultra consistent without looking too flashy, I think, has been Horror Esports.
Just swimming along in that pond. They're a big fish at the moment. It is Horror. They're doing fantastically well.
जल्दी से like subscribe कर दो.
15th and a 16th. 16th.
आज
Let's not
50
go
likes
well.
का
But we
aim है
caveat
और
with the fact
350
that
subscribers का
if
aim
they
है
don't
आज.
have a bad game like that, it's a top 5 at minimum. They've had multiple thirds, multiple seconds. They've had a strong win yesterday on Erangel. They're just a consistent team. But
जल्द से जल्द 50 likes complete कर दो भाई. Hello ओम सदीज यार.
Especially since someone like Sky, right,
500
is still
हाँ
currently in
ये
that
तो
running for
500
potential MVP
subscribers
spot
पे
of this group,
एक
I would
रॉयल
say
पास
in
गिव अवे
particular.
होगा.
एक में
Maybe you
5
can kind of carry that forward into like a final if it does occur.
500 सब्सक्राइबर्स पे 5 रॉयल पास गिव अवे.
Five as a whole. There's a little
ठीक
bit
है
of
500
separation already
सब्सक्राइबर्स पे
gathering
5
from the
रॉयल
double
पास
teams
गिव अवे.
just below them. So Horror currently is kind of that boundary. I think that they can stay.
लाइक ठुक दो गाइस, अभी मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है.
190 सब्सक्राइबर्स की जरूरत
थर्ड
है.
मैच.
And they do control space.
क्या लगता है टॉप 5 कर पाएगी क्या?
टॉप 5 गॉडलाइक टॉप 5 में ही रहेगी. नीचे आएगी ही नहीं. किसी की हिम्मत ही नहीं आएगी लेके आने की.
बहुत पंप है ब्रो. लव.
बट मैं ये देख के हैरान हूँ कि वाइटलिटी की पोजीशन अभी कोई ले ही नहीं पाएगा. मुझे नहीं लगता ले सकता है कोई.
ले सकता है अभी तो वाइटलिटी. बस 2 मिनट अब.
Now to send it over to some of the big boys once again on the caster desk. It's more games here at PMWC.
चालू हो गया मैच.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Black. Very exciting seeing everyone start to set things up with how it's going here, Dukes.
40, 40,
raging on. 2 of our battlegrounds played out, and another spectacular one just on the horizon, off the back of what was a monumental clutch.
Hey,
I'm hoping everyone tries to raise the bar of their own individual level to match that.
They're going to need to, that's for sure, right? I mean, IDA did exactly what needed to happen to put them in the running, right, for top 5. They're still not there yet. I mean, there's still more to do, but you know what? Hopefully, they can do it in style, and you guys can do it in style with that new Young Galacticos
गाइस एक पोल डाला है गाइस. पोल मैंने कर दो गाइस. पोल सब लोग क्लिक कर दो. जल्द से जल्द कर दो.
जल्द से जल्द कर दो.
Couple XL.
Oh yeah, man. If we can get 2 of those up here.
And I mean American couple XL, right? You know, because otherwise there's like 5 or 6, you know. I know.
Don't worry, we'll get you a tight one that fits nice. We'll get you looking fresh.
Fitted, baby. Straight fitted. And I'll tell you what, IDA are looking fitted to put themselves into that top 5. We'll see if that can happen. The rest of these teams in these lobbies need to go absolutely insane. There's only 4 matches left here.
Yeah, dude, it's gone by so quick today, especially.
Like dominating today, guys.
Through these games. Well, whizzed probably rather than rizzed. Some of the players have been risen.
Oh, yes, they have. Yes, they have. They're looking good, man. As here we go into
match started, guys.
The second Erangel match here for Group B. Let's see if the zone's going to be finally calm here in this game, right? I think we need at least one normal Erangel circle when it comes to...
Pompelonde!
Is that what you want?
पूरे
Alright, watch this.
JMD
Just wait. When you see the
सब JMD spam कर दो guys.
Calling it right now.
52 eliminations happen.
Instagram guys कर दो guys जाके like कर दो.
If this thing goes to Zarky, I'm going bananas.
Instagram पे post डाला है guys. 30k views होने वाले हैं उस पे 30k. कर दो guys like जाके फटाफट से.
Alright, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I know a lot of these teams are ready for it here.
Give these guys some Kotora to back from the IMF. For real, bro.
Points. That is a huge jump down to 7th place. What is that? 24 point difference. That is a chicken dinner minimum just to catch up, and that's if they do nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's looking mighty solidified here, but we've seen crazier things happen. That's for sure. As we're gonna see Vitality, yeah.
भाई fight हो सकती है Urra versus S Power आ गया top 3 में guys.
Classic setup from a fair few of our squads.
Pump है भाई.
At least has been favourable for them. What about that zone though?
Oh, zone देखो guys, zone देखो.
It could have been way worse. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But
Vitality के 3 player damage के में है.
Fight हो सकती है, fight हो सकती है Urra versus. A7 versus ये भी हो सकती है.
You have to make that bet, right? Like you go to the mainland, you go down to military base, you try to hold that bridge just in case the zone goes another direction. Vitality don't care. Like I said, they've done so much.
I hope Pakistan win this tournament. They need money to educate many illiterate trash viewers.
It's not
from India.
Because this is not one of those circles that's like, oh,
अरे अच्छी कूद गई बे इधर मर जाएगा बे.
Yeah. It's like we're just gonna try to make it.
भाई क्या सोच के इधर आया पर?
गाड़ी लेने आया था भाई भी.
Which one do we pick? We're just gonna get stuck on a bridge again.
Ugh. I wouldn't even know if I want a bridge fight. What do you do here? I'm really trying to crunch my brain and think. You know what? I think the best strategy here is to go in game and get the brand new Naruto skin. I think that is what you're gonna do first, right? Get that.
Sorry, my bad. Let's 2 minute camera off लेगा बस.
That way I'll look good, right? Once I'm going and get that skin, then really think, what do I do in this game? As we're gonna see Ida get that loot truck.
Highest power आ गया है बे.
Loot trucks really have changed the game here, the whole meta. They've really allowed a lot of these spots that used to be a little bit rougher when it came to loot now be absolutely stacked.
फूट गया, फूट दे भाई. फूट ही नहीं रहा भाई वो. फूट गया.
Teams, Jackie, you have to win the game. Yeah. If you want to make it to the finals, it's win the game. Otherwise, just good luck, right? So what do we do here in this scenario? What position, if you were a team, where would you put your squad in to try and get that 20-point game? You go in mainland, you go in military, you taking bridge? What are you thinking?
I think Gamble is probably a little bit safer right now. It's just
yes, guys.
So 6 में 12 point का difference है.
Good out of this. I'm sure
we'll catch
vision at some point.
किस पे आगे बे? ठीक है चलो.
You get some high tier loot straight away.
हाँ ठीक है पर point difference बहुत है 6 और 6 में.
बहुत है. आइडिया ने मस्त comeback दिया but.
I'm thinking it from the angle if they
मस्त खेले
carry on from where they left off.
S2G भाई S2G थी 6.
डोपनेस ऊपर आ गए 13 पे आ गए.
बोला तो ना टीएनबा जाएगी. टीएनबा गई वे. ETSH का भी अच्छा दिन है आज. ETSH भी जा सकती है ऊपर. 12-13 पॉइंट से ऊपर आई है वो भी.
You have to, and I think this is the game to risk it.
मस्त लूट करेंगे भाई लोग. क्वालिटी
for sure. As we get into the Miramar matches, then it's like, all right, maybe we got to play a little conservative just to make sure we don't fall in the bottom 3 if you're that low. But here's one of those games where you gotta shoot for the moon, right? Try to get that top 3 finish. I think if you're gonna go for down a spot, I think you go Fairy Pier. That
lovely gameplay by my bachas.
Behind the gas station. If you take that spot there, it gives you a lot of control of the zone. You can hopefully maybe even catch some third parties. And it looks like Ida, of all teams, is going to take that spot. So they are saying, you know what? We're one of the squads that definitely could make it in top 5. And I mean, by one, I mean the only one, right? They're the only one really in the run for top 5 here. Due to that last game, and they're going to control this hill, which I think is an excellent spot in the zone.
And it works out pretty cerebrally for them as well, right? Because obviously you come in, like you say, get that loot truck, arm yourself a bit earlier, that gets cut out some of the additional time they'd have to waste, sort of slowly slogging along, getting themselves better firepower and ammunition to work with. If they run into another squad, maybe they do just take that encounter head on. It's a good call. It was a great last game, and you could see they were all fired up in celebration as well. Big stage like this, Duke, sometimes the paranoia gets to you.
Yeah,
they certainly rise.
YG ने दे दिया.
They have rise to the occasion.
YG versus हो सकता है fight.
Just such insane fashion, a crazy.
YG versus S2G फिर से.
Get the chicken dinner, the dub, and put them
7th position के लिए दोनों की fight है अभी.
So insane. I mean, job's not done yet. I mean, Godlike have been playing
HC का इतना गेम खराब.
That's gonna be a hard one to catch.
HC मारेगी भी.
And we heard it there from the desk, right? Out of all the teams in the top 5, they were talking about Aura just being like, yeah, I mean, they are consistent, they're up there, but out of all the teams, I think they're the ones that's the most shaky right now, at least when it comes to trying to let Ida catch up to them. So I think if you are Aura, if you're any of the teams in top 5, you obviously want to shut that conversation down right here. But with a circle like this, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
Well, Alpha 7 ने ऐसे comeback दिया guys.
ये भाई.
A team that was towards the bottom side coming into the start of the day with 721 GS, but they've rose massively, fighting hearty into these games and still being able to squeeze out a decent number of elims to rise up the ranks.
Look, guys, like.
Fair few points between them and slipping back into the bottom. Obviously, the surprising factor there, Tianba. Didn't think that's where we'd be seeing them, Jukes.
Oh my gosh, I can't. That's like. For me, the most frustrating thing in this lobby is seeing Tianba in I mean, I don't even want to say it. I mean, they are in bottom 3 right now. I mean, I don't want to believe it, you know, and if this was any other year, I'd be like, I'm not worried, you know, like it's Yamba, they're for sure not going to be blah, 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 blah.
Guy rotation चालू है लौंडो की.
What has
Crowd
happened with
देखो.
Alpha 7, you know, is making me very scared, you know, because there wasn't a world, I would have put the whole house on saying that Alpha 7 were for sure making a final in 2 international events, and they haven't done that yet. So, yeah, Tianba, please get it together, please.
Yeah, we need to see some sort of change. Again, that'd be a prime example of a squad that probably could, if they lock in right here, right now, game like this, right, run the risk. It's not looking great as it is anyway. If you can completely flip that around with a big result, get some points in, bro. The other team's dropped down below you. We know they got firepower for it, Jigs. It's just gone quiet.
Vinny कूद के knock हो गया.
Silly quiet. I mean, for them to even be close
Finish
to
भी ले लिया उसका.
is insane.
HC Vinny.
Sitting there right now.
NS ने मारा.
I mean, they're not that deep down. I mean, it's only 2 points away from
HC क्यों ऐसा खेल रहे बे?
about 9 points away from 9th place. So it's not the scariest position to be in, but you know you don't like to see it regardless. Next
zone का आएगा guys बताओ जल्दी चलो zone का आएगा. मुझे लगा vitality थोड़ा रुकना चाहिए पता है क्या? अबे Tianma versus Godlike हो सकता है. Tianma versus Godlike. IDT center पे.
Opening game plan so far uncontested.
आइडिया बोल रही अभी बहुत हो गया हमारे ऊपर.
Spawn ने knock finish दे दिया. Crazy भाई. लूटेंगे भाई मस्त लूटो. इसको ऊपर मत लूट रहे. गाड़ी है उनकी.
तो मैंने एक फिनिश दिया है और अच्छा Tianba वाले को फिनिश दिया.
Tianba मुझे लग रहा है आज है नीचे.
Yeah. I mean, that's the teams you got to take out here, guys, right? I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I'm not going to say at a certain point. It's literally this point now. Like,
Vitality versus DNE हो रहा है.
Need to hunt down the top spots. Like, you need to
मस्त
have
पंप पे भाई लोंडे बहुत
should
पंप
be
पे.
talking to these mid-pack teams,
Let's go.
analyzing their drops.
फोर्थ
Not
पोजीशन पे आ भी
necessarily
गए इतने में.
drop, but have a good idea of where they move rotationally. Try to gatekeep them on a try to catch them out on a drive in somewhere. You got to do something to slow them down, because just hoping that they don't perform is just not good enough. You got to make your own luck. You got to find a way to make something happen. Unfortunately,
1 point का तो difference है हुर्रा versus 4th पे आ गई भाई अपन.
So they're going to be stuck with 3 here in order to get into that end game. And now QZZ gets knocked out by Ida. This is worst case scenario for Tianba. They're going to hold the warehouse here. Not the worst spot. It's one of those spots that
finish भी हो गया बे.
hard to commit to. Are they not going to get this res?
अबे finish भी हो गया.
Brutal. And that just shows the urgency from Ida, right? They're like, we need every single point we can get.
Yeah, that's absolutely hellish for them immediately as well, right? If we're saying these kind of games where, yeah, as much as it's not barren, bottom of the bottle, not feeling like you can completely get back into it, another game goes by, suddenly you're looking at 3 matches left. If they remain in this position with their squad already falling down to only 2, and especially if you're feeding those points to a rising squad like Ida, this can't be happening.
Dude, I'm getting flashbacks, guys, and I don't like it. I don't like remembering Alpha 7 being like, hey, all right, another bad game, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, boom, they are knocked out.
Admino ने एक और knock मारा.
Admino knock finish. ATSH. Wow, nice one.
Not looking too happy at all. Coaches from Young Galacticos are locked in right now.
Crazy भाई.
They are in 8th place, 47 points. And again, that is quite a few away from
Godlike second and third इलाज. Yes, done. Second and third से येणार है भाई. Second first तर नहीं हो शकणार. भाई YG versus Godlike हो सकता है. निकल रहे zone निकल रहे. Vitality का आज दिन नहीं है क्या? Vitality क्यों नहीं खेल रही आज? भाई rush करेंगे क्या बे?
And that's Dopeness losing one of their players here.
अबे खुद के नेट से मार रहा है क्या?
Dopeness trying to clash back. Eyes on the Wizard's tower. Razy goes up top to make sure they can hard flush onto Lufa. No recovery mission, but Nikita has other ideas in mind.
अबे बे ये क्या रश कर रहा है?
But Razak's quick with it.
अबे?
And the buckshots dispatch them. Head on a swivel as well. Finds Ken G one by one. Dopeness very quickly falling to
अबे
the
शी बे शी 1v4 क्या एस पावर नॉक दिया.
This is a bit surprising though. S2G hard commit onto the godlike crew.
Hello?
And they're gone.
Wow,
what a huge finish
Hello?
for the side of S2G. This is their chance now. S2G's got to go for the win. Godlike getting shut out earlier is perfect for them because they are right there. 4th place, 5th. Not a crazy point gap going up from them. So 75 points is where they're staying. That's the goal to catch up to. Big opportunity. You know, Ida saw that.
कैसे हो गया?
You know, Aura saw that.
यार बहुत पंप हो गए यार बंदे. थोड़ा अभी पैसिव खेल लो यार. अपने टॉप 5 पोजीशन होल्ड करना है. S2G को मारना ही पड़ेगा बे. हुर्रा को. हुर्रा अपने को थ्रेट नहीं है बे. S2G है. पूरा ऊपर चलेगा तो भी चलेगा भाई. IDA और S2G को मार दो बस हो गया. अबे यार.
Now, yeah, you're just going to see these rotations come out. I mean, S2G need to find themselves a good solidified position, and they do, right? They have a good spot in this next circle, especially if the zone goes up north. Yeah, I think now it's time to play things a little bit slower, slow things down. You got to get to end game if you're S2G. Fights right here are way too dangerous because if you take a fight, you're almost guaranteed. So slow it down a little bit and try to get this win because that's what you need. You need still a good amount of points here, and if you can get that win now, man, they'll be having a good solid chance in the last 3 matches.
Good to see everyone being a little bit more cutthroat with the application of how they're playing, right? It's kind of what we were saying. You got to try and run a few more risks, and taking down Godlike now presents that opportunity to rise. Let's see where the zone's going to go on it. Who will get a bit of a gift?
Dead center.
पूरा पे जोन है बे.
S2G are still in play here.
IDA पे भी जोन है अभी तक पता है. और लाइक 2 पॉइंट निकल के गई है. और नहीं
everybody instantly moving on. S2G
सिली मिस्टेक्स हो गई लिए खाना रहा.
They want dead central and they are
हुर्रा क्या हो गया? हुर्रा कैसे जा रही है? S2G नो. S2G को मार दो बे. S2G हुर्रा को मार दे बे. खत्म भाई क्या मारा.
And there's some desperation points on the side of TT Project. They need every single one of them.
Sitting inside the vehicles for Vitality is the only play they
gira.
quickly heal themselves up and re-peek back through. Razak, star player for this squad that's been popping off in this very battleground. They're going to go for the quick pick-up play, it seems. Federales.
I knocked दिया उसमें गाड़ी. Hey, मस्त kill रही Vitality.
As he gets crushed, and Razy finishes it off there. They can block some of this space as well. Hard commit to that recovery.
बहुत ज़्यादा ये फंस गए बे.
How are these guys alive?
I don't know.
जिंदा हुए थे भाई अभी तक ये लोग.
This is the worst case scenario for TT.
लाइक कर दो गाइस सब लोग.
Just Team Vitality said, all right, you know what? Yeah, you guys thought that we were just big chilling. No. If you're gonna take us out, you gotta do it quick. Now we're going to see Young Galacticos here just on the move little by little. Ida holding this compound, a strong position in this zone is exactly what they need to be doing. They got a couple eliminations early. You know, get yourselves a nice secure spot. Ensure that you get to that end game.
There's so many top
S2G would have 6 eliminations, which is a great start for them. They did lose 1 player, so they got to start playing very conservative here. They full committed to this position, dead center. They're like, you know what? We're gonna hold the dead center, wide out in the open.
उनको जोन तो मिला है भाई. अगर पुश आ गया तो फिर उनको पुश भी नहीं आएगा वैसे तो.
So they really need to hope the zone just keeps centering on up to their position.
That's the crew.
हुर्रा के भी 2 बंदे गए भाई. S2G के 6 किल हो गए बे.
You can see it's not looking too great health-wise for Nonshin Red Force. Chip damage onto one of them. 2 of the players knocked for now. That's a bit of a spread.
यार दो टीम जो अपने से नाइस ना होता है
This is the fight that's currently going
ना
down.
आया फूट गया
Nade inside from Slarnik. As Wolves
वुल्फ
get
का
that
क्या है
one on
भाई क्या
target.
महत्व क्या हो रहा है वुल्फ का 30 पॉइंट वो गुन मिल
Wolves,
गया
man. Wolves need to do
एनएस भी गई बे
something here to keep the
एनएस का एक ही बंदा दो ही बंदे बाकी
hopes alive. Wolves having one of the best substitute players on the planet in Juancho. Fortunately, we haven't seen him in the game, but he is here in the arena watching over his squad. And hopefully looking to extend their stay here just a little bit longer. 30 points, not nearly out of the danger zone yet. They need a good game to at least solidify them to that survival stage. But man, that survival stage is going to be jam-packed here. Tianba looking like they are going to be, might be going to it. Alpha 7 looking head in that direction as well.
पावर है
So
भाई
the top players, of course, we see a whole bunch of team
अल्फा
vitality.
7 अभी तक जिंदा है अल्फा 7 का ये चिकन है भाई
It really does. Zone crunching in once again though. Centering up. STG, Hora. And of course the remaining members of Tianba within the
Raj.
area for now.
ऐसा इस राज
Surprised
भाऊ
leader from distance as well when we saw that fight with Wolves and Nonshin.
Let's do
But
the
they were able
Mario,
to steal
let's
away
do the
one
Mario
more
there.
point just off the back of the encounter. This is Yangon pushing up onto TT Project. Oh, they're trying to get away in the vehicle, but they're running into another team on the
kill ले लिया
hillside.
अरे
It goes both ways though. Damage done. Federales from distance helping Vitality put pressure onto these squads.
ये नीचे वाली टीम चमक नहीं मांगती पता है क्या अभी
You can see Young Galacticos, there's Say Cloud, all right.
A7 versus EA.
There on the side of Vitality.
Nice
I'm
one.
surprised he even shot that, considering that he's so far out of position in this circle. But now I was wondering, where is Alpha 7? When are they going to make some moves? There's Obscure getting a nice shot there onto E-Arena. That's huge for this lobby. E-Arena going out here. Shuts down one of those top players.
दे दो उसको
And Turney K, though, last player up. Oh,
अबे नहीं
devastating A7 here.
गया
Good for them, though. 7-2-1.
वुल्फ
Gets
है
that
उधर अभी तक
elimination. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief on the side of A7.
It's Wolves as well, making it so uncomfortable for Alpha 7 there. They thought they could take a fair fight, be able to just play it head-to-head.
गई भाई जी को मार रहा है नाइस वन
Wolves keep the pressure on
नाइस वन
721 GS as well. Still stealing points here and there in these
ये भी
games.
मार रही है भाई
Darkin takes the shots up onto Fajita. You got the spam.
यार हुर्रा के बंदे जो करते हैं ना भाई सर्वाइवल जो खेलते हैं ना
Vitality have finally finished what remained of TT
आदित्य
Project. And the solo from Alpha 7.
माइक ऑफ है
मेरा माइक म्यूट है तब से अरे यार
क्या बोल
मैं कह रहा हूँ कोई तो टीम चमकनी चाहिए वुल्स वगैरह ऐसी
हाँ ना
चालू हो जाए
अल्फा 7 ने क्या कैसे ये चोक क्यों कर रही है
Obscure just going to be eating
क्या
a whole
बता
lot of blue damage. And this is stage 5. This one hurts. Alpha 7 just can't seem to
बे एसटूजी को तो मार
के आईडीए को खत्म करो यार
आईडीए को नहीं
एसटूजी एक बार भी ठीक है नहीं है एसटूजी फिर भी ठीक है आईडीए को
अल्फा 7 के बाहर
अल्फा 7 का ही
So that's A7. If they want to make it into the top 3, they need to win almost every
वुल्स
single
नाइस
game.
वन well played
Impressed how good
First
they
class
play
group उनको
as well with the really awkward fights they've had here.
मुझे नहीं लगता आईडीए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा औरत भाई लो
Could be a detriment to the remainder of the Wolves roster. Yangon.
वाइटलिटी नो किल पे वाइटलिटी नो किल पे
वाइटलिटी डोमिनेशन चालू कर दी
Now we're going to see Ida.
एनएस का एक बंदा बाकी है
एक ही बात है वो भी शैक पे वो जोन के बाहर है ना शैक या जोन के अंदर है
नहीं जोन के अंदर है बट जोन जाने वाला होगा
Right, Nongshan Red Force are hurt.
अगर तो जोन गया ना उसको कितना एडवांटेज है बे सर्वाइवल का
नहीं है ठीक है फिर भी क्लोज है उसके जोन बट पूरा ओपन है उसका
अभी इनका अभी तक ये गाड़ी है फोड़ रहे हैं
कैसे अभी तक तो फूट जाती है
5 किल मार दिए थे
वाइटलिटी मार दो भाई सबको मार दो तुम लोग 150 पॉइंट पे चले जाओ चलेगा हमको
वाईजी कर सकते कुछ तो कर सकते वाईजी कम ऑन
Nade from Smile being cooked. A few shots over from Tiamba as
I
well, it
support
seems.
idea now bro for this game.
बाबा पागल है क्या? आईडी ऊपर चली जाएंगी अपने से।
मैं कर रहा हूँ।
अभी तक 10 पॉइंट चाहिए देखो। थोड़ा।
Not enough to connect onto Federales. Information going both ways as well. Hovercraft coming in from Romeo to close the gap. He dives out. Quick reposition for Federales.
वाइटलिटी वो उधर अलग टियानबा को मार रही है एक टीम। एक बंदा सॉरी
खत्म कर दिया, खत्म ही कर दिया। वो डुओ वर्सेस क्या फेडरलेस
भाई ये बंदा अलग ही खेल रहा है आज।
कुछ तो उसको हो गया, कुछ तो खा लिया उसको।
कल भी कुत्ते जैसा मार रहा था।
But whilst Federales is celebrating, Ida's eyes light up once again. They know their job is
काउंटर अटैक रेडी है रे उनके पास।
and puts pressure on them. Razy incredibly low in the distance. They got to go for the pickup play on Rita. They have to tuck in now.
एक बंदा इधर पूरे दो टीम को संभाल रहा है, उधर एक बंदा एक टीम को संभाल रहा है। अबे ये गेम खराब करेगा, गेम खराब करेगा ये। अबे नहीं भाई 7-2 तुझे भाई तुझे ये भरोसा है 7-2
अरे 2 man standing है फाइटलिटी।
3 man है।
And with S2G getting 8, this is a good opportunity, right, for them to
13 finishes ले वाइटलिटी खत्म। नेक्स्ट लेवल खेल रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट लेवल।
Yeah, feels like it's been a bit of a sleeper journey for them today.
चले गिराएगा अभी वाइटलिटी का बंदा।
Still looking like they've got a lot more to give as well.
अबे एक दो नेड कर दो बे।
Go down. That's going to be them next in line to really try and take benefit from the games they're having here.
अबे ले भाई स्पॉटिंग देख इसकी भाई। खत्म कर दे, खत्म कर दे।
They have the craziest day ever yesterday.
काउंटर नॉक दे दिया रीटा ने।
Desperately make it to the top 5. Rita, it's up to him to make the play on Federales. Who saw a little pixel, takes a little pop shot at it.
अरे
कहाँ से पड़ी इसको?
Does get knocked by 721 GS. Just leaves, I believe.
हुर्रा ने उसको मारा।
हुर्रा
चलेगा चलेगा, हुर्रा भी मार रही है ना तो भी चलेगा। आईडियो को मारो, बेड़ा है।
अरे नाइस।
अच्छा बच्चा वुल्फ गई। मुझे ये इधर भी अलग अलग मार रहे भाई। 7-2 मार रही है बे। आईडियो को मारना फिर मार रही है तो यार क्यों इधर आ रही है? एक सपोर्टर से कर रहा है।
ये ओम को चला
रहा है भाई कोई तो।
Team Vitality is stealing all of them from you. You need all that you can get.
S2G वाला चला रहा है हम सिंह उसका ये देखना।
They're getting some points on the board as well.
क्या नाम है उसका भाई?
So if you're S2G, now's your time.
वाइटलिटी का रीजन हो गया, वाइटलिटी का ही।
Because Ida is still soaking up points here.
13 पॉइंट्स लेके चली गई। नहीं एक जिन नहीं गए।
Vitality finally full.
भाई ये दो टीम जो अपने को थ्रेट है वही जिंदा है बे।
दोनों ही 4 और 3 मैन है।
चल S2G का भी इतना कुछ नहीं बे। ये ले फुटा कहाँ से मारा आईडिया ने। हुर्रा हुर्रा पीछे से लेगी देख, एडवांटेज लेगी हुर्रा।
उनको बस आईडिया को खत्म करना होगा। आईडिया क्योंकि इनफैक्ट हुर्रा को भी थ्रेट है थोड़ा। वाओ
Solke able to make it behind that hail veil and
क्या मारा बे।
And again, that's another point stolen.
7-1 GS.
The shot we saw coming over from Darkin.
भाई मत
One of those knocks goes his way, converted into a point.
आईडिया को मार दो भाई, आईडिया को मारना पड़ेगा। इनका पूरा नाम क्या आईडिया करे?
As we remain with our final 3 squads, Hora down to the 2 players.
अबे 1 HP हो रहा
था। अरे नहीं रे।
Instant connection from Emre on the peak up. They're not slowing down, Dukes. They're just getting started.
Yeah,
nice try, नो फियर नाइस
आईडी का चिकन है
नहीं डोंट से लाइक दैट
ओम चला रहा है भाई ये सैमसंग
क्या
वे नहीं कैसे
कुछ भी
Short back and sides for Rita. Ridiculous that one didn't connect.
जो दो टीम अपने लिए थ्रेट थे दोनों जिंदा है.
The scope attached for max precision. Looking to punch a hole straight through them.
मारना तो पड़ेगा भाई.
As it comes
राइट
down
वाले
to
को तो
two
मारना
teams
पड़ेगा
that
जोन
neck
जाना
and neck towards each other. The rise we've seen from S2G. And an Ida that took that chicken dinner previously and have not slowed down. A slight advantage in terms of the battle of attrition, Jukes. It's a 4 versus 3 on the manpower.
Oh, I know we joked
अच्छा
about that
डार्किन को भी निकलना पड़ेगा.
actually a really brutal miss, considering that if he would have hit that,
अभी सेफ है, अभी थोड़ा
gone,
आगे
and
जाके.
there's no way he's getting res. It would have been a 3v2 situation. So, barely missing. That would actually have been a 3v3. Would have evened things up here. So unfortunate for that. Let's see what kind of plays you're going to make. Now you can see Ida just slowly creeping up, pushing back against the blue zone. And now with that snake play coming into here, one good nade could shut them down. Come on, bust out that AWM again. You got to do it. You got to hit that shot for your team and clutch things up. This is where that kind of play could really come in and make something.
दिखा
Kamikaze.
My
Look at the reaction time, Jukes. He steps up, absolutely lays down the law. Spitting bullets. One by one, they're being removed. Unless he can save it with a snipe, it's all over. They're going to run him down.
Didn't really do much except for team vitality, right? I mean, it was a non-game.
अबे गई है अपने से ऊपर गई आईडी.
अपन से ने होरा से भी ऊपर गई वो.
आईडी का चिकन 100% भाई वही चिकन निकल गया. बैक टू बैक निकाला ना रे.
हाँ बैक टू बैक निकाला. लास्ट में 1v3 इसमें 4 मैन ने ठोक दिया भाई. क्या कर रही है टीम?
Points off other teams amidst all that commotion in those fights, right? Anytime there's a third party angle from distance, we're talking meters. They're hitting shots.
Yeah, I mean these guys. This is what I was talking about in that last game, right? When you have such an insane clutch play.
तीनों बार अपनी फाइट S2G से हुई है.
अभी लास्ट एंगल बचा ना सर.
लास्ट एंगल फिर दो मेरा मार.
For us to make it, and we saw that circle early on. I was like, hey, that's probably the best spot in the zone. They immediately
नहीं थर्ड एंगल था ये.
Since they looted at Pachinki,
3 मैच हो गए 3 बाकी. थर्ड एंगल है ये. फोर्थ मैच.
अरे आज लेट चालू है ना सर.
Locked it down.
आज बहुत लेट चालू है.
Happy with themselves. And a pathway now. Went from being possibly impossible to now literally a reality, Dukes. They're right there.
Yeah. I mean, but this is what it took. This is what it took, right? This is why we were really casting so much doubt, right? Because it took like 2 back-to-back wins
#2
to
IDA.
make it a chance. They just did it, and good for them that they did it in the first half of the day, right? I mean, there's still 3 more matches left to go. That's plenty of time to really lock things down, but it's going to be interesting to see, right, which team got knocked out of the top 5, right? That is going to be really wild to see, and unfortunately, on the other side of things, right, we didn't see Tianba really able to make it.
Yeah, Tianba. So many different narratives that we're looking at here, and so much more to discuss.
Tianba 12 से गई है नीचे.
Back into it.
हेलो.
हाँ बोल ना.
रुचित घरा. हेलो ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. रुचित भाई. रुचिता.
रुचिता घरा शायद ये नाम है. रुचित फिर एक क्यों है? रुचित आगरा।
वेलकम ब्रो।
जो भी हो वेलकम भाई।
दोनों से कोई भी। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। लाइक कर दो गाइस जो न्यू है।
Team Vitality is one of the best teams in club championship this year, but I don't feel any responsibility. I think we're happy that outside our game we also can contribute to
Like took the guys.
team's Vitality point on the club championship. Winning the championship would mean a lot to me because we can give 1000 points to Team Vitality.
AGL 的俱乐部的排名在不断上升，然后我们也是会有一点压力的，然后我们也是随着压力的变化，我们改变了我们自己的打法。如果 EWC 我们 AGL 拿下总冠军的话，我是非常开心的，因为我们所有的项目在多项开花嘛，大家都是在拿冠军为
Chinese team 嘅 AGL
然
哈。
后我们也是非常开心嘛。
자, хэрвээ одоо Aurora Gaming
Ай, Aurora.
барьж ч юм уу төрүүлэх юм бол одоо мэдээж манай багийн тодорхой хэмжээнд төв нэмэр
Yeah.
бахархалтай байна гэж бодож байна.
ये ट्रॉफी चाहिए भी इंडिया को।
As if there was any question if Ida was gonna show up, Max. They get that back-to-back chicken dinner. If I'm not mistaken, if the math is right, they jumped up to 5th place.
It's not chicken dinner anymore, it's a chicken buffet right now for Ida, having a great time. But especially for a team that was middle of the pack, back-to-back wins, right, was great because we saw at the start of day 7, the point gap between the teams in the top 5 was quite significant, like 20 plus points. These wins, and especially that now going towards Vitality and such, is great because it just enables a possibility for these teams to initiate a comeback.
IDA उनको आप देखिए
गॉडलाइक सिक्स पे चली गई बे।
शुरुआत करी थी 2 चिकन डिनर निकालने के बाद 82 के साथ वो टीम दूसरे पायदान पर पहुंच गई और अभी भी S2G ज्यादा दूर नहीं है। Mazy is flabbergasted for a reason. I am as well.
और कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप अंग्रेजी में?
Supercali explodocious fragilistic जो क्या होता है वो वर्ड?
मेरे को भी नहीं पता, आप ही ये सब चीजें करते हैं। बट चलिए हम ओवरऑल रैंकिंग की और थोड़ी बात करते हैं। S2G की जैसे बात कर रहे थे, क्लोजिंग उन्होंने भी किया बट 9 पॉइंट्स पीछे अभी गॉडलाइक्स और गॉडलाइक आई थिंक ये जो 7 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है, याद रखेंगे हम ये 7 पॉइंट, ठीक है?
यहाँ भी क्रेडिट कहीं और चला गया।
बट यू नो तियानबा के लिए भी एक चीज दिक्कत हो सकती है। अभी हमने पिछले उसके अंदर थंडर टॉक को देखा था बाहर होते हुए। तियानबा के प्लेयर्स के लिए भी यहाँ पर दिक्कत बन सकती है। इनको तो आगे जाना है क्योंकि इनके जो पूरा रीजन है एक टाइम पर उसके डोमिनेशन की भी बात करी जाती थी। ऐसा लगता है कि वो डोमिनेशन भी हट रही है, लेकिन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हम इनका उतना सरदर्द अपने ऊपर नहीं लेंगे जितना एक्चुअली गॉडलाइक का लेने वाले हैं। तो कॉन्वर्सेशन जब ये आती है एक इरैंगल सी मिरामार मान्या जो रोटेशंस करवाएंगे ठीक है, बट इस इरैंगल में मोमेंटम बेस्ड टीम की हमने बात करी है, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो कि अब सिर्फ मोमेंटम पे काम बनेगा। अगर मोमेंटम बेस्ड टीम होती तो गेम 1 के चिकन के बाद आगे और भी गेम्स के अंदर वैसी फाइट्स और देखने को मिलती, टॉप 3 इस गेम तक भी देखने को मिलता। सो आई डोंट थिंक सो इट्स अबाउट मोमेंटम। अब माइंडसेट की बारी आती है।
मोमेंटम थोड़ा रखना पड़ेगा।
शोकेस अस। आई थिंक जैसे आप माइंडसेट की बात करें, इट हैज बीन अबाउट माइंडसेट बिकॉज़ आई थिंक ये बात कल से प्रूव होती हुई आई है। ई अरीना को देख लीजिए, पहला बड़ा विन, उसके बाद मोमेंटम गायब ही हो गया। माइंडसेट वाइटैलिटी हो रहा है, स्पोर्ट्स का ज्यादा अच्छा था, नॉन्गजिम रेड फोर्स का अच्छा था, जिनके तो शुरुआती 2 मैचेस खराब गए थे और वही टीम्स खुद को टॉप पे रखने के में कामयाब रही। और आज के दिन की भी कहानी सेम। गॉडलाइक शुरुआत अच्छे नोट पे करी थी उन्होंने आज के मैच की, लेकिन फिर भी ईडा और S2G बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से मैं बोलूंगा प्रेजेस वेयर इट्स डिजर्व्ड, दे हैव बीन कैचिंग अप रियली रियली वेल।
जी हां बिल्कुल, पर अगर आप होरा को देखें तो वो बहुत सेफ खेल रहे हैं। उनको भी पता है कि ज्यादा रिस्क लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। उन्होंने सर्वाइवल गेम ज्यादा खेला है और जो भी
बहुत सर्वाइवल गेम खेला आज होरा ने।
पर्याप्त था और ऐसा लगता है कि होरा
3 मैच थे ना रे वो,
हर बार करने वाली है।
3 मैच थे ना रे आदित्य वो लोग,
वहां पर भी 3
जैसा सिंगल प्लेयर सर्वाइव।
हाँ होरा तीनों मैच
जो 2 शायद फिनिश उनको मिले वो मिले और अभी भी वो टॉप 5 के अंदर बैठे हुए हैं। और अब बचे हुए 3 मुकाबले उसमें भी ऐसा लगता तो है कि सेफ खेलने की पूरी कोशिश रहेगी। अब देखना ये कि गॉडलाइक वो क्या रणनीति अपनाते हैं।
देखिए, जो आप सेफ खेलने की बात करेंगे, सेम चीज गॉडलाइक के लिए भी टीटीआर ने बोली थी कि दे शुड हैव प्लेड सेफ, जस्ट प्रोटेक्ट देयर लीड। वैसा नहीं हो पाया, बट मैचेस अभी भी बाकी। बट फिलहाल आगे बढ़ते हैं और नजर डालते हैं अभी जो गेम खत्म हुआ उसके हाइलाइट्स।
3 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट हो रही है।
और जल्दी जल्दी मैच स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं
क्योंकि चालू भी लेट किया ना।
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
एक के बाद एक नॉकआउट्स निकालते चले गए और डोपनेस ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखरते चले गए और उसी के साथ
जल्दी वाइप आउट हो गए बे गॉडलाइक।
वो बाकी मैचेस में ना हो।
चलो कोई ना एक ही मैच खराब है, एक ही मैच खराब है।
ठीक है, 5 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है, वो शायद पार कर सकते हैं।
वही जगह पे वाइटलिटी ने कमबैक करके दिखाया है। जब देखने के लिए मिला कि यंग और गैलेक्टिकोस इतने क्लोज पहुंच चुके हैं, बट इस जगह पे क्या
और S2G में ऑलमोस्ट 10 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है।
क्लोजिंग किए जरूर, शैक के अंदर जाके उन्होंने होल्ड किया, बट पर से फेडरस बहुत शानदार। इनके हाथ में अगर S12 के रहा, मुझे लगता है इनसे दूर चले जाना वो ही ज्यादा बेटर होता है। पहला नॉकआउट आता हुआ, बैक टू बैक नॉकआउट्स के बाद नॉकआउट्स, आखिरी खिलाड़ी इधर बचे हुए रहेंगे। ईडा अपने दूसरे चिकन डिनर के पास पहुंच चुके हैं एंड फाइनली जी हां, ईडा बैक टू बैक 2 चिकन
नहीं कर रहे भाई कल से।
ह्यूज जंप लेके जाएंगे।
देखिए आईडी जितना बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, हम उनको भी यहाँ पे सेलिब्रेट करना चाहेंगे। दे हैव बीन डूइंग रियली वेल पिछले 2 गेम्स, बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स। इंप्रेस्ड हैं आप अभी इनसे?
फ्लेवर का शेड अमेज्ड।
अरे आगे बढ़ो, उससे थोड़ा रिपीट क्यों करें?
तो ही सीख गया।
नहीं वो बहुत तेज
खत्म हो गया तो अमेज्ड।
अच्छा ठीक है, इनका कोऑर्डिनेशन तो अच्छा नहीं है, बट आईडीए के प्लेयर्स की बात करें, उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन हैज बीन इम्पेकेबल लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। तो अभी हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे और नजर डालेंगे कि ये प्लेयर्स एक्चुअली एक दूसरे से गेम के दौरान बात कैसे करते हैं, और इसके लिए विल हैव अ लुक एट द कॉम्स ऑफ मैच नंबर 2।
나무 중간 나무 나무라스 해당대 나이스
Ben yine tepeye çıkabilirim muhtemelen. Oğlum sen Rita gelen olmayacak dedin.
वही कॉम्स है गाइस यार, इंडिया के कॉम्स नहीं सुन रहे हैं।
Gelmez oğlum, iyi ne işi var? Samat ne olacak onlar?
Ya beni almanız lazım ha yalnız. Belki sen alırsın beni, tamam mı?
Alırım da. Şundan enforce'unu çekiyorum. Yok kaçmışlar bunlar ya direkt.
Beni falan yok mu ya? 6x. Nice. Itu bisa dapat 60 gua. Enggak ada 60. Enggak usah. Di berapa ya? NS ya? Guys. Berapa? 15 NS. Berapa? Mati 2. Orang mati berapa ya orang? Tadi gua mati 1. Mati 2. Oke. Di jamur ada yang
शायद से फ्लावर पिछले टाइम इसमें था ना रे, ये में था आई गेस, ये में था
इसमें
ये अरीना।
अच्छा ये, अरे यार ये बोला तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आर्ट्स दिमाग में था, सॉरी मैं,
मुझे लगा था
मुझे आइडिया नहीं यार।
ये में था उसने तो निकाले थे 11 किल राउंडों में।
हमने देखे, हम लोगों से तो
ऊपर चढ़ जाता भाई डूंगर पे,
मतलब जब
तेज से मार रहा था भाई।
खेलते हैं तो यही बेसिक होता है, मार सामने बंदा मार, और क्या बढ़िया कॉम्स होते हैं हमारे। लेकिन ऑब्वियसली एक रीजन है कि वो लोग वहां बैठे हैं और हम लोग यहां बैठे हैं।
कॉम्स
में क्लियर कम्युनिकेशन इन द हीट ऑफ बैटल बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी हो जाता है, ताकि रेलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन जो है डिसीजन मेकिंग के लिए वो
करण लोकवानी भाई
एफिशिएंटली दे सके। ज्यादा टाइम नहीं होता, जितना टाइम आप पूरा बिल्डिंग डिस्क्राइब करने में लगाएंगे उतनी देर में कोई आपकी पूरी टीम लेकिन हमारी टीम में अभी 3 प्लेयर,
मैं एनीमे नहीं देखता।
हमारे जो फोर्थ हैं, कहाँ पे हमारे फोर्थ, गेस करो।
कहीं होंगे खाने पीने के स्टॉल्स पे, कहीं कुछ कर रहे होंगे, उनका वही काम है। क्योंकि
मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है
You
गाइस.
know what? I don't think I believe him
Chalo,
either. I
chalo.
don't think that's quite what he said, but my French is not quite
Godlike.
good enough. We'll have to tune in with Max to see if that was real. We will have to tune in with Max. Unfortunately, he's laid dead out on a table at the moment, completely slammed out by a chicken leg from Evil 7, apparently. But we are getting
लिख रहे हो
into
ना ये?
our
ये जो
fourth
लिख
game
रहे हो?
of the day so far. Ida on a back-to-back, which was kind of amazing to watch and is making it quite difficult for some of the teams at the top. We thought it was kind of a secured top 5. Ida, however, battling their way in with
भाई
fair
अगर
ease
Godlike
on
में
day 2.
Jonathan रहता.
It seems like they found something, figured something out from that first day of games, moving into today. So they set it back over on the desk before they were knocked unconscious. They are now in second place, which is a huge jump up coming through from Ida.
Start guys.
Turkish team
Match start हो
potentially
चुका
going
है.
to represent in a direct qualification spot in towards those finals.
Let's go गणपति अप्पा.
Now we have our
Moria.
Erangel
हो जाएगा
of the
भाई,
group
हो जाएगा.
stages. For Group B, this is their
करो.
last chance to take a turn around the grassy pastures. Some nice even points available here on Erangel as well. Teams
Alpha 7 ने comeback देने चाहिए.
pretty rough in
ऐसे आपके
terms
जो
of play
ऊपर की जो
map. A lot of ones down
competition
towards the south side of the map, making it a little bit more comfortable. We are
वाइटलिटी मारो यार, आज मारो ना यार, 20-30 किल मारो भाई.
towards the northwest side of Millibase.
बस हमें मत
which is,
मारो,
again,
हमें
I
kill
would
दे
say it's
दो.
a pretty awkward playing path. It is playable over towards the eastern side, places like Yasnaya, Lipovka, Milta, Mini Milta, head down towards Milta itself. There's some splits available over towards that western edge. But yeah, good luck getting over towards the likes of North George Southern. It would be quite a long journey. Maybe grab some vehicles, swing out, but you're contesting the teams in Yaz for those vehicle drops and things like that, so it can get very, very dicey.
ये के अपने
Stout
अपनी
by
शायद
Kameshki, maybe a little
third
bit
अपन
more
third
accessible.
position.
Okay, we'll take a look at who's going to drop out. Actually, kind of
गया, वापस आ गए
heading
तीनों.
up towards that north side, so potential for them to get to somewhere like Severny quite quickly on this plane path, but it's the teams that are still in the plane after it starts to cross the channel between these two, the mainland and that military island, that are going to be in with a bit of a dicey scenario, I think, Blank. Yeah, Aura's out early though, towards that northern edge. Godlike currently dropped out from that top 5 as well, so they're looking to claw that in now. They've had troubles on this type of drop spot before, but they said they fixed it, and I would say they absolutely have today. I think they're dropping a lot more cohesively going forward, which is making things much, much easier for them. They're not losing players on the outside, and obviously that's paid dividends over towards the first map of the day where they looked really, really good over in Rondo.
अबे ले zone कोई भी zone में नहीं. ये zone बना रहे ना यार.
Towards North George. Hey, you know what? That North George circle does allow teams to invest more time in
खाना
getting
खा रहा
out
हूँ
to the
guys.
drop
खाना
spots in
खाने
the
की कमी नहीं होनी
location,
चाहिए
right?
भाई.
So it's maybe, I don't, blessing in disguise is quite a strong way of putting it, but I feel like it's definitely going to give a lot of teams an opportunity to go out to those locations, whereas circles anywhere else would have meant that you're still going to stay cramped on in. So we could see a little bit more of a disparate situation set up coming on through. Over in Rozhok, you've got 721 GS with Hustler Crew down underneath them on the south side, and Ida from Pachinki on the north edge looking to extend their influence towards Ruins. It is interesting, you know, 2 minutes in the game, we are already getting long drops coming through.
Oh,
pretty wild.
दोनों गए थे रे.
Find themselves to finish on that one, but still, 2 players going down isn't ideal. Went for the old graveyard walk on that one. Pop the players in the vehicle, get a move on. I suppose they're worried about retribution for that one coming through, so instead of committing the time to res inside the garage, you want to get onto a higher ground position and get away. TT Project will just lose one cleanly. Fantastic stuff. If you guys want to be looking clean as well, there's one very, very good way to do that. That is with now the Naruto skins that have been added to the game. Make sure that you're logging in, grabbing those skins, getting those unlocked, because the Nangtel's Fury AUG looks mighty fine. I don't think there's one in the back of that van though, Ida. Unfortunately, you're going to have to
जल्दी put it.
Sonic takes a tumble. Sadly, this is over towards the western side of the map. I imagine he's probably hit over towards the top of a building and then fallen down, but Wolves were able to get over towards this position fairly quickly. If you cast your minds way back to yesterday, Wolves actually sent Necessary very quickly over towards the Finn, over towards the northwest side here of Georgia Pole, the game that Aura ended up winning.
136 points, bro.
This is
IDS second position पे आ गई.
Rotation for them, except this time the whole team's here. It's a big benefit.
S2G क्या लिए?
Team alive. Generally,
दो substitute
one of the
आए.
better strategies in PUBG Mobile
have 4 players when the other team does not. Works out quite well. Irina looks like they did manage to get their reses coming on through, but instead of taking too much time to grab that healing, they have opted to move northward towards South George, the compounds to the west of Everest, to hospital as well.
विनी कब से कितने मैचेस से पहले ही मर रहा है.
Up for the Wolves and taking a player down from Hustler Crew, playing on as 3 in that South George crates area. The Wolves have a little bit more latitude now, and they didn't even lose a player fully. They're knocked does get repaired. Yeah, they're for Wolves, it is a really, really difficult approach.
Wow.
The next few days, over the next day.
अरे क्या भाई इतना मजाक करे.
36 points total. Likely they'll stay in this middle pack here, get themselves through towards the next stage of the tournament, but getting towards top 5 very, very difficult. 3 more maps to do it in. You're looking at 80 points. It would have to be the most unreal next 3 games. We start to count teams out right now. For 721 GS, I don't think I've seen enough out of this team. I genuinely think we are locking this down between S2G and Godlike, making it in. That feels more reasonable to me. I'd quite like to see Godlike retain that top side, but yeah, I would say those top 7 right now, I wouldn't mind any of those teams going through into the top 5. I think everyone's very interchangeable there. Maybe not Vitality, but everyone else, absolutely.
I feel like if
I was going to take one team out of this top 5, and this is gonna ruffle some feathers, I imagine, but I think it would be E-Arena. This is the team that did so well in that first match. They broke records, they smashed ceilings. But since then, it's just been lackluster. I mean, they only just surpassed doubling their scoreline from that one single match in their overall gameplay. I think it was a match or 2 ago that they were able to pass that. So I feel like if you're going to take a team out, it kind of has to be E-Arena, and I probably would replace them with Godlike in this scenario. I feel like S2G today has been a better team, but I think Godlike has had consistency across the 2 days in a way that has impressed me. Well, Godlike's just been more consistent overall, right, in terms of the adaptations that have come through. I think that they are improving steadily, and surely I would agree with you that for E-Arena, that first map was amazing. It will go down in history books as one of the coolest rondos of all time. Unfortunately, haven't been able to live up to the hype other than that. And it is sad to see because they were on fire that game in Stadium. But yeah, I do think Godlike probably deserves the spot a little bit more at this point, unless E-Arena is able to pull some stuff out in the near future. They do have a very central position on this next circle though, so potentially this is the map to do it. The difficulty though at the moment is that E-Arena, as we saw earlier, did not get a lot of loot on board early. They moved in towards South George at sort of quite raggedy loot. Hopefully they've been able to pick through some of these buildings, but they would have been under duress from the teams around them. We saw Wolves in there fairly early on. We saw Hustler Crew in there fairly early on. So in South George, I feel like they've had enough time now probably to be able to pick through those buildings and grab enough loot on board, add it to the coffers. But there is always going to be that question, are they going to be under-looted for this scenario? Still, there's plenty of loot around that area to grab though, right? They're down towards apartments, there's fair few buildings to pilfer there. I think a lot of teams realize that they're already ahead. I was surprised that Wolves didn't make a run further in, but maybe they also expected E-Arena to get here quicker than they did originally. So for the Wolves, they opted to sit out a little bit sooner down towards Hospital. Hustler Crew moved up and were quickly rebuffed as Godlike managed to make this long rotate underneath Yasnaya over towards North George. I think it's a good spot. This could equally head over towards the north side of the map very easily off the back of this one. Alpha 7 back to their stomping grounds. Yesterday looked fairly good. I mean, there was a good start for them. The capability of transferring that same prowess we saw in the first 3 games. Not really there going forward. Again, Alpha 7 for them is a little bit scary. They're on the cusp, 37 points down towards 26. That could switch up, but they have a fair few teams as a buffer.
Oh my
God. But they've also got a track record of getting eliminated at the group stage at global tournaments, you know. So that's gonna weigh heavily on the mind as this circle is, and that is beautiful for Alpha 7 up in North George. They were right
wow,
in the pack. They're thinking,
what a
maybe we can
circle,
scatter
man.
across this bridge, but no. they can hold strong now. Yeah, like I said, I mean, for Godlike, actually, North George wasn't bad. This could easily head towards the northern side, which it does here.
Here आ गई wait यार
And
मैं आ
you can
गई
see
इधर.
that Alpha 7 do have the
Tianba
center top
gayi.
right now. They're over towards the western side of North George. Tianba, you got Eagle taking a couple of shots through, trying to ward off any players around them. But yeah, this is going to get very hot very quickly. There's a huge amount of water still involved. Can't really see it because of all the players littering over towards Everest. But this is lilting Northern. It does seem to be
हसलर क्यों बुल्स हमेशा स्टार्टिंग में मारती है हमेशा एंड तक टिक क्यों नहीं मारती
TT Project heading to the water. A lot of conflict now
अच्छी टीम है वे
around those bridge crossings. I think that was I think it was Dopeness trying to go across.
बट यार मैं हसलर वैम्पायर किधर है वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स किधर है लगातार 4 बार जीती है वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स
losing baton, but they are across now, and
back
one of the
to
few
back
teams to make it
4 या 3 बार
over onto that northern edge. The rest of the bridges much more treacherous. I mean, Wolves actually getting through here with 3 players, pretty miraculous, honestly. You're passing through box compound as well as watchtower. That's a lot of capability taking your entire team down. I think a lot more teams are going to struggle to make that crossing and probably will take more casualties.
Wait for the guys.
Now, E-Arena, are they going to go for the bridge? That's the question, John. I think it is a pretty big question. At the moment, it feels like they're trying to hold the bridge to stop teams from the south moving on through, but that is then a trade-off in terms of the time you could maybe spend navigating that bridge yourself or trying to open up an option on that northern side. Being trapped on the bridge, though, is the worst-case scenario. You do not want to be locked in there.
इधर सीन कैसा होगा एक बंदा छुप के रहेगा कहीं तो फिर एक बंदा गेम खराब
There's
करेगा
always the water rotate as well as an option if it comes to it. Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they've got two teams breathing down their necks in Nongshim as well as Vitality. 2 very scary teams, I would say, to go up against here for E-Arena, and they're trying to hold both of them out right now. I think that you can have a good idea that these teams are coming from the south side. So again, E-Arena, like you say, trying to cut out as much of this southern portion of the map as possible for themselves, but a difficult task, a very difficult task. Ooh, Etch crashing onto the northern throws of TT Project, and that leaves TT Project on 1 player alive. 30 points, remember, on the cards for TT Project, which means they are very much in danger of dropping into the danger zone of 14th to 16th at the moment, and with only 1 player, they are
इसके बाद 2 मैचेस बाकी है थोड़ा कंसिस्टेंट खेलना पड़ेगा
saving grace for them is that there is another team behind them who have also lost quite a
मैं
few
कह रहा हूँ अभी थर्ड पार्टी फ्रैक्स पे ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं और प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं
ब्रिज पे पूरा जोन
अरे
really unenjoyable. There is a world where this goes back south.
ये आने ही नहीं देगी
There is a world where that happens. I think it's much more likely that we end up in North George, but it's very rare that you get these circles towards the mid portion of the game with both North and South George in play. This is a scary one, very scary one. Many teams looking for refuge in North George right now. Everyone trying to kick their feet up, but many noisy neighbors.
ये का एक नॉक व्हाट
वाइटलिटी ने 2 नॉक
एनएस ने वाइटलिटी ने निकाले वाह
3 नॉक
Took a knock over towards Joker, but that is isolated and nobody from Nongshim stands beneath them to be able to get that flush. Vitality trying to navigate the area now to the southwest side of it.
एनएस के 3 नॉक
एनएस जाने वाली as XZY steps up for more sprays down out the window but doesn't quite get the full
एनएस गई चलो एनएस एलिमिनेटेड
and now is under a huge amount of threat. Nongshim Red Force get obliterated.
ठीक है उल्टा अच्छी हुआ था एनएस एलिमिनेट हुई
एक चीज अच्छी हो गई
हाँ एक चीज अच्छी हुई अपने लिए
हमें हुर्रा भी जाना चाहिए
taking shots over towards Nongshim Red Force, getting most of that damage in. But again, that is the benefit
ये का एक बंदा लो है
in front of the queue for E-Arena. Schwabs is going to take high ground though, looking over towards Vitality.
TT का एक 1 man standing है डोपनेस का 2 man standing है
versus this squad.
भाई वो हसलर क्यों तो ऊपर आना ही नहीं चाहती शायद
वो 11-15 उस पे चल रही है
क्या मतलब कल का दिन भी हुआ आज का दिन भी चल रहा है 3 मैचेस हो गए
Whenever they can, it is a nasty opponent to come into contact with. We were reminded by some of the people behind the scenes that Schweppes is technically the only player here who could get a triple title from PMWC. There is an opportunity on the cards for E-Arena to be able to make history on that front. As he was able to win 2 of them, I believe, with Vampire in some of the earlier days of the tournament. So we're going to try and bring that power to 2026.
Unfortunately, it's been one game. They had one good game.
एक भी टीम हाँ इनमें से चली गई.
So it's not looking massively helpful so far. Again, this is one of those games where they could strike out a 15-pointer, see themselves much safer going into map 5 and 6 over on Miramar. But goodness me, urban finishes, never fun. We're going to get our next circle real shortly.
Vitality versus
S2G finally breaking in to the circle on that eastern side. Our observers do find the map eventually.
This is nice. This is going to transition into a full map shot. There we go. Beautiful. I could see it in their minds. They set that up.
zone bridge पे zone है बे. Alpha 7 पे zone है, ये पे zone है. ये ने अगर bridge ले लिया ना भाई.
Don't need to move right now. Sure, you might want to get central, but you can get onto the bridge later.
वो आईडिया का देख बंदा
आईडिया आई है. क्या मतलब वो घुस ही रहा है.
Very difficult to ruin Vitality's day right now. They're chilling, but for
ये पे मार दिया स्लैमिंग शायद.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. John, this is not just a bridge circle. I don't think you can announce it like that. This is an insane circle that teams are going to hate. We're going to be playing underneath the bridge for a long, long time. E-Arena's position became all the more important down towards the south side, but goodness me, this is getting treacherous. Like, where does it go next? He's going to have to hard shift back up towards that northern side, if anything, but it could come back down towards the south. Actually
अरे यार
नॉक हुआ मारने नॉक फिनिश कैसे हुआ
फिनिश भी हुआ
अबे यार मेरा ध्यान नहीं है
Up the staircase, nades now from Vitality. Looking to keep the
trade लो यार उसका कोई तो.
They've already taken a knock in this location before. Either want to get stuck in. A third party here.
अबे नेड नहीं हुआ बे.
That's what came through just there. Darkin able to land the shots over towards Federalis, but Razak is in the building. Looks to pop that smoke, keep them in a bit of cover there. The res comes through. Schweppes has to move for the Molotov, and the burn is able to take down Joker. Schweppes maybe next for as the nade goes boom right by his ear and a drop down from the top.
Nice.
Crazy boda.
The deal. Schweppes falls in the arena.
Vitality destroyed the revive.
The nades so far from Vitality have been just disgusting. Like, that's actually criminal. The airburst on the top side, you do not see players hit those very often.
अपने में टीआर में अभी रश कर सकते हैं गाइस अभी नीचे चली गई बे ये नीचे चली गई पानी पे
from the hilltop that is sitting over
Vitality ID को खत्म करो यार.
Really incredible stuff. Ida did rock up as well.
ये वाइट देख आईडी का तो गेम खलास यहाँ से.
Wow, what a breach by Vitality.
I imagine that there are going to be plenty of
आईडी का तो गेम खराब है. ये दो टीम्स को उनको ये करना पड़ेगा. एक साथ.
The saving grace of this circle, if there is one, is the fact that the majority of the buildings in North George are still in. It's going to mean that the next circle is particularly brutal, but there is a lot of area to contain all of these players, whereas in an open zone, it might not be the case. At the moment, Etch, they pushed in from the northwest side. S2G looking to follow in behind on that northwest edge as everybody's crowded around those apartment buildings.
Alright, trying to get rid of Edge. Over on that western edge. Alpha 7 a little bit further in. Again, good opportunity here for Alpha 7 to try and solidify that position on the middle side of the tables. I think they realize they're not going to hit that top 5 today. What they can do is try to drop into the bottom 3. Send home Tiamba, Edge, Hustler Crew, all the ones to go out now. See the Alpha 7 fans currently watching with bated breath here. This is sort of
नीचे क्यों गए बे ये वाले?
That North George drop. Alpha 7, Godlike, both have been here for a very, very long time in North George. Now the neighbors are noisy. Make sure to keep them under control. Try and find a little sense of decorum in the zone. Tiamba protecting their patch, and there we go. But it's like still so much water in this one, Blank. That whole stretch of bridge. And the south side fight between Vitality and Ida is gonna need to pop off, and that is how you want to start it. Vitality open with a knock over towards Rita, their forward position. That's gonna draw the backlines from Ida forwards because they don't have a lot of time either before this zone starts closing. Less than 30 seconds to get him back up, to get in a position to jet across that bridge, or indeed jet underneath it.
कर दो guys, subscribe और कर दो.
That's gonna
Admin ने knock दिया.
Like you say, it's
Finish.
a hard position to be in going forward.
Nice one है.
Vitality, how do they want to make this
350 हो
cross? I
गए.
think TT Project
15
not
हो
really in
गए.
a position to hold them out on the other side of the
14 हो गए.
bridge. A lot of teams
15 हो
likely
गए.
not looking that
हो
way,
गए.
trying not to expose
Guys,
themselves.
कर
But
दो.
Vitality still have to make their way in. Where do they crash onto? Are they going to send it first?
आईडी नहीं जाने देंगे वाइटल.
I don't
भाग
think
भाग
they're
क्या
banking on
निकले.
every single player making it, but right now everyone's on full HP. This is a
इन्होंने
very
एक
efficient
finish
अबे
किया,
एक गोली
अच्छी
नहीं
बात
लगी
है.
बे.
They made it through the first break.
भाई
The arena are underneath the
ये
bridge,
कैसे
so
ब्रिज
they
पे आ
do
गए
have a
इधर?
say on this, making it to the middle spot. This is a good hold position.
2
against
सेकंड के लिए
Ida.
नजर आ रहा
I
तो
think
कुछ
that
तो
they're
हो
Bridge पे
going
आ
जाता
गए
है.
to
direct.
try and send it all the way across because they just don't probably have enough information to know
Wow.
where is open on that northern side. It's
इनको भी
just
नीचे
not
से आना
possible
पड़ेगा
for them
क्या?
to have scouted it. So just sitting up here,
जाना तो नीचे से ही
holding that
पड़ेगा
south
भाई.
edge, they can start to slowly go forwards on that bridge in a
यान
future
बस
instance.
लड़के को
Ida, they're
खत्म
just
कर
going to
दी.
have to go into the water and try and swim it. Yeah, Ida going to send that over towards the eastern side
अबे
here.
पानी से जा रहे हैं.
Vitality probably sees this, but can't quite make the angles happen here because they are trying to avoid the shots coming through from the northern side, from the buildings, from the windows, in apartments. Tony K dropping down from the arena, trying to get some shots himself.
अंदर टीम बाकी है भाई.
Towards the rest of the team. See Hustler crew here also
S2 and
local,
GS
trying to
Malik.
work his way in. Final player there from TT Project did go down 30 points as well. So TT Project in the danger zone. Dopeness tied up with Tiamba, who found 3 elims this match.
ये लोग क्रॉस कैसे कर रहे हैं यार?
Tiamba actually have a pretty good spot on it. Mormon and Tony
ये
K both able to get
ये
the
को free
angles.
kills
Tony
है.
K steps up onto
पर
the
निकालने
cliffs.
चाहिए ना.
He's not out of the zone just yet, but has a little bit more time to play with it. Stage 5, he's full HP, he's got some stims going as well.
हाँ आईडी बोला ना आईडी को तो चांस नहीं है.
Tricky. Rita goes down.
Nice.
Next up on the chopping block,
Two
there's
knock.
the
Five
spray,
खत्म.
and there's the connect. E-Arena
Game
doing
गया,
bits
game
to stay
खत्म.
up in the top 5 and take down
ये
one
कभी
of the
गया
closest
टर्न नहीं गया.
competitors in the run.
वो तो गया.
Some incredible shots coming through from E-Arena. I mean, Tony K.
ये
hitting
मॉर्मन
those
के
was
पास क्यों जा रहे
nasty.
भाई?
There's a possibility to kind of like eke against this as well. Pull a weapon for a very short amount of time there. You can see.
अबे S2G को free kills है.
Just try and spam your screen and get the shot off. But you see here, S2G also are looking this way from underneath. Next circle though, where will it go? Will Vitality get thrown a bone here? Will we head out towards the bridge? Have one of the most unbelievable groups of all time over 2 days. Vitality with the double drop down. They're down
Oh,
into the water
bye,
here. I know
Vitality.
they're probably not getting across the bridge, so I guess it makes sense. Drawing fire from teams like S2G across the way. See if that's going to pay out for them.
भाई अभी तक जोन में है वो लोग.
In the meantime,
सोम्या भी जोन में. सोम्या थोड़ा सेंट्रल है. सेंट्रल एरिया में.
Tiamba behind them, Yangon Galacticos with a little entry there as a duo in one of the puzzle pieces. And the remnants of plenty team.
भाई साहब YG ने क्या दिमाग लगाया है ब्रो. भाई ETSH वर्सेस A7 हो गया.
Aura still decent spot.
पेट्रोल भी कूदा लो.
Vitality tried to use the vehicles to get good information on where these players
No
were at
option भाई.
before attempting to make their move forward.
आईडी शायद जोन से
There's
फिनिश
gonna be
होने
some
वाली.
snaking, swims.
भाई 3 टीम है ब्रो. पानी के अंदर 3 टीम है.
Breather in the meantime, S2G also along the way.
S2G भी उधर से.
Peeks out for a little bit too long.
मारो मारो S2G
I know
को.
Vazelis nade
मेरा.
maybe, but does get quite the distance over towards GS. Gets pretty close, but
Edwin,
not quite the full
knocker.
distance. Yangon Galacticos with 2 against 3 from Godlike as we tune back into the puzzle pieces. Godlike now committing to this fight, trying to push past Yangon Galacticos, get away from Tiamba. Smile, Molotov out the door.
Oh,
Does
बचा
manage to
बे.
burn them back, but doesn't quite tag too much damage.
Nice
Takes a
try.
nade to his feet, but does stay alive. Stays standing, can start to heal, and out the window.
नॉक हुआ. नहीं
Romeo
नहीं नहीं
falls
यार.
over the balcony, and Godlike might try and follow him. Vitality taking a lot of hefty damage here coming through from
अबे एक ही
GS.
बंदा है ना फिर सामने.
Likely that that's going to continue any further. Yangon Galacticos,
नहीं
defending
बंदा नहीं है.
champions, currently set to go through to the next stage. But not with glory, not straight to the finals. They'll have to play another stage here prior.
A7 आ रही है.
Seventh,
A7 आ रही है. आ जा.
regroup. Just going to daisy chain over towards the rest of the squad.
भाई ETSH बहुत ट्रबल देगी बे. पूरा अंत जिंदा है।
Horror on their position. Everybody else from
चले
the
जाओ
south
चले
side
जाओ सब
is
चले जाओ।
down the cliff or in the water right now. So in terms of danger to Alpha 7, that northern edge is much more important to keep an eye on, but you do still need to be worried about teams trying to sneak their way up, like S2G from their position, to move in and maybe get a cheeky little shot, make a little opening, try and force their way into the fight in a much more favorable position. I'm surprised that the teams over on the south side of the water have survived for as long as they did. They are mightily tested right now. You can see, I mean, Mormon is right close to them. They're trying to get their weapons out here. Maintain that pillar position. Maybe find it, Tony K. Maybe no. Can't quite get up high enough. As Federalis, he's on top.
कर भाई ये क्या चालू है भाई? ये क्या चालू है? उनको दूसरे ऐसे पढ़ने लग गए भाई।
Federalis dipping back down again, but yeah, for Vitality, E-Arena and Ida, this is a tough experience to be in. You see right now,
अबे ये क्या कर रहे हैं बे?
see if they can get themselves further up, the peak over towards where Alpha 7 is currently playing, but they are having a struggle bus of it.
S2G फंस गई है बे, S2G फंस गई है।
The circle shifts out west blank.
आईडी तो गई, वाइटलिटी भी गई, EA भी गई, S2G भी गई। खत्म।
That's all going to have to force west now, and I think it's going to get messy.
YG versus Godlike.
I feel like it may be the best opportunity for them to just go as far forward as they can, as fast as possible, to try and escape the pressure that may find its way further east.
दिख रहा है राइट में।
Yangon Galacticos want to try and get ahead of it too. They are just immediately.
भाई अभी गॉडलाइक को ना S2G YG को मारना ही पड़ेगा। YG बोल रहा हूँ। हाँ YG के ही दो है ना वो।
Marred by this massive road that goes in between. Crossing that's going to be a bit difficult. We are on that coin toss type of a circle now as well, where teams on that northern side likely will have to move.
भाई टियानमा आ गई।
Question is how will
गॉडलाइक वर्सेस टियानमा वर्सेस पुर्रा। ये लो भाई।
Tiamba setting up the smokes now to try and get across towards where Godlike are currently playing as a
क्यों जा रहा है सौम्या?
I like this though from them. They're going to try and take the fight closer to
वो इसमें खुद के बंदे को मॉली किया।
Wow.
Elementrix gets molly by a teammate off
wow.
the distance.
Tianma आ गई।
With Horror and Etch in the meantime.
Godlike,
they push back out, as you said, Blank. Now against 4 players from Tiamba. Tiamba needing a little bit more dynamism than we've seen from them so far.
Knock it.
Let's see if they've got that in the pocket. Milu with an aid on close. First step forwards. Doesn't get contested on the angle.
Nice one.
Immediately stepped out by Spauer.
Nice one, Power.
Be able to take it down. Eagle tries to fly around the corner, but it's not working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley. Great.
Nice one, Spauer. नहीं यार दूर से पड़ी बे। YG ने स्कोर को फिनिश दे दिया यार।
नहीं यार।
YG ने बहुत पीटी दे दिया।
अरे अपने
5 पॉइंट है नाइस। YG को अभी देना पड़ेगा भाई।
सर्वाइव करना अपन टॉप 5 में आ जाएंगे फिर।
अब बहुत टीम्स बाकी है, बहुत टीम्स।
बहुत ये 8 जोन आ रहा और अभी 12 टीम्स।
हुर्रा को तो मार दो यार, हुर्रा को मार दो।
A lot of teams now getting forced into unfavorable positions
and
against
the Wolves on the north side. A7 का पहला पॉइंट है।
A7 नॉक S2G से। अभी लोग आ सकते हैं S2G पे। आईडिया डार्किन नॉक ये खत्म है। अभी जो पानी की टीम जो सब खत्म। ये 7 ने नॉक दिया।
Edge as well as Wolves know they need to get
come on
before they make that cross.
And do it, guys.
Slowly shimmer their way down the coast.
Playing on those cliff sides. There's still players swimming out in the water, but they are going to be so close now to the teams on the
बहुत kills मिल सकते हैं बे आज से। ले स्कोर ले यार किल थोड़ी ले। स्कोर तो मर गया है। सौम्या
और एडमिट।
नाइस वन सौम्या रे। अरे बहुत दूर नॉक दिया अभी बट। अबे नॉक दे दिया एडमिनो ने। सीपी ने खुद को नॉक कर दिया। अरे फिनिश नहीं लिया स्लीपी का।
अरे यार
ले गया, नहीं मिला किल पे अपने को अभी तक किल नहीं मिला भाई। अल्फा 7 का चिकन, अगर अल्फा 7 का चिकन निकला भाई। YG अभी तक जिंदा है, YG बीटी देगी अपने को। हुर्रा गई, एक नेट फूटा। अभी उनको थोड़ा स्मोक करना ही पड़ेगा बे आगे। अभी मिले मार दिया, हुर्रा मारा बे 1v3
नो फियर। अरे
गॉर्डन नॉक दिया गया। नाइस वन सौम्या,
नाइस वन।
6 पॉइंट से गए अपने, 6 पॉइंट। टॉप आ गए। YG बीटी देगी यार, YG को मारना पड़ेगा।
वाइटलिटी एलिमिनेट हो गई, ये एलिमिनेट हो गई। जितने हो रहे जितने उतने जल्दी हो जाओ।
ये का एक बंदा बाकी है अभी तक।
भाई क्या,
अबे तू आईडी छोड़ देना इसको। नो फियर, हुर्रा गई। एडमिनो नॉक, एडमिनो फिनिश। सौम्या मार सकता है सौम्या का मन।
आइडिया गई, नाइस। टॉप 5 में आ गए अपन। अरे यार सौम्या एंटी,
सौम्या नॉक दिया क्या? अबे उसने नहीं।
A lot to play for Salme, the last player now to stand for Godlike with Yangon Galacticos inside the building.
Nice one!
Nice!
भाई साहब, भाई नीड कर दे बे आज से भाई बहुत मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत मजा आ जाएगा। अब अरे इसको पता है लोकेशन। अबे एक नेट 2 लोग फूट जाएंगे बे। सौम्या कम ऑन।
It is their bread and butter. Can they clean things out now?
Lead करेगा।
Position in the rankings before we head into the last 2 Miramars. MG3 in the hands of one. Nuthans and Eve. Nade goes long. Revo on the
1v4 है।
Looks over towards Salme, who's making
सौम्या कम ऑन।
attempt for the godlike team.
पूरा
V4 would be necessary, but he's in the
एंटी बे, एंटी भाई, एंटी।
अरे नाइस जोन को
भाई साहब, भाई मैंने बोला था अल्फा 7 चिकन निकाला। भाई साहब क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी। सौम्या मस्त भाई, क्या पंप है बे सौम्या भाई, क्या पंप है। इसका नाम ही कर रहे हो रेवो।
Absolutely beautiful to see. They may be in with an outside chance of top 5, but I think Godlike were able to do enough to get into the top 5 there. And it is
crazy सौम्या भाई।
Goalpost to try and score in towards the top 5, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. A heroic effort for Eda to be able to make it in that late in the game blank as well. For E-Arena, that was late in the game from that south side. A diabolical circle for them to try and navigate.
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, so far Group B has been really cruel. From the southern plane paths to the circles we've been given.
अपने को 6 पॉइंट्स मिले और किल्स कितने थे अपने देखना है। अपन शायद से टॉप 3 आ गए वापस।
Any squad at PMWC.
मस्त भाई,
पूरा 3 पे थी।
Great game, really good game. Revo was
आगे अपने को रेवो ने ये दिया रे।
in a big
क्या गेम सेंस लगाया है उसने।
Yes, he got knocked, but as soon as he got back up on his feet, he was identifying those angles where the threats would be coming from.
It's exactly what you need to be able to do there.
किल नहीं लिया ना अपन ने, उसका नहीं लिया।
In that North George position, they were the turrets on the swivel in their buildings, keeping control of the ground around them. Really nice stuff. No one really could contest them there. It was pretty unfortunate. On that north
खत्म, आज के एंगल खत्म गाइस।
It just was not possible to make it across. So for Horror to be able to be the last ones alive in that scenario, that was a good result for them. And you talked about their consistency.
Yeah, well, for Horror still, again, they move all the way from Yaz, all the way over towards North George. They managed to play a really tough circle. As soon as that pulls away from those apartments on that northern side, yet you are pretty much out. There's not much you can do about it. Alpha 7 pick a spot that was centered off for a long time.
ये टाइम तक मिरामार चालू हो जाता है रोज.
Not to say it's always easy to find every single pick-off you need because you're assaulted on all sides there.
Crazy bhai, crazy kill rate bhai bachche.
Super consistent. I have no doubt they're going to do very well into the finals.
I don't either. I think that I'm looking forward to it. And there were some really interesting CQC moments in that game as well, Blank, with, I think, a notable example being that S.
Like कर दो guys, सभी लोग Gordon on top, भाई on top.
Out of the zone to take the fight to Tiamba. I think you were calling it at the time. You said you liked it. It did end up going well for them.
Yeah.
It was just unfortunate that there were so many off angles.
I think for S-Power there, it's a really, really good call from him where he understands that this is a difficult circle, a circle they are unlikely to win on. So in that moment, he's like, boys, I am just going to push out here. I'm going to play the off angle that they'll never expect. And Tiamba absolutely did not.
Like कर दो guys.
S-Power was able to pick himself up a couple of
315 हो गए भाई. Love you guys, love you.
Engagement.
Yeah.
And allowed Salme then to get very, very far into the game. So although he goes down, there's a very, very tactical approach from him because he understands, right? This is not a case of, oh man, he got unlucky, or oh man, S-Power didn't know that angle was there. He absolutely did. Like, that's why I called it heroic. It was very big self-sacrifice from him.
Excellent stuff.
Hashtag 2 अपन guys, hashtag 2 है.
Close down that game.
Calculate क्या मैंने hashtag 2 है अपन.
We're going to head down to the stage with Kalaris to catch up with what the players are thinking.
All right, thank you. There's a lot of energy in the arena right now, and thank you very much, Alpha 7, for just calming down just a second. We've got some interviews. We've got Dark in here from Ida to talk about their back-to-back wins so far, and that is actually my question about it. Back-to-back wins. Darkin looking amazing in the clutch versus E-Arena. After what happened yesterday regarding their results, did they think that they were going to be able to perform this well, and was there any changes?
Guys ये देखो guys. थोड़ा पीछे.
Arka arkaya 2 tane win aldınız. Bunun
Up onto the high ground with maybe a jump.
IDA का बंदा अभी देखो guys. अभी तक जिंदा है. IDA का एक बंदा अभी तक जिंदा है. 1 HP पे. इनकी पोजीशनिंग देखो थोड़ी देर पहले किधर थी. पानी में सब नॉक हो रहे हैं.
Drawing fire from teams like S2G across the waves.
Fight continue any set to go through play a group
position. Everybody thinking about teams trying to sneak their way.
हाँ इधर देखो पोजीशनिंग देखो.
Tested
इधर दो बंदे.
I mean, Mormon is right close to them. They're trying to
इधर एक टीम. साइड में एक टीम है. इधर एक टीम है और एक शीशोर पे इधर एक टीम और ये वाले साइड पे ये वाले साइड पे इधर एक टीम है. तो भी वो बंदा सरवाइव कर चुका है. सोचो इनका सर्वाइवल कैसा है देखो इनका इंटरनेशनल लॉबीज. अभी तक जिंदा है वो. अभी तक इधर तक जिंदा है वो. 1 HP पे जिंदा है वो अभी तक. यार भसड़ चालू है. इधर मर जाता है. हाँ इधर ऊपर आ गया और फाइट भी कर रहा है. हाँ देखते हो.
बोल ना.
इनका सर्वाइवल ये देखना कैसा है. कितना ज्यादा दिमाग लगाते हैं सर्वाइव करने में. भाई ये नेट कर सकते हैं. नाइस. कितना दिमाग भाई. कितना 7 8 10 11 12 13 14 पॉइंट मिले. लोग की पॉइंट भी लगे गाइस. यार मुझे देखने का पॉइंट मिला.
Salme, who's making a
heroic
heroic attempt for the godlike team. 1v4 would be necessary, but he's in the blue
नहीं
zone,
मिला.
and he's going down, and there is no...
Okay, guys, I clearly won that first game of basketball, but now we have a second game to play with 7. The reaction game is here. Anything you want to say before you start?
I'm gonna bite. Been really cruel, like you say. It's a
guys, we're in the
match now in one game. Up the staircase, not to expose them.
नहीं आलो तोंडोर पांच मरूर बस टुकते टुकते हैं.
Just gonna have future towards the east. The angles
Vitality नीचे कूदी
towards a work match. And Tony K, both.
Vitality का उपयोग ही नहीं है.
Incredible shots coming through from Arena. There's a possibility it's kind of like
Just try and spam
लेफ्ट टिक थोड़ा लेफ्ट
your
टिक
screen and
लेफ्ट
get
टिक
the
थोड़ा
shot
लेफ्ट
off.
टिक कोई तो नहीं है
See,
भाई
S2G also are looking this way.
यहाँ
From
तक
underneath.
कवर लगा के
Next
बैठे
circle
रहते बे
launch.
अच्छे से मस्त जोन
Vitality
मिल
so
रहता है
trying to hold before the or still
नहीं करना था बे
spot.
पानी में नहीं जाना वाइटलिटी ने
We're gonna set it up, and he's gonna do it. And you guys gonna let us know how many I ended up catching, because I lost count.
Yeah, same.
We'll be right back.
एंटी एंटी
We
एंटी भाई
forgot how many I was able to catch, but now turn.
Oh, you put me into it.
Yes, we're going straight in. Come on. First one, you're gonna catch it. You're gonna miss it. Hey! One. Ooh, that was close. That was really close. Those you cannot see. Honestly, I don't.
दो
Two. Let's go, baby. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was close. That was close. Oh no! You gotta be ready. You gotta watch out with that one.
भाई
No. I was cross-eyed. Sir, I think I have beat you once again.
1v1 in PUBG Mobile. I win that one.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I
तो
can
मैं क्या फाइट दिखा रही है क्या इंडियन इसमें इंडियन इसमें इंडिया
Because इस समय ये predict
और लाइक सेकंड है गाइस 89 पॉइंट्स
to predict who's going to be able to push through. S2G एक अच्छा गेम वो सेकंड आ जाएंगे सीधा.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the big part.
Alpha 7
कोई
top
भी
8
एक अच्छा गेम निकालते हैं वो टॉप 5
भाई
में
बहुत
वापसी करेंगे,
टफ
but
है रे
also
बहुत टफ
अगर
है
टॉप 5 में से
ये
किसी
देखो
भी
भाई
टीम
ये
second position से काउंट इन कर
टीम
लेगी,
वाइटलिटी
किसी
को
का
एक बार
भी
देखो
consistent performance अगले मैचेस में नहीं आता है तब जाके उनका भी डाउनफॉल हमें नजर आ
142
सकता है. They can also be out of the top 5.
ओशन 3 टीम है जिन्होंने दो
वाह,
चिकन डिनर निकाले
10 मैच में 142 कितने का एवरेज
के
होगा
बाहर है. ईडा 5th है
14 का
right on
एवरेज
the
कुछ
verge of
तो
getting kicked और नॉन्गजिम रेड फोर्स तो 6th पे है.
बट S2G का तो चिकन भी नहीं आया वो
14.2 का एवरेज है 14.
अगर वो अपने एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स के मोमेंटम के बेसिस पर खेलते हैं ये 23-33 में बदल सकता है. मतलब उनको वो 10 पॉइंट्स
अच्छे से खेले भी रहे दो पॉइंट दो मैचेस
S2G का लॉन्ग अवेटेड चिकन डिनर है एंड ये टीम आप हल्के में नहीं ले सकते. नॉन्गजिम रेड फोर्स टॉप 5 से बाहर धकेली गई है. दे अंडरस्टैंड कल का दिन ये टॉप 3 में थे. दे अंडरस्टैंड द वैल्यू
भाई नोंगशिमा भी मुझे लग रहा है मुझे लग रहा है आदित्य नोंगशिमा भी कुछ तो करेगी खतरनाक.
हम नोंगशिम करे या ना करे गॉडलाइक ने करना चाहिए अभी.
सेकंड ने गॉडलाइक अभी
गॉडलाइक फिर भी यार पॉइंट डिफरेंस नहीं है
89 88 86 84 और 6th वाली का 80 मतलब नो डिफरेंस 9 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस. अगर S2G का अच्छा मैच गया
हाँ
तो S2G अपने को निकाल सकती है नीचे अपने साथ आईडीए को भी निकाल सकती है.
कुछ भी करे बस 2 मैच अभी कम से कम एक 6-7 पॉइंट निकाल लिए ये लोग.
भाई एक मैच में अगर उन्होंने 15 12 10 पॉइंट निकाल दिए ना चलो 10 पॉइंट और लाइक 10 पॉइंट निकाल दिए ना तो बस अपने को फिर आगे कुछ नहीं करना.
लास्ट 2 मैचेस एक लौती टीम है जिसके बारे में हम ये कह सकते हैं कि हाँ ये
कर लेंगे लोंडे.
उनके पीछे जितनी भी टीम है फ्रॉम द सेकंड टू द
करना पड़ेगा
वैसे.
वैसे.
शर्मा ने कहा
टोटल डैमेज डीलर
अच्छी भी हो सकती है चीजें बुरी भी हो सकती है लेकिन ये तो समय ही बताएगा कि किस तरह से आखिरी
8 फिनिशेस अपने 8
पिछले मैच के टॉप डैमेज डीलर्स अल्फा 7 ऑफ कोर्स नंबर 1 रहेगी उनके पीछे गॉडलाइक फिर S2G ओशन S2G की एक बार डिस्कशन कर लेते हैं बिकॉज़ जैसा आपने पॉइंट आउट किया नो चिकन डिनर्स 7th अभी चल रहे हैं. 77 पॉइंट्स हैं आई बिलीव उनके पास.
एक S2G का अच्छा मैच एक नई टीम हार जा रही टॉप 5
अगर 10 पॉइंट आए तो टॉप 5 के अंदर एंट्री मिलेगी और अगर आखिरी मीरामार में भी 10 पॉइंट आए आई थिंक S2G डायरेक्टली टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स.
एंड ये चीज की देखिए वो कोशिश
सेकंड है अपन 14 पॉइंट्स
मानने अर्ली कैजुअलिटी क्यों देख रहा है मुझे नहीं समझ
चिकन नहीं मिला तो इस बार उनको
4 मैन खेलो ना
एक स्लोअर मैप
कोई ना माने ले
रिकॉर्ड हो गया वो
जोन वगैरह मत खिला है उसने
आप कर सकते हैं वो
तो
उस
है
मैप के लिए परफेक्ट हो जाता है. नाउ
हां देखो पर गॉडलाइक को 10 पॉइंट की तो नीड है.
अब एक कट ऑफ पॉइंट की बात करी जा सकती है. 90 प्लस जा रहा है ये बात हम सबको पता चल चुकी है अभी तक जिस तरीके से ऑब्वियसली टीम्स ले रही हैं. आई थिंक 93 हैज टू बी अ डिसेंट बेट.
मैं लास्ट में बहुत मस्त खेला
अराउंड
ऐसे मेरे ब्रो ये लग रहा है भाई अच्छा जाएगा
कोशिश कर सकती है कि
कट ऑफ मुझे ऐसे शायद से लग रहा है
7 से 8 पॉइंट्स का एक गेम निकाले ऑन एन एवरेज.
हां 7 से 8
या फिर एवरेज 5-5 वो 10 अगर उनके पास आ जाते हैं पॉइंट्स एवरेज का हिसाब से अगर आप चलते हैं तो उनके पास एक बहुत अच्छा कुशन बन भी जाएगा. और अगर आखिरी गेम में जल्दी एलिमिनेट होते तो शायद ज्यादा ओवरथिंक भी ना करें. आई रियली होप सो.
और ऐसे में आई थिंक अगर एक चिकन डिनर आ जाता है तो शायद राहत की सांस लेने का मौका मिले, जैसा
भाई
आपका
चिकन डिनर आना चाहिए भाई,
होगी।
चिकन डिनर है गाइस,
सोने
और
पे
लाइक
सुहागा
चिकन
तो
डिनर
हमारे
है फर्स्ट मेरा
कास्टर्स की
मार,
आवाज भी होती है जब हम
सेकंड
मैच
मेरा
देख
मार
रहे
में
होते हैं।
अपने
तो
शायद
चलिए
से 10 पॉइंट
आगे बढ़ते हैं, नजर
रहेगा।
डालते हैं पिछले गेम की हाइलाइट्स पे अलोंग विद द कास्टर्स।
टेक डाउन करते चले जा रहे हैं, ये एक लौते प्लेयर है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी फाइट बैक करते हुए पॉइंट्स के लिए उन्हें पता है कि यहाँ से एलिमिनेशन
वाइटलिटी ने मस्त गेम निकाला है,
लेकिन उनका एलिमिनेशन होता हुआ। और जैसा मैं बोल रहा था, ये बहुत अच्छी खबर है। गॉड बिल्कुल सामने प्लेयर एचपी अगर आप देखें उनके पास ना के बराबर
दिमाग लगा है भाई, इधर नहीं रही, थोड़ा आगे जाना।
उनकी तरफ से एंट्री, बट
किसने मारा अपने को? वाईजे ने मारा ना यार, वाईजे ने बहुत बीटी दे दिया स्कॉट को भी मार
उनका एलिमिनेशन होता हुआ। लेकिन एट द एंड इस फाइट को जीतेंगे, 5 फिनिशर निकालेंगे और इस लॉबी में अभी भी बने रहेंगे।
ये ग्रेनेड क्या
Really good execution, and then afterwards when they clear all the teams out in the water, like, I was not expecting them in the Northern George Pole in the circle like this to do
14
that
points
well.
है guys ये मैच में,
For a team that has
14।
never played globally, they're getting these insane circles, man. I kind of feel bad for Godlike, man. The circles just are not making it easy.
I don't feel bad at all because they're showing up to when they are being challenged, and I think that is just such a great trait to have. And this is before we even came to Group B. I was hoping that Godlike will be able to showcase the skills that they have, not only just in fragging, but their tactical skills.
दोनों शॉटगन लेके मार रहा था।
All of that laced with Godlike, just them being able to rise up whenever they actually need to.
I mean, this is not unusual for them. They read this zone incredibly well and are able to cement themselves into it.
निकाला बे, A7 ने किया प्रूफ किया
rotation just to get themselves into it. And with these crazy circles, guys, I've never seen a bridge pull like that before. Like, I really have not.
2 kill मिल गए
And
भाई
so
इधर,
for them to be able to
easy।
capitalize on that, especially with all the chaos happening on that northern side of the zone, is awesome from Godlike.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Alpha 7 finally smacking S2G. That battle is going to be heated when we Alpha 7 finally.
Chaos happening on that northern side of the zone is
8
awesome
kill
from
9
Godlike.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Alpha 7 finally smacking it.
At Mino yesterday, look, I want to say they've been having a fantastic 2
सौम्य आज
days.
का पंप है भाई, बहुत पंप है गाइस सौम्य। कल नहीं था पंप गाइस,
कुछ खेलना चाहिए और चारों के चारों पंप,
चारों पंप है भाई। एडमिनो तो अपना काम, सॉरी माने अपना काम कर रहा है भाई, जोन दिलाने कर रहे हैं भाई। फाइट एग्जीक्यूट, ये लैग हुआ तेरा भी हो गया।
Surprised when he goes back to India, he's going to have a new hair product just sponsoring him because.
Don't say anything. Don't.
What did you
I'm
just try to
very
do,
jealous
Max?
of his hair.
What did you just? Hey, the hair is coming back for Max Mouse. We're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking.
89.
Honestly, I'm just going to skip you at the moment because you're just so far ahead. Nobody's going to be able to reach you.
So about Mania, he's off. Wow. दिमाग है नहीं क्या? कौन है रे ये?
I want you to keep in mind though how close it is between all these top 7 teams. If we were
This
in
is
the
our
team
team
vitality,
India.
Godlike at 89, S2G at 77. It can be changing in just one match, and we have 2 matches left, Neptura.
Oh my god. I mean, Nongshim out of the top 5 as well. I mean, they need
Nongshim अभी
these Miramars now
थोड़ा
to
दिमाग
really come
लगाएगी
in
guys।
clutch because they are so close. They're just 4
Nongshim
points out of
दिमाग
the top
लगाएगी
5,
और
but they've been
बस
going
गॉडलाइक को
down
बस
with a
अपना
downward
अपनी मेंटेन
trajectory for
करना है
them.
एवरेज 5
S2G
बस हो गया
pulling up really close
Qualify.
behind them as well. It's now or never.
Yeah, talking about Nongshim Red Force playing too passive. That game early in the fields didn't push EDAV very passive because I think they just wanted to remain in top 5. But the teams, they're chasing you down. Though on the second page, bottom 3, you got 2 more games, 2 Miramars to make it count. If it plays out like yesterday, only Vitality is going to get points there. So yeah, be careful.
If Vitality gets the points,
हाँ ना, Vitality नहीं 2 चिकन निकाले कल।
And it might end up coming down, more than likely, it is going to end up coming down to the final match in Miramar. But before we head into the first Miramar here of day 2, Group B at PMWC at EWC 26, Jukes, Kalaris, and I'm not going to say a pet talk, but are we going to be maybe smacking them again?
It's crazy here! It's crazy here!
हुर्रा के सपोर्टर थे। ये देख ये देख।
It is so loud here, Jukes. I can't believe these fans are all here
Hey,
rooting for
man.
her in a big way.
I think we found the Aura fans here, right here, locked and loaded, baby. Because right now, they're in the top 5.
We're going to stay in top 5 here at the moment. You can barely hear us as everything's going on, but these fans are going rapid for horror. I think they're going to stay in top 5 here. What do you think?
I think so too. What do you think about it, guys? Are they going to get top 5?
my goodness me, how excited are those players? The fans, well, hopefully the players too, but the fans are going to inject that power into our players, hopefully, to be able to take to the last two maps on the menu for Group B. 2 rounds of Miramar left for our teams to make their bid for the top spots, to try and escape that death zone at the bottom of the table.
Yes, Miramar start.
We do have to send home 3 teams today. We don't have any choices about it. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. See exactly who those teams are as we head through to match 6 at the end of it. But first of all, we're going to get through match number 5.
Come on, Ganpati Bappa.
Coming up. Alpha 7.
जितने बार भी मैंने गणपति बप्पा बोला है ना, अच्छे मैचेस गए. भाई बप्पा देख रहे हैं.
I'm not as convinced, but
है ना?
I'm very happy to see it.
First match बोला, second match नहीं बोला इसलिए खराब गया.
Wow. For Miramar,
Second नहीं, third शायद, third.
disgustingly bad.
अभी वापस इसके पहले बोला.
Teams backup drops.
अच्छा मैच गया भाई, गणपति बप्पा.
More are worth it, or however they'll have to go for some crash spots.
चलो.
In the meantime, this is definitely tough. It's been a tough couple of days, and I really do mean it. There's been some terrible circles, some terrible playing paths. It's all been horrid. Some really nasty stuff coming through. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit kinder to some of our teams, but right now I think I'm seeing Alpha 7 and Horror both on
22 पे शायद, और 22 पे गए.
hot drops there to come on through for 2 of our pretty importantly placed teams when it comes to those tables. So a contest for the vehicles. We'll have to wait and see if they do go for it, and they are dropping very close to one another. Blank, that is nasty out on the west side. Keeping an eye on hot drops. You've also got that Viademar situation. I think that's Etch and I believe Hustler Crew. No, hang on a minute. It's Galacticos. They are getting stuck straight in, and already Etch have managed to draw first blood against Seikla. Seikla goes down. Young on Galacticos struggling here, 9th place. But should have done enough. Still 2 more games though for having to change. Marnet tries to get a cheeky pick off here. Down to Smile, Romeo.
अबे zone देखो बे.
Still up here kicking with the rest of the squad. Circle goes over towards the western side. Alpha 7 should have fun time over towards El Pozzo off the back
मार
of
दो
this
भाई जी को. भाई जी ने बहुत गेम खराब किया हमारा.
The Horror are getting stuck in alongside with them. Curious to see how they handle this, because they cannot have that many bits of weaponry just yet.
A7 versus.
I mean, there is something in the hands. I mean, we were looking at this very early on. Both teams dropping out over that western road, trying to grab those vehicles. Looks like I think this is the right decision to try and get away from this. The danger is that they know that Alpha 7 are going to have some weapons on side. So the step out. Are you going to be able to connect it? No, no fear.
मतलब A7 को कमबैक नहीं है क्या? रिकवर नहीं है क्या?
And now they want a little bit more. They are circling back around. They want to try and seal the deal to finish the job that No Fear started, and they will be able to do it. Revo now on the corner at death's door, and it will be flung open, smash in the face. I am sorry, but they should not be falling for that. That is absolutely the freest bait Horror's ever had to go for in their entire lives. I'm pretty sure Revo was like, probably shouldn't peek.
भाई क्या चिल्ला रहे भाई.
But again,
बैन कर दिया बे उसने.
They should not have peeked that as a 2-man. They didn't have the angles. There's full broadside over on that wall. If another player's already set up early, which Horror had done, you have to expect these teams will be going for these plays at such a level of PUBG Mobile here. Yeah, it's a strange one from Alpha 7. I was actually about to say, wow, really love the patience from Noof as well as Revo there. They decide not to peek because they know that Horror's got an off angle available. And then all of a sudden, it all went. Yeah, it's not too good. But the good news is that they're going to win the game, right? Right, Revo? Right? Oh, maybe not. Ugh. Much more difficult now. 2 players on the western road, but the circle is out on that west side as well, so a potential for them to get fairly deep into the match and maybe look to more solidify their position in towards this middle pack, which, yeah, I feel like it's already kind of been done with the 55 points that they've earned. The bubble currently sitting at around 30. It would need a 25-point gain from our bubble to surpass them, which would be pretty
pretty miraculous, I think, for all of the teams beneath them to be able to do that. But
बस 3 सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए बस
they would like to be
320 के लिए कर दो.
a little bit higher on those tables if they can make it happen. But now they are just too far from 5th. We are going to be trimming the herd of teams looking to make it in. S2G and Nongshim Red Force just behind that bar.
As a team that does love Miramar, it is S2G. Now, they have been fairly lucky before on it. Okay, we're going for the PM. Love to see it. Absolutely panned on. Oh, dear. A bit of revenge coming through for Horror. But yeah, for S2G, they do love this map. They've had some luck on it before. This time around, I don't think we can call this luck at all. They're sat in El Azahar. They have to move across. But if there's any time for the Turkish squad to do it, it is right now. To be able to send 2 Turkish squads through would be a very, very cool thing to see for the region. And they're not far off.
Okay, Romeo lying in wait, quiet as a mouse, but strikes like a viper as they step up the stairs, a little bit too bold for it, but still in danger. Romeo drops down, Smile goes down the stairs, out wide. Fajita can't quite connect on the shots, and it's going to be
ले भाई दोनों ने मार दिया.
Smile still with it, more to do.
बच गया.
Wow.
एंटी बचा दिया. 1v3 कर दिया नसीर ने.
And it will
Nice one, nice one.
for Yangon Galacticos in the penultimate mirror.
NS किधर है? NS दिखाओ भाई, NS दिखाओ. NS का अपने को बीटी है भाई.
To be going to the survival stage.
NS और उर्रा.
This matters way more
उर्रा
for
के 2
Edge,
पॉइंट्स
honestly.
निकल भी गए थे.
Getting 4 elims there is great news. They also didn't lose a singular player. Everyone knows that you really don't want to be losing players too early here on Miramar. It does make a lot of your rotations
मिरामार
much
में निकल जाते हैं.
holdouts a lot harder.
उर्रा का
These
मिरामार
compounds
अच्छा है.
can
भाई
get
तो नीचे
quite
का भी
large
भाई तो वन
over
साइड ही
Miramar,
है.
but we are heading back over towards those crater fields.
उसको कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
We have a lot of
2 मैचेस में इतना
33 पॉइंट्स निकल
over towards the mountaintops.
Vitality with a little bit of a road ahead of them, but they spent some time to take down the truck.
33 नहीं.
They will be
53.
profiting from the loot inside.
108
Is a really nice pickup for them, obviously.
Because
The
500
addition of
हो
those,
गया
a massive early game speed up on your looting phase. You do want to be getting on the road nice and quickly. Godlike, they're a little bit closer to the circle, the west point of Los Leones right now. Going for the ghost roll down the hill.
गॉडलाइक किधर
Turns
जाएगी?
the engine on and finally hits the gas.
गॉडलाइक
Careening towards the northern area. Just
NS
north of
बहुत
Chip
अवॉइड
Seven.
करेगी रे फाइट अभी उनको बस
To
टॉप
get
5
on
मेंटेन
into this
करना है
next
वही
circle.
मेंटलिस्ट के लिए.
The center of it around Montenuevo is starting to get quite packed
चालू हो
in
गया
now.
वुल्फ. देख वुल्फ हमेशा स्टार्टिंग में मारती है भाई, हमेशा.
वो सरवाइव नहीं कर पाते.
सरवाइव नहीं कर पाती बस.
High ground, but Emre is set up there early on. Might have to dip and head towards the rest of the team at some point though, because E Arena might just flow through. The time being though, it's
उनका
not
अपने
a
लाइफ की
massively
तरह
priority
10वीं तक
position, so
खबर में
Emre might just
10वीं
get
के
a
बाद
chance
खबर
to
में.
sit up here for quite a while, play Lighthouse and scout out these teams coming through on a full 360. Shumasera is probably the most awkward area of the map right now, and a lot of teams are coming through from there because we had that southern playing path at the start of this match on Miramar. So you have those foothills you're having to navigate through into Montenuevo. You have 1, 2, 3 around Cruz de Valle. That's Nongshim, Edge, as well as TT Project. And then as we head further over towards Montenuevo on that south side, we've got GS. We have Hustler Crew, we've got Godlike, we've got half of Wolves, we've got Darkness too. So this is a very, very
फाइट चालू हो गई भाई. अभी कंटीन्यूअस लेवल पे फाइट चालू है गाइस. बस 3 सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए, कर दो फटाफट से.
Ooh, Edge lost a player there. We were talking about how important it was that they were able to get the 4 elims to try and jump up out of the bottom 3. But they tried to move someone scouting that northwest edge, and TT Project where
ये जा रही है आईडी पे आके
one to the point bank.
खत्म. ये
They
एक
are in
बंदा.
direct contest for those spots as
Fast.
well. It's not where you want to be seeing your points going. If you have to go down, you'd prefer it not to be a team.
और लगा गई ऑलमोस्ट
contest for one of those
ऐसे
qualification
साथ है.
spots
नीचे आना
to the
चाहिए रेज़ो,
survival
नीचे आना
stage. Next
चाहिए.
circle.
आ गया नीचे.
Hard south shift that
भाई
area
क्या
that you were talking
भाई
about being so
साहब.
jam-packed. Now
पीटर
sits
ग्रिफिन
right in the middle of the
अंशवाड़िया.
whole circle. Yeah, around Ladriera as well.
भाई
So pretty awkward.
साहब.
There's a bit of high ground over towards the east and the western side. But Ladriera is kind of this dead valley, right? It's not central.
यार नीचे आना चाहिए बोला नीचे आ गए रेज़ो.
Compounds that sit underneath the ridge side.
क्या है बे यार.
At this stage of the game,
गणपति
but some
बप्पा
teams
मोरया.
might be forced into them
मोरया.
just as stop-off points. Pretty much just hostiles for them to work off the back up before they make their hike towards the center of the circle.
hard one. We still have those foothills down towards the south side too. Vitality is just making their way over towards them now. Godlike playing around some of the compounds in Minas Tirith.
Oh no, Kamikaze.
Support there. Someone help me. Someone turn me back over, and there we go.
Aditya एक note करना 4 hours 8 minutes.
Able to get back
Note
on the road again.
4 hours 8 minutes.
For another journey forwards into an area close to the center of the circle, moving in from the east side. Godlike were able to get one of the high ground areas around Chumasera. Vitality are now looking to try and share that from across the way. So
that's WhatsApp
top two teams in fact right now, Blank, could potentially come into conflict over this area. Yeah, we say top two teams. I mean, Godlike's done fantastic over the last 2 days. They really, really have. But right now, Vitality is just incomparable to any squad. I mean, 142 points. I think they are closing in on the century in terms of elims over 2 days, by the way. Just to make that very clear. Which is why
IDA को खत्म करो IDA को
IDA वो sorry मैं बैठ IDA
from that high ground on that north side.
Idea.
Arenas flowing through some very
Vodafone
open
idea.
ground, but still not a position that a lot of players want to be in. We're heading over towards gas stations right now, but that roadside, get a little further in towards the high ground, quite like Godlike's position down towards Chumasera. They're trying to center up on some of these lovely bits that they can get. Some great sightlines looking down towards teams, but is it likely to end up in Chumasera proper? I don't know at this stage of the game. It's very, very hard to tell.
Vitality
trying to move on through, and they're taking the fight to speed, who lobs a nade down in, but doesn't really connect on much. Razak is going to be forced away from the stair push by a Molotov to slow things down, allow Etch to marshal their response, to get into position to respond to this Vitality aggression, trying to peek out the window up the hill to cover up this angle, allowing him to play on the windowsill, tries to find the lineup down the alley, down the hallway there. He's not going to connect, and instead it's turned around on him, and now Etch have to get off that high ground too. It's just disgustingly fast. I mean, Federales is so quick on the uptake. The reaction speeds on this guy is insane. I mean, shown even yesterday with the inhuman flicks we were watching. Kind of PEL region as well, so again, very, very cool stuff coming through from Federales, but overall, these guys are changing the game. They are changing the game. It is hard that you cannot be playing sloppy versus them, because they will punish every single mistake that you do make. Godlike again, slow roll. Love to see it. These guys are cheeky. They are very, very cheeky. That's probably getting a lot of information. Getting some scouting done.
position पे यार.
Feathering the clutch.
Full time pass.
Look as stylish as possible. Spend the minimum amount of effort to get the maximum reward. There's plenty of rewards available in-game right now, Blank, of course, with our Naruto partnership. You can check that out in the game. Make sure that you're jumping in whilst it's still all available during the event, and draw for the Naruto character set for the Fury AUG. It's looking pretty. It's got a lot of firepower. Yeah, the Ninetales Fury AUG looks awesome. Really does. So does the Sage skin for Naruto.
Nice one.
Pick that one up.
Fight चालू हो गई guys. Fight चालू हो गई. Vitality versus.
Vitality do lose Razak.
Godlike.
Might need to start dropping some more smokes, but they're up against Godlike now.
नहीं बे अबे लबिच रहे बे.
Let up too much. Godlike want to push on towards.
अबे नहीं है समझ जा. Nice knock. Nice one. तो मैं वाकई भाई इसमें अपनी मार.
Razak was re-knocked.
एडमिनो नहीं रे एडमिनो नहीं.
अरे यार अरे स्कोर नहीं मार दिया. अबे यार गया बे नहीं. वाइटलिटी ने गेम खराब किया बे. ले एडमिनो भी चला गया यार.
What a close down there, the third party
90 points
for Godlike, and they are ending there.
अभी IDA 5 points
on 90 points. It is not ideal, but they are still in second place for the time being.
Last match तक जाने वाला है bro. Last match
You're
तक.
kind of okay with that, right? You just don't want them to go to anyone else. Vitality is just this bottomless pit of points that you can throw things away into and forget about them. They have, I believe, as you've just pointed out to me, crossed the century on 101, taking the rest of the lobby to school. Man,
101 eliminations over 2 days, and those 2 days are not yet finished. A 50 elim per day average is just crazy. It is unheard of. Elementrix moves in. Neos will take him out, though. TT Project certainly suffering towards the center. We're going to have next circle coming in soon. Montenuevo currently held by Ida. It does head back down towards the southeast side. Pretty barren landscape there. A lot of rocky outcrops, couple of deflays to play around with. Tiamba.
क्या होना चाहिए पता है क्या? अल्फा 7 ये 2 मर गए. Tiamba वर्सेस पूरा होना चाहिए, नहीं क्या? अबे पता चलेगा लोकेशन पता चलेगा.
Looking to try and trade blows with them at the moment. They're out of danger, but they are so close.
बचा है. Nice one, Enes. अबे दोनों टीम नहीं तो चाहिए दोनों टीम.
Great news to try and give them a little bit of runway in this circle. Around the corner now, drops a nade out. Lots of damage pouring on out from the end of that SK-12, and it is just too much for them. Maybe the nerves are getting to them, and he's charging down the stairs, looking for the last player. A final nail to slam into the lid of the coffin for TT Project. Give an opening for the team behind Nails does a great job. I mean, Baton really did come out swinging.
भाई उर्रा का एक बंदा.
Not quite finish it off there.
एक बंदा फिनिश हो गया उर्रा का.
Kind of spooked him on both.
रश कर दिया इन पे. Crazy.
On the nades, Ongshin Red Force.
दोनों अपने को डिसएडवांटेज भाई. दोनों ने रश कर दिया. अबे अबे नहीं
रे Sky
out from both teams. XZY down, as is Sky. Hyunbin taking a fair bit of damage from off angles.
अबे इधर ही नहीं डाला.
No fear, moving forwards already with that first knock. Hitting the deck, going for the crouch, rolling forwards. Nice. But does finally get shut down on his approach. It was so close to going pear-shaped there, but he kept his nerve. And now Horror with the one player alive, Nongshim Red Force. Looking to keep themselves under control. Tizzy wants the reses. Sleepy's out of the blue zone. A fair distance away from this fight. No real chance to get these confirms, to get these flushes. And most likely to get his teammates back. Not to mention, Nongshim Red Force know exactly where this guy is. Yeah, they're good to go. I mean,
nice.
Not making his way in anytime soon, so easy on the side.
ये को मारो अभी, ये को कौन मारेगा?
Should be able to pick him
ये
back
को अल्फा
up again,
7 नहीं.
it's a case of moving
7-1 GS मारेगी पूरा को.
And in the meanwhile,
अबे यार ये अभी सर्वाइवल खेलेगा पूरा भाई. स्लीपी करते रहता है यार.
भाई इसका नहीं समझ में आता भाई. कैसे सर्वाइव कर लेता है?
गाड़ी नहीं है बड़ी, इस पे गाड़ी नहीं है. Alpha 7 आ गया. Alpha 7 मार दे, खराब कर देंगे अभी.
है मेरा मार में गाड़ी.
with the mini 14, that's dangerous.
Alpha 7 गेम खराब कर देंगे please.
Do so at your peril. Ida with a nice central position to try and protect the area, but not only that, their 5th place bubble position in the direct qualification spots. They can leverage a lot of influence over this part of the zone on the western side, and Tiamba, as we highlighted earlier, on that east edge, looking to do the same and get out of 14th place and into the sub-final stages. One of the only PEL teams
ये को मारना है, ये को कौन मारेगा गाइस?
ये को try and go there.
Vitality, ये को मारना है. ओम लिया भाई इसने वापस ले.
Shots raining round, the drums start again inside the arena as we hit the 17-minute mark here.
आईडिया पे जोन कब से भाई?
Circle heads over towards the northeast side. S2G once again. I mean, these boys, they're good at Miramar. And they're also good at qualifying last minute on Miramar too. They currently hold both sides. There's a bit of a greedy split they've got going on. They also have a lot of vision. They've got a lot of range in this area. Yes, it is greedy, but until they start seeing teams trying to push over towards these points, understanding that the north side is most likely the clearest area of the map depending on the playing path, they should be okay. Remember, they swung in from El Azhar. This was a long journey.
Long road indeed. That's the clue. Finding one from 721 GS. On that south edge in the meantime, Vitality are behind them in the queue. They did lose Federalis earlier, obviously. 5 eliminations already. Fine. You'll take that. That's pretty chill. And around that south edge, they'll try and roll through.
Alpha 7 ने अगर
probably one of the
NS को मार दिया.
ना,
मारा.
And look for the spray down. Not quite connecting underneath there, but spots him trying to get away from the vehicle. It was going up in flames, and Carrillo
गई NS गई. अरे यार but kill भी किसको दे रहे जाके?
Tries to go for the hop around the edge, but it's going to be shut down. This is the influence that I wanted to see Ida executing on this western side.
Ida's had a fairly safe game as well, so they should have decent utility, decent
ले OM बजा दी.
Razy's got his something OM. That's scary. And Vitality.
Oh, अभी भी 29 points.
S2G, come on S2G. कर सकते हो तुम.
Again, good stuff from S2G.
Vitality ने HC को मारा. अबे कितने टीम को मारेंगे? खत्म Vitality गई.
Razy's still kicking, still making those shots happen. Following the vehicle down, the sideline shots as well. He knows he has to finish up quick.
There is that off-angle potential, as you said there, Blank. Needs to hit the heel, though. The nades are going to start to roll on in. Sidestep out, but he doesn't manage it. And it goes boom, and Vitality are out, eliminated with 6 elims, so it's still a really good game for them. And they are totally fine. In the meantime, though, Hustler Crew fight for their life. Vinny on a separate fight as Vitality rock up into the other side of his team.
उसको जो मिले उसको मारना चाहिए उन
लोगों को. Looks for the knock, but it's not going to come through. Nasser, the last stand for Etch on the bubble, opens the door, doesn't step through it though, and Vinny tries again. Has still got ammo in the back. Will be able to shut it down. Etch now down on the bubble.
Goodness me, Edge, like you say, out 13th. Tiamba, I half
कर लो भाई आ जाओ.
a lot more influence here. I think they just don't want to lose this compound.
अरे यार S2G को मारो, ये को मारो, किसको को मारो.
Top
3 teams eliminate हो गए
भाई.
Idea को मारो यार.
Darkness did make their way up from that south side. Vinny could not help with Vitality. He was having his own small battle on the other side of the map.
Idea को मारो guys, मारना पड़ेगा.
Dealing with his own demons. And now Vinny has the whole of Tiamba. Look at his way.
Tian में अभी क्यों खेल रही? खेल के फायदा नहीं है उनका.
Dopeness out on the western side, but he's into the vehicle.
नहीं survival stage खेल सकते हो.
It's not going to go well.
भी नहीं गया.
Picks that one up. Tiamba.
गई ऊपर survival stage पे अभी survival.
They have to leave their compound now. They
can't तो गई घर पे.
To staying there any longer.
Idea का मुझे नहीं है, full form जानना है.
I'm very curious to see how S2G plays this now, because they have 2 spots they can work with. They got the gas station on the northern side of the road. That's likely to come out a little bit sooner. But both areas quite difficult to play from actually on this.
TN बने कर दिया push.
Might wrap back down.
अरे भाग गए S2G.
TN बट ठोकना चालू करो सबको.
I like that rollout. It's what I was thinking they needed to try to do to
progress. The fact
that S2G didn't have a full hold on it, they read that nicely, and they do regroup, as you said.
Yeah, they're going to play the roadside. I think which one you wanted to go on towards, because playing across the road is hard. So they do get an anchor center. This is really nice for S2G. Kamikaze just has to live here. I think he has a fairly safe spot to do it. I think that's a shack towards the center of the circle, so they can play off the back of this ridge side, but they need to support their anchor here in Kamikaze. That's where most of the gunfire needs to be going towards. They know that Tiamba's on their east, so they can keep an eye on that the entire time. But for Tiamba, this is an all-important game. Same goes for S2G though, trying to get towards the finals.
Somehow. The volley of fire not quite.
मार Idea को मार. Come on.
Smokes are dropping as well. They can get on the road.
मत भाग यार, एक नेट से दोनों पड़ जाएंगे. तू मार रहा है.
Alpha 7 in the meantime, you do still need to step forward too. Getting suppressed.
अबे कर रहे push कर रहे. ऊपर गए. अभी नेट करेंगे लोग. ले ओ.
Managed to slither around the sight lines that Ida are laying
मार
down.
दे यार.
Regroup होके कर रहे हैं क्या?
नहीं करेंगे, भाग दे जा रहे हैं.
This is not ideal.
हाँ उन पे जोन भी नहीं, उनको जाना पड़ेगा.
Now GS in front of them, vehicles burning. Peril in play, will shred them as they try and come down the hill, and they're fully silhouetted again against the hillside. S2G might have angles. E-Arena playing it very, very safe over towards the northwest. They know that they're realistically just looking
Alpha 7 ने ये पे push किया direct.
Will rock up though alongside with Carrillo. Has the MG3.
This is a big moment now for Alpha 7 as a two-man. Tony K with a nade in hand, could connect, could do devastating damage to Alpha 7 as Dopeness descends from the hilltops as well. Tiamba are chiming in on the off angle.
दो मारे बे A7 ने नॉक दिया ये को फिनिश दे दे छोड़ नाइस वन
Malik survives it. In the meantime,
Dopeness
Alpha
चली गया
7
भाई
were
Dopeness
able
का
to
फायदा
get
इतना
a
ही लग रहा
slice of
मुझे
that warehouse on the
लाइफ में कुछ
northwestern
फायदा नहीं
side. Both of them staying alive, and E-Arena will be drawn
S2G.
down to 2 players alive as well. With the placement points guaranteed for Tiamba, they will be out of the danger zone at the end of this game.
दोनों मार रहे बे बस
Great stuff for Tiamba, honestly.
जोन का सेंटर में नहीं चुका इनको वो
right? They're trying not to get too aggressive onto these
आईडिया को भी मारेंगे ये लोग यार कम ऑन
where they can.
आईडिया के पास गाड़ी नहीं है
Not been a lot of points at all that they've been able to siphon off. Tiamba only with the 2 eliminations on this game, despite being involved in quite a lot of engagement so far. E-Arena had a tough time.
और ये के दो अच्छे खेलने वाले ही बचे
They
हैं
need to start laying down smokes on Joker as well as Schweppes' side to enable them to cross to help Tony K deal with Alpha 7.
अबे इन्होंने डालना चाहिए S2G पे
Now for S2G, the anchor looks mighty good towards the center here in Kamikaze. He's kept things silent, and S2G, again, they play a very, very good Miramar here. It's their chance to jump up in towards the top 5. The annoying thing for them is, though, Blank, E-Arena and Ida are both still alive. Ida with all 4, E-Arena on 2. They're hoping that Alpha 7 are going to win this fight on this northwestern side. Maybe not so directly, but I think it would be in their best interest if it did happen that way. Alpha 7 with their back to the zone, guarding out E-Arena as they launch a nade forward to slow them down. Good initial nade. Chips away at the damage. Schweppes has one of his own, sends it out, only a little bit of damage. He's going to commit to the second one. Joker doesn't take any damage from that whatsoever. Guizhou gets backed off. Molotovs go through, stopping Carrillo from peeking too far out here, or in fact retreating back. So now in a 1v1, good shots from Joker. Guizhou, all up to him, will go down. Sadly in 6th place.
फिनिश कर दिए तो बंदे को फिनिश कर
A good attempt from Alpha 7 on the 2-man they had. Did a lot of work against the arena, made it hard, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. Tiamba now moving forward from the southeast side. S2G want to challenge, but a nice little roll down. The smokes are starting to bloom. A lot of invested utility here, but the chokehold from S2G is potent, and the spray down connects with Milo on the back line. Lost looking to lay her down too.
आईडिया को मार भाई आईडिया
And it does not connect, so Tiamba playing on his 3, still
NS कब गई है मैं देखा ही नहीं NS कब गई
ये अरीना गई NS तो कब की गई भाई
ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है
पर टॉप 5 के नीचे तो नहीं है इतना कंफर्म है
easy cleanup should things start to go a little wrong here for S2G.
आईडिया नॉक नाइस वन आईडिया अगर फिनिश हो गई ना
नाइस वन
कितना है इनको 3 का प्लेसमेंट
खत्म कर दो भाई
as well, just in case people rocked up on this shack towards him.
यान बने
4v2 है
जोन सेंटर भाई
खत्म कर दो आईडिया को उन पे गाड़ी भी नहीं है
अबे इसके ऊपर चढ़ गया तो
It's just a question of
शैक
how
के
well
ऊपर
they
चढ़ गया
deal
तो
with Ida in the near future, and can they manage
ये इसका
Tiamba
S2G
on this
का शायद
eastern
चिकन
side
है
without having to invest too much into it. It's really difficult
Man
spot.
power
Q-Set is
उन पे
burning there down
position
behind the
advantage
tree.
है
I think
सब
the healing is already coming through though, so we'll be okay for the time being.
but do they have that spirit
लास्ट मैच इतना टफ होने वाला है ना गाइस इतना टफ
continue to push forwards. Emre trying to make a break. You can see the smoke dropped
पर
out.
वो
721
एक
GS
टीम
still
को
a
नहीं
factor
है
here on the north side for Tiamba. It is just about in nade range, and they're taking damage. There it goes over the front bonnet, just keeping them safe. But there's a follow-up. There is still more pouring on down. That looks good. It's on target. They dash away, duck back in. S2G have taken casualties. Emre with a big nade over towards S2G on the center point. In the shack, they lose 2. Again, this is all about managing things, right? Is why I thought
आईडिया का भी अपन अपन 5th है अभी अब फिर S2G को मारना पड़ेगा भाई अभी
they scatter to the wind. They look to try to bolster position alongside Wahamzi G now, but another nade goes in.
5th तो रहना है बे
Being very careful, looks to drop the smokes. These are long grenades to head on over, not quite reaching. Rita extremely low, but in his last moments will send the nade in. But the junkyard of vehicles making a nice safe position
position to play. Emre is down. Rita's going to try and send some more toss
भाई
over
ये
the
आईडिया
top.
का थर्ड
Make it
चिकन है क्या?
uncomfortable. Make it hot over there for S2G.
Tiamba are wasting so much time here, Blank. Sure, they find Lost on that off angle, and that is a great pickup for them. But it's taken them so long. They could have moved forwards, tried to dynamically take that position, sideswipe, and third party S2G on the shack. They can do so now as it has unfolded for them, but I feel like they could have done it a little bit earlier. I want more dynamism from them, but they are still doing well here.
I mean, Tiamba, they still got to deal with GS, right? And pushing down there almost might have been a death sentence for them. They've only got a few grenades left. Still nades sending out over towards Rita right now. He might be able to hit the God nade through the window, potentially. He will send it. Man's on top. But yeah, GS is a big problem. I don't think Tiamba had a lot of nades, though. They didn't even have a lot of ammo either. They've been playing this game quiet. But the amount of side steps they've done on these nades has been quite miraculous. We've seen some acrobatics coming through from Tiamba so far. Rita moves up. Nade should do the trick though.
Takes him down. Another
S2G
team
के 10 किल
scratched
हैं ना,
off the
ठीक है,
cards.
अपन safe है.
S2G with a chance to
अपन
jump
top
up
5
into
में ही है,
top 5
अपन
of
top
this
5 में
game
ही
as
है
well.
guys.
Blank with a chicken dinner. QZ spotted, and 721 GS are making themselves such a nuisance on the flank. Eagle finally able to do one, find the other as well. Potential for the res, but there's not a lot of time. The zone is already closing. I don't think you can commit to this one. It may just be a raw 2v2, and you know where both of them are. They're both inside. How do you navigate this? Eagle sending in.
S2G कब से चिकन निकालने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं S2G का ये थर्ड चिकन मिस है थर्ड नहीं लेट कर रहे हैं वो सर
A chance. Faking on the back of the tree, he gets pushed out wide, and there's the pick.
Bhai,
in a 1 versus 1 for S2G to jump up to the top 5. A direct qualification spot is up for grabs. Tiamba looking to solidify themselves into the survival stage. It is a high stakes 1v1 blank.
Eagle playing off a tiny little bit of a rich side here. Gets a little bit of open
ground.
He's going for the res. Baiting Eagle in. Hamzy G has a tiny angle to work with. He's looking for the flush, looking for the finish. Eagle moves up to the plate with a DPS. The blue pushes Hamzy G now, John. He has to leave.
Nice one.
But he can't do it. S2G.
Survival stage पे survival stage
finally Tianma ने निकाल लिया अच्छा खेली Tianma well played Tianma.
How many more matches left? Only one match left.
Last match
Fantastic stuff for them. A tough win. Barely anything to work.
भाई तो अपन top 5 में ही है टेंशन नहीं लेने का
कुछ भी करके 10 पॉइंट निकाल लो top 5 तो सर्वाइव कर लो बहुत बस हो जाएगा
चिकन डिनर S2G मौका था उनके पास सपना था उनका ये चिकन डिनर क्योंकि ये बदल सकता था डायनामिक्स इस पूरे गेम के बट तियानबा फाइनली अ विनर चिकन डिनर जिसकी
बॉटम 3 नहीं है
आवश्यकता थी उन्हें
मजेदार ये मैच यहाँ पे आता हुआ S2G हाँ वो चिकन नहीं निकाले लेकिन जो जंप है वो कहाँ तक लेके गए वो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग के साथ हमें जरूर पता चल जाने वाला है
S2G बेचारे
क्लोज कंपटीशन इन दोनों ही टीम्स के बीच में सामने से DBS अटैक के लिए AKM और कवर्स में रहने के बावजूद AKM से वो फायदा नहीं उठा पाए और सामने से जो DBS था वो बहुत परफेक्ट बट गॉड लाइक हमारे आंखों के सामने आंखें बस इन्हीं को ही अभी देखनी चाह रही है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये बेटर करे और अब सब कुछ डिपेंड करने वाला है उस आखिरी मैच में S2G शॉट्स यहाँ पे लेते चले गए और इनके पास ज्यादा मौके थे दर्शिता टू बी ऑनेस्ट क्योंकि AKM आई नो बट सामने से वो DBS और वो ओपन से आ रहे थे उसके बाद भी कुछ खास फायदा हुआ नहीं बट ये DBS आप देखिए कितना था परफेक्ट ये मैच इनके लिए बट अभी एक और मेरा मार बट उससे पहले एक छोटा सा ब्रेक
नाइस वन रे एंटी अपन टॉप 5 में है गाइस कितने 90 पॉइंट्स अपने S2G के S2G 6 पे अभी NS नीचे चले गए
मैच बाय मैच स्ट्रेस लेवल जो है ना वो बढ़ता ही चले जा रहा है समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि टॉप
लास्ट मैच भाई सबके लिए डिफिकल्ट है
तो होगी कब एक ही मैप बाकी रह गया आखिरी मीरामार का मैप और इस गेम के अंदर एक बार फिर से हमको S2G का अमेजिंग परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिला योर थॉट्स ऑन दिस गेम
देखिए अब मामला मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा फंस चुका है, क्योंकि जैसे एनएसआर का ठीक है परफॉर्मेंस उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा, पर डिफरेंस अभी भी ज्यादा नहीं है उनके और पांचवी टीम के बीच में। तियानबा नो डाउट उन्होंने चिकन निकाला है और शायद ये चिकन डिनर उनको बॉटम 3 से निकालने वाला है। और उनके लिए यही जरूरी है कि इस वक्त अपने आप को बॉटम 3 से बचा कर रखें, ताकि एक मौका सर्वाइवल से जरूर उनके पास मौजूद हो। पर एस2जी मैं मानता हूँ कि शायद वो टीम गॉडलाइक से ऊपर निकल चुके होंगे, चांसेस उनके थोड़े ज्यादा बनते हैं। अगर चिकन डिनर आया होता तो 100% कहा जा सकता था, पर अब थोड़ा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग का इंतजार करेंगे।
बट 100% अगर आपको क्वालिफाई करना है तो अब तो शतक ही लगाना पड़ेगा, बट क्या वो हो पाएगा वो बाद में जानेंगे। फिलहाल एमवीपी आ चुके हैं हमारे पास नेक्रोज पिछले मैच के। इट इज ईगल फ्रॉम टियानबा। टियानबा जैसा मेजी ने मेंशन किया वो स्ट्रगलिंग ऑन द ओवरऑल लीडरबोर्ड, बॉटम 3 पे थे। मैं नहीं चाहता था टॉप 5 चेंज हो, तो मैं तो दुआ ही कर रहा था कि ये या फिर डोपनेस में से कोई चिकन डिनर निकाल दे। टियानबा ने वो चीज की, बट टॉप 5 तो फिर भी चेंज हो गई। बट
3 more subscribers guys, 3 more subscribers।
काफी बढ़िया है, जैसे मेजी ने कहा एक मच नीडेड
320 के लिए
जीत भी था ये चिकन डिनर के साथ। अपने आप को जैसे टॉप 3 लाइक बॉटम 3 से उन्होंने बाहर निकाला है। एक रे ऑफ होप भी उन्होंने जगह रखा है कि हाँ मैं शायद वो लोग टॉप 5 में नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे, बट कम से कम सर्वाइवल स्टेज पे जाएंगे, उसके लिए वो बहुत ज्यादा खुश रहेंगे। 17 टोटल ये जो पॉइंट्स उनको मिले अभी तक के इस पूरे श्रृंखला में, शायद उतना बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस हमें टियानबा
अभी ठीक खेलो यार, ऐसा मत करो।
भी था, मैं कल भी
गणपति बप्पा।
S2G Esports
मोरया
इनका जो एक कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा है ये एक अलार्मिंग फैक्टर बन रहा है उन टॉप 5 टीम्स के लिए जो अभी ओवरऑल रैंकिंग में बैठे हुए हैं।
बिल्कुल, आई थिंक कल के दिन भी S2G थोड़ी सी स्ट्रगल थी, बट वो स्टिल
1
कंसिस्टेंट।
पॉइंट डिफरेंस से भाई साहब,
माय गॉड, इट्स जस्ट 1.90।
ये वो S2G सेकंड पे भी जा सकती है बे, 4 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है
अभी भी सेकंड से लेके 6th, इनफैक्ट इवन 7th। अगर नॉन्गजिम रेड फोर्ट से एक बड़ा चिकन डिनर निकाल दे, बड़ा चिकन डिनर छोड़िए, 15 पॉइंट आ गए थ्रू।
जिस तरीके से मैचेस चल रहे हैं ना, बिल्कुल भी
10 पॉइंट तो निकालने ही पड़ेगी गॉडलाइक को। 10 पॉइंट
गॉडलाइक, S2G और एनएसआर, इनमें से कोई अलग ही टीम वहां पर पहुंच जाए जो अभी टॉप 5 के अंदर नहीं है। जिस तरीके से हमने S2G को देखा है, एनएसआर को देखा है, अब ये आखिरी मिरामार का मुकाबला थोड़ा ज्यादा ही नेल बाइटिंग हो चुका है। वाइटैलिटी वो ऊपर से देख रहे हैं कि नीचे 4 लोग हैं जो आपस में लड़े पड़े, कौन जाएगा आगे कौन नहीं जाएगा। वो चिल कर रहे हैं, वो एंजॉय कर रहे हैं। उनके फिनिशेस का आंकड़ा 103 पहुंच चुका है, शतक लगा दिया उन्होंने फिनिशेस का। और S2G एक लौती टीम है पूरे टॉप 8 में जिनके पास अभी तक चिकन डिनर नहीं आया, और ऐसा ना हो कि मार में ही वो चिकन डिनर आए और उसी से ही वो अपने आप को टॉप 5 में पहुंचा दे।
मजेदार बात यह है कि वाइटैलिटी को ओवरशैडो उनकी खुद की कल की परफॉर्मेंस कर रही है। कल 6 मैचेस में 108 थे। अभी
that Miramar, right? We were looking at a really big split across the north and the west eastern side of zone. Big split, 1-2-1. You got Kamikaze coming in, starting to spread out on P5, go into the middle of zone. The reason why they didn't end up winning the game, the reason why it didn't work, because it should the game. It would have worked. The reason it didn't is that terrain is just really, really flat and really, really open on a slight downhill trajectory where they were. So actually Tiamba and Ida both had an overwatch on them, so they were just unable to regroup. Lost was isolated completely, and so they kind of ended up just going out one by one, which is a big shame because that split, I liked that split.
Yeah, I mean, I think the terrain could be taken into account, but I think it's more of an issue. A lot of teams are kind of like pushing around them at the same time, and then the shed they had in the middle literally doesn't become playable because you think you're safe. No, a team has an angle on the back of you, they're going to shoot you down. And I think it was quite impressive that Kamikaze was in the center and the only player in the zone for a good old 2 minutes or something, so very impressive. I had no idea how that worked out, but by the way, score for a second there. Eagle was your game MVP. Good on Tiamba to get a win, which they needed, but I'm gonna say here, Hodrux, it's still not an impressive win that I was hoping for, but it would be enough to escape the bottom 3.
I don't care, dude. I mean, a win's a win. Thank
17
goodness. Oh, I was sweating bullets. I was getting a lot of flashbacks of Alpha 7 not making it to the finals. I was like, there's no way Tiamba doesn't. Yeah, 17 points, that's going to be good enough, right? For sure, to at least put them in the survival stage. And at the last second, I mean, we only got 1 game left to go, and this last game is always so chaotic because so many teams are desperate, right? So for Tiamba to get it done in the second to last game, clutch.
I mean, really, as you said, teams are getting very desperate. ETSH got a lot of eliminations early games. Yeah. To the side of TT Project, they're all farming it, and I was like, Tiamba,
side में
आके
वो ये हुआ रे,
get something done, which they did. Again, I think
fight
wise is not the most impressive, but a win is a win.
Okay, Romeo laying an flicked over the knee, trying to hit a point. For the team behind them, but he turns tail.
Pretty barren landscape there, right? You Axel on a bear. I've dropped in some more smoke.
Look at style, firepower.
Yeah, the Ninetales Fury
क्या हो गया?
looks
दिखते नहीं इधर
awesome. Really does. So is the Sage skin for Naruto. Oh yeah.
SR ने नॉक तो दिया एक.
Uh-oh.
अब मैंने राइट से पुश करना चाहिए था रे.
Federales underneath. Might need to start dropping some more smokes, but they're up against Godlike now. Didn't really let up too much. Godlike want to push on towards Federales though. Difficult player to go up against, but instantaneous response coming through from Axel. Razak was re-knocked instantly. Now Vitality. Salme will find Federales there. Axel on a bare slim amount of HP. Will find Federales there. Axel on a bare slim amount of HP.
एडमिनो को तो भाई
Razy just
पीछे से मार
trusting
दिया
it.
यार.
What a
नहीं
close
करना
down
था
there,
ये.
the third party for the off angle for Godlike. Can they
Yes,
Yeah, Tianba, rough day or rough 2 days, right? But we know what they can do. Come survival stage, they could look like an entire new monster. So S2G is so good to see them right there. I think there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, but you got to be able to get the clutch done. That's what it's all about. You got to adapt.
Yeah, for SG, we need to see them possibly end up coming out with the win. I would love to take a look at the overall just to see how close everything is, because today we have seen everything between these teams. I mean, it's been crazy how much the leaderboard has been changing. This bunch of points has been going all over the place, and there you go. Now we actually get a chance to see the overall, and you can tell from 7th place all the way to 2nd place, it's just 10 points that separate the squads.
Oh my goodness, 1 point difference between Godlike Esports and just below them S2G that's been having the comeback of the years so far, without a single chicken dinner, pulling kind of a 4th rise at this point. But they got so many strong finishes, right? Rondo, 2nd place, going into a wrangle. They got a 2nd place, they got a podium, and right here in this game, they get themselves another 2nd place.
Hello?
But I do agree. I feel like
Hello?
we need to see a win if they want to comfortably make it in, because do keep in mind, they got no chicken dinners. If it
One
ends in a tie,
point.
Godlike or Horror Esports would end up overtaking S2G's spot.
No, it's true, and we have seen multiple ties like this all day long. I think we had one between Arena and Horror. We had it between now Godlike and Horror as well. There's been so many ties in the top 5. You absolutely need to get that win under your belt. And S2G, luckily for them, they are a Miramar squad typically. So this last game being a Miramar is exactly what they need.
And here on the bottom 3, you can tell TT Project, ETSH only being separated by just one.
हनुमा ने क्या क्लाइम किया है भाई.
हसल क्रू को
I'm sorry that I'm
20
going to be
पॉइंट
saying this,
चिकन
but we
निकालना
just haven't seen
पड़ेगा.
a single damn
बॉटम
thing
3
about you
चार.
today. I think they ended up maybe getting a
नहीं
total
निकले.
of
देखना
14 points,
भाई
if I'm not
कितना
mistaken, after
मतलब
this 4 matches. So I don't expect them to do much.
11
But
मैचेस
for
में
Dopeness
25
and
पॉइंट
for
निकाले
ETSH
उन्होंने.
Esports, they are within that
Hello.
striking distance to TT Project Hot Jukes. Just
Hello.
1 point can push them outside of just going home and staying a little bit longer here at PMWC at EWC 26.
And that little bit longer is so critical, right? Because you're going to have a whole fresh start to just make it into that top 6. But right now, this is the time, guys. You've got to be able to lock it down. The one thing I really worry about when it comes to these kind of situations is a lot of teams get into their own head. They're thinking, man, I just got to get 1 point. Maybe we just play super passive, do something different here. And that's not what got them here in the first place. So you have to just wipe out that anxiety, stay calm, stay collected, play the game you know that you could do, and make the best plays possible and make it to that next stage.
And if any team's going to do it, honestly, you know, talking about that mentality, talking about that pressure, it's going to be Nongshim. They've fallen out of the top 5. But I will tell you what, they are the one team in all of this lobby that I really feel will not crack under pressure. Hello.
While you guys were talking, I had that graphic up. I was able to find none other than Killer Joe from Go Gaming, a team that was able to get 8th place in Group A. Killer Joe, you're currently getting a chance to watch all the teams here at Group B. You're going to be going to Survival. What has surprised you besides Vitality?
No, Vitality, give me him a trophy now.
No, not yet. You still have a fighting chance. Come on. Last year at PMWC, we actually got a chance to see the winning team come out of Survival. It could end up happening again here. What are you guys going to be looking to change, if anything, going into Survival? Because it is going to be top 6. Moving on.
We will change maybe more practice, more changing like positions of the game. Obviously, we have big problems in the first group because we just no focus, but trying to fight to get consistent. See you guys at the finals, I hope.
you got a chance to play Group A. You're getting a chance to see here Group B. There's been a lot of questions between everybody saying, which one is the group of death? Okay? I want you to look at that camera and tell me which one is the group of death. Group A and Group B, and why?
Only Group A, because Vitality is crash everyone. Looks like they both won by one head of different team.
Hello,
I don't know,
Aditya.
maybe it's
Hi.
I don't know how to explain
How
this,
is it
like,
already?
this game.
Hi,
Maybe
Aditya.
they play by fun.
They're just playing on a completely different level. That's what's currently going on with Vitality. Even when they're slowing down here in the second day, they're still out fragging everybody else. Thank you, Killer Joe from GOAT Team. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing
Match
in
start हो रहा है.
survival. Hopefully there's going to be a lot of changes. Top 6, I think it's doable. But let's see what Barney and Luti are currently
presence. And before we go into our final match of Group B, let's test it out, shall we? Alpha 7, Fasan
One more game! It's now for Nippon! It is now! We saved the best till last! Good luck! Let me hear you roar! Absolutely electric here to close out this group, to close the group stages. Group B now with their last opportunity to put points on the board and to make history, to jump forwards into the finals or to get through to the survival stage.
I think the most incredible thing is just the fans that we have here with us during both Group A and Group B. Dude, we're not even in the finals yet, and there's such representation for multiple teams across the board. However, there are some teams that we do need to focus in on. We've got Wolves, Dopeners, TT Project. We've got a lot of squads that are on the cusp of getting through and into the survival stage right now, or losing it all and going home right here in Group B. TT Project filled with some fantastic players, some fantastic veterans as well of the game. We still have a little bit further to go now.
If they close it down now, they would be in, but it's just so... I got that right? TT Project, they're in, I believe. I'll have to double check on the tables where they pop up. But yeah, it's very, very close around that bubble. A lot of teams could change things around. For Edge, it feels like they have been sort of in and out, but not really showing us anything. I think it's the same for TT Project, right? It's been these sort of always a team that's like, well, they could do quite well, but they're just not. They're just not quite there yet. So they got one more chance to get there and give themselves that opportunity in the survival stage.
To do that, we have one last man coming right at you very, very shortly. All our players getting ready to go now to jump into the game, 5 seconds away from the conclusion of Group B in map number 6, John.
Oh, we're right at the end of the road now. There is no other opportunity to make your mark here in the group stages. Over Miramar for the last time, and maybe for once, Blank, we are on for a kinder plain path than we've seen before. It looks like it's going fairly close from the southwest side. Oh, okay, yeah.
Zone किसी के भी favor में नहीं है रे.
A lot kinder than
Group
most we have
dangerous
seen
बना है भाई.
from the Middle West over towards Campo Militar. And sending across the north side a little bit on this one, but very accessible to the majority of this map.
Yeah, it's actually quite a nice playing path here, because you're going to be able to get over or towards all the vehicles on the eastern coast here, wrap back down to all the Pozzo's open immediately, as is Montenuevo, Power Grid, Picardo, San Martin. There's lots of things you can do with this one. So I think a lot of teams are going to have a bit of an easier time going forward. We still haven't changed our top players. They're all in Team Vitality. That's never going to change at all. Neither is the damage numbers. Okay.
It might go up.
It might go up, But yeah, it's the players are
Hello.
not changing. Vitality has just had an absolute field day here in Group B, and we do have to congratulate them. Again. This has been a wonderful performance. We are going back to the past once again. BTR, when they were just so strong, but we're bringing the modern era of Indonesia. It's good to see. And that
zone है अपने पे guys.
We are heading over towards El Azhar right now. S2G get themselves a central position. Last time they fought out from El Azhar to get a better spot now towards the circle and Chumacera. We're able to get a second place off the back of this one. This time around, they don't have to move half as far at all. So let's see what S2G can do. Can they get back up into that top 5? Because right now, Godlike are beating them by 1 point.
And they are also right next door to them as well.
Central
location in the map. Godlike west of El Azhar right now. And keep themselves in the top 5. They are a bubble team right now, tied with Horror, but losing that tiebreaker as it stands. On placement points alone, I believe, is the tiebreaker between these two rosters, both with a chicken dinner under their belt.
Let's go.
And Horror have to move from La Cobraria. It's a fairly accessible rotate, but still pretty fraught with danger, especially given that there's actually 2 teams up on the northeast side near Torre Hamada, near Campo Militar. So maybe they're going to need to try and find a lucky spin over towards the circle, just like you guys can find a lucky spin in game right now. Make sure you're heading into the game to draw for an exclusive set for the PMWC, making sure you're looking fine, fresh, and ready for battle, as many of our players are today and for the rest of this tournament. Back on board with TT Project split near Chumacera. They are again in the hot seat when it comes to elimination. It's a very, very fun final map. Here we have 1 point sits between 6th and 5th, and 1 point sits between 13th and 14th. One of those is a little bit more consequential than the others, because one means you go to the finals or survival stage. One means you go to survival stage or you go home. And I think right now, if I was TT Project, I'd be looking to try and get some more consistent points on the board. It's a difficult thing to try and figure out at the end of the day, of whether to try and play aggressive, try and get a lot of points early, and risk going out and opening up that door for other teams underneath you. But I think the best you can do is just try and play with consistency going into these final games. Very, very difficult to do, and honestly, with some of the strong teams that are going to be in your path over towards the northeast side for TT Project, I think playing a slow game is maybe the better decision. A couple of points can be make or break, but there is always that flip side of like, well, what if Dopeness just pulled out a 20 Elim chicken dinner out of nowhere, right? Maybe we should have done a little bit more to try and stop them, but I don't think you can trade on that. When you have so many teams in the mix, I think you're definitely
nice one, bhai.
That's a nice little pickup for Godlike, though.
अच्छी वाले क्या रहे हैं भाई? क्या मोटिव है?
उनको घर पे जाने जल्दी, उनको भूख लगी है. घर मम्मी बुला रही घर पे मैं.
Yeah, I'm putting
बस Horror से आगे
in the
होनी
hot
चाहिए
seat,
भाई.
versus S2G. Like I say, Horror moving across from La Cobraria, they can get a pretty early rotate over. They may have to contend with Vitality in the near future though, and that is a terrifying prospect.
अबे एक इम्पाला में एक मिनस के इधर अच्छा ले.
Swung back in towards Impala and tried to finish off Hustler Crew. I mean, it's cheeky, but it does work. It would be a way to guarantee some elimination points. Like you said,
उनके लिए की तो अच्छी रहेगी टीम है ना ये.
Since those finals, the first 2 days of finals of Western Europe, we just have not really seen anything else from this team.
Let's see.
I mean, I'm just slightly perplexed as to why Godlike did leave right in the middle of the circle.
Let's go.
And go to Los Leones, given where the circle did pop. Because if you remember, they dropped next to S2G. So it is a big flex out. It's Luton time, I guess, down in Los Leones, and that's where they want to go.
British
that's where
professional PUBG mobile team.
You said you didn't mind if they were going to flex back to Impala. I feel like
United Kingdom or Nepal.
Committed to Impala potentially, but no. And now Los Leones, Luton.
Team captain Nepal है. Team captain Nepal है और location United Kingdom.
I forgot that they've already cleared out one player from Hustler Crew. They know the team they're going up against as well, so honestly, they could just swing back over
नेपाल की टीम
towards the
अच्छा खेल
eastern
रही है,
coast,
मुश्किल में
know that they might run back into Hustler Crew at some point in the future, feel fairly confident
भाई
about winning that fight versus them, which is an
PMGO
extra
का
3 points in their
MVP है वो
bag,
लोको,
but also more space on the map.
इनका
Tiamba
कैप्टन,
getting very,
इनका
very
कैप्टन,
close to dopeness here. This could be the end for one. Tiamba on top right now. Matika underneath. Speaker on his way.
Spot one. QZ with the shots, but not quite connecting there. That high ground is available. He's got the Mini 14 as well. Tiamba with the chicken dinner they were able to find in the match just previous are now a lot safer ahead of that bubble. Currently 13 points ahead of 13th place. And for multiple teams to be able to jump that gap, it's going to take something quite big to make that one happen. So for Tiamba, I think they certainly are going to want to play this one slow.
Knows what to play with right now. Eagle, oh, it's just too easy. Couple of shots could ring out. The M249 tears through Matika. For Tiamba, any extra points is nice, but already two of our teams at risk of going home right now have lost one player. We always say how hard Miramar gets when you lose players in those first 10 minutes of the game. A lot of times you can't take the same angles you wanted before. For dopeness, they're sat out in the open. Even though going against Godlike, they lose one.
First match जैसे गेमप्ले
A
चाहिए
piece,
हाना यार.
really.
अरे इसको ए मानिया नॉक कैसे हुआ?
Nobody is close enough to really go for this fight. Both teams now going to have to send in, and TT Project are pushing in from the southwest side past Los Leones. An immediate response coming through, and Godlike will be first on the scene. That you can get the res here, and it looks like a no commitment from Ida. They're going to
Nice one, bhai. मेरा ध्यान नहीं था रे यार. नहीं था मेरा.
Sees them one step closer, and taking a player away from Ida is a great result for them. It's a target team. They can push past very easily.
You know what I do like? I like that we had the camera on S-Power. My guy is
Sorry,
smiling. He's having a
मैं
good
2
time in these
मिनट
games. I mean, for God, like, they have...
It is like going to earn a point. Could have committed to it.
On the side from back over there. But also openness here. We always openness, they're sat out in the open. A lot of times you can't take the same angles you wanted before. For dopeness, they're sat out in the open.
S-Power ने दिया भाई. चल के दिखा.
Mind-boggling, honestly, but
TTV और YG भी अपने साथ
fantastic stuff. It has just been clutch after clutch, play after play. I can't respect it. Down towards the south side. Ida, like you say, they just gave up on it in preference of a better spot inside the circle as a 3-man. Just tough. Wolves, they're not out of the woods just yet. They're on 41 points. But with both Dopeness and Hustler Crew going down to 3 players, I think Wolves are a little bit more set than we might expect.
अरे देखना
अरे अभी देखना.
Flexible team in terms of trying to get through. Unfortunately for Edge, they have all 4 of their players up on the north side behind Vitality, who, as we know, are really good at this video game and will make it very, very hard for them to push past on the northern edge. Past El Azahar as well, which is a difficult area to navigate around. They might have to send through the town if they don't want to go straight past Vitality on that northern side. So a difficult approach for Edge to try and survive in this tournament, to get out of that zone.
H2G, nice. भाई मार दे यार, please मार दे यार, मत kill दे.
7-2-1 trying to play center, and S2G can't quite
Malik
keep them at bay. With more than a knock, not just yet. They haven't managed to get rid of them.
S2G. Suit and boot here, they've got a lot of supplies to work with, already
S2G NS का गेम खराब कर रहे हैं. NS देख अभी तो जोन के बाहर है.
Some good damage in. Malik will go down the back lines. Lost adds a point to the tally here.
7-2-1.
GS is crumbling.
Really providing too much resistance here. Kamikaze stepping forwards, and S2G now drawing level. And remember, they lose that tiebreaker due to lack of chicken dinner. But they bring the firepower instead. They'll get another point to add to the tally, and they are now in the top 5 for the time being. Aura needing to try and catch up in the meantime. S2G want to add even more of a buffer. They have the potential here to jump up all the way to second with a clean fight.
More util sent out. Solke spots the jump out, takes a little bit of damage, but
What's
2 players now to contend against, but the smoke is making it difficult. Solke opts to pull the pin. Molotov over the top. He might just cook this one. Go for the air burst around the side. It's good. Great damage. Can't quite get his shoulder around the corner though.
Third party descends on the fight. Dopeness out of nowhere to backstop this, and they
Yeah,
want to get
अकेला बंदा
really
game खराब
stuck
करना
in.
चाहिए, मजा
They
आएगा।
want to try and extract value from these fights. They've already got an
Dopeness भी आ गई ना
elimination
पर
on
उधर
side,
से।
and they are on 3
S2G
players.
को खत्म
It's a
करो
bit of a
Dopeness।
do or die play, but I
कुछ
feel
तो
like if
करके
you're
जाओ
gonna make
ऐसा
one,
कि
now
वो
is the time to do it. Right in the middle,
Zone के
right in
अंदर
the
आ गई
truck
क्या रे?
stop.
God
Try
like।
and survive as long as you can.
नहीं दिखा नहीं रहे
And
ना
3
वो।
players across the way makes S2G a little bit more timorous
Hey.
here. I think rightly so.
I think for S2G though, the points are coming to them. These are teams that are not playing up to scratch right now. For GS, they fell fairly quickly up against S2G, who have been showing a very different style of gunpowder than they have in the past. Like I said before, feels like finally S2G have found their footing now.
God like
They
zone नहीं
looked
रे,
decent
zone नहीं।
at points yesterday. Were able to swing back into the driving seat.
फाइट हो गया
Time
अपनी
to
साइड
smoke,
से टीएन
quick
के
loop.
साथ।
Some more of that utility
TN को
online.
मार लो भाई।
They're not
Nice,
taking
nice.
any chances either, John.
Absolutely not. Can't afford to. The circle did center up on truck
भाई
stop as
Dopeness
well,
उधर से
so
fight
if
क्यों नहीं कर रही
S2G can
इनसे?
clear things out here in the next minute or two, it could get better for them, or it could get much worse because Ida have now
Nice,
stepped 2
27.
behind. They've scouted it out. They know there's a team here now, and they're looking to move the rest of them in to play. And S2G just can't catch a break, trying to clear this one out, clear the last player from 721 GS. And they will make it harder and harder.
भाई idea आ
Meanwhile, the
गई
hills
इन
to
पे।
the west are going to start to get occupied.
भाई वो
Tiamba
idea भी आ
moving
गई।
in to try and get some oversight on it.
S2G lost। S2G को मारना
There's
पड़ेगा
a bit
बे।
more of a spread than we used to from Tiamba as well. They're looking
या
for
सॉरी आइडिया को
more
मारना
value
पड़ेगा
on the
S2G को
map.
अगर उनको उनकी पोजीशन में
They
चाहिए तो।
must feel a lot more comfortable coming into this game with 48 points. Will be hard to overlap that. Definitely doable, but will take quite a few things to line up, if I'm quite honest. But once again, it's S2G here looking for Miramar miracles.
Right in the middle of the map. Alpha 7 and Horror towards El Azahar. At the moment, Horror just have such brutal oversight onto Alpha 7's position. You've got Noots up on the high ground out on the northwest side of El Azahar, and he's kind of the only operative with a chance to shut down an angle for Horror, because right now the rest of them trying to run through the town, trying to
TT
get
versus
anything done.
Vitality. Look.
Meanwhile, over on the east side, TT
Vitality not
Project
finished.
going to try and crash in towards Vitality, and they have opened an opportunity there, taking down one of the players. And remember, 13th place is not comfortable. TT want to jump up higher. They could push the Wolves into that hot seat too. There is so much at stake here.
I mean, for TT Project, to qualify by taking down the #1 squad would be quite an amusing feat. See if they can pull it off right now.
Godlike दिखाओ ना यार,
Vitality
guys,
do go down
Godlike
to
दिखाओ।
3 here. They have been playing all cylinders firing this entire time. At some point, they do have to start feeling that lactic acid. But again, it has just been marvelous. But TT Project, that initial pickoff does give them a little bit more space to work with on that northeast side. They can even pick up some of the high ground, start to swing their way through on that ridge. But it does open up to sightlines from Alpha 7, who do now need to move.
भाई
There's
स्नैक्स को
so many teams have been circling this
3,50,000 की
circle for
watching आ रही
quite
है
a while.
स्नैक्स को।
Nongshim Red Force have been playing out all the way from the northwest side. They've been in the blue zone for ages, and they're just crashing into a fight potentially
3,000.
with Yangon Galacticos. Godlike as well, disengaged from the Wolves, and they've moved in behind Hustler Crew, who you said they know
अबे
are
यार
diminished
निकालो
in
ना यार ये
power,
मैप।
and they could try and punch a hole through. With Vinny already down, there is a weakness. There's blood in the water for Godlike to try and strike.
रश कर दिया है गॉडलाइक ने रश कर दिया है हीलिंग नहीं है गॉडलाइक पे नाइस वन मानिया
ले लो आस्कर की को
perfect plans laid in motion by Godlike now being
मार दो इनको भी मार दो भाई
ये तो यार अच्छी हमको पॉइंट दे रहे हो तुमको नहीं चाहिए तो मैच
Beautiful stuff, but they still have to keep going a little bit more pacey. Yangon Galacticos reinforcing the south side against this godlike push. Sure, Hustler Crew kind of not able to do too much here, but in this compound, Yangon Galacticos have a much stronger foothold. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force looking to try and change the tune. TT Project up on that northern side, a little bit closer to that fight. Tiamba looking to take on Arena as well, are in danger. all of
अरे
our
नहीं 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 नहीं
अरे नहीं
नाइस वन
नाइस
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 खत्म
नाइस
नाइस वन
That's power finding another over towards Hustler Crew.
जोन के अंदर है अपन जोन के
Jameson,
अंदर है
one
अंदर एक ही बंदा
player
बाकी है एक ही
left
बंदा
alive.
बाकी
Jameson
अच्छी
will
का
have to
ऊपर हिल पे था
try
वो
and
तो
make this one work, but he is stuck between most of the players from Godlike, and they are not going to
तू
give
का पोजीशन लगता है
मार दो ये को मार दो
Very, very important fight for them. E-Arena also.
नाइस
नाइस
वन
वन नाइस वन
Start to their day.
5 किल मिल गए गाइस 5 किल
बाय बाय एचसी
ये 5 किल कैसे मिल गए अपने को हाँ ये एक बंदा आईडीए का
एक आईडीए का मारा था आईडीए का मारा था मैंने
यस यस
No longer will they be here.
एचसी थैंक यू फॉर डोनेटिंग
थैंक यू एचसी यार बाय बाय एचसी
Allow them access
बाय बाय
Godlike.
यू प्लेड वेल
इसको नेड कर रहे
Deal a final blow to them, and they want to try and earn those
YG
points even further.
भाई मत लो ना इतना
Higher
अग्रेसिव
and
खेलो ना
away
थोड़ा रुक के
from that bubble position. In Group A, we saw the bubble being 88 points, but now it is going to go even further beyond. Etch making a mad dash in, and this could be another team
पूरा मार
joining
रही है
Hustler Crew on the northeast
पूरा
side.
से
They
पूरा
crash,
हो रहा
and they crash
ये
into
आईडीए भी
Aura.
मार रहे
Leader
थे
taking a chunk out of them, and it is just one player left now for
नीड
Etch
कर
to
दे
try
भाई
and
नीड कर दे
cross
फूटना
the
चाहिए भाई
boundary.
अरे यार वुल्फ भाई
I
पीछे से
don't know what the
थोड़ा कवर में
move
जाना
was. I don't
पड़ेगा
know what the play was either. We've been out in the blue for the longest time, still trying to find a way in. They played this game
लेफ्ट भी
a
देख ले
little
यार
bit too
एक बार लेफ्ट
slow,
देख ले
in my opinion, leaving them only with speed remaining. For TT Project, they
अरे मत
honestly
ना
do
दिखा भाई
need to
ये
do a lot here to stay ahead. It will require
ध्यान
one hell of
लगा
a
वुल्फ
game
ने मारा
here for speed to
No.
get through into
ध्यान में जा
war
रही है
survival stage, leaving Dopeness as the last chance.
Bulls taking a lot of damage, trying to roll around the hills,
Tough जगह
but
पे
keeping
वो।
themselves nice and safe. Tiamba a little bit more at risk, and I think that this may just be a flush if Elementrix can find the right spot to spray down E-Arena as well.
आईडीए
Looking to
कहाँ है
try and
आईडीए
get
को
the
लो ना
points
यार
earned
चढ़
and
के ले लो यार आईडीए
confirmed
को
onto their tally to make sure that they're further
अरे
away,
अपने को
because it
वाईजी
is
को मारना ही
just
पड़ेगा
so
जोन आ जा यार
volatile.
नीचे आ
A
जा यार
single
प्लीज
place going down, a
Please.
single player getting lost diminishes your
ए
point
आगे हिल पे
scoring
ही है चलो
ability to the point where it
आगे हिल
could
पे
be
ही है
tournament
सेंटर
making
पूरा
or
सेंट्रल शिफ्ट
tournament
है
breaking.
अबे
A
उतर
straight
आ
out
गया मुझे
swept,
अपन
and he's
नहीं
adding it to
ये
the
को मत
tally,
देखना
but that's stolen away maybe from the Wolves.
Wolves would love any more points they can
अपन
get
आगे
here.
हिल पे जा
Keep them in the
सकते हैं
running.
I guess।
Now S2G, they moved away from truck stop. This is a really
मारो ये
fantastic
एनएस
spot
वर्सेस
for Mount to
वाइटलिटी
play.
नाइस
Obviously
वन
for
वाइटलिटी
S2G,
मार रहे यार
a
एनएस
lot
को
of
मार दे
control.
दो
They
नॉक दिए
look
उसने
down towards some of the low ground on that eastern side
अरे
and
नहीं
can give them points off the
विन
back
विन
of
ने
it.
दिया
अरे
They're
नहीं
only looking for now, getting
यार
knocked over towards Vitality.
ये का नाइस नाइस वन
Wolves
मार दे ये
continue
को
to
भी
pop
मार दो
those points there, move
खत्म कर दो
further
भाई
and further away from the bottom
ये
three.
मारेगी उधर से नाइस वन
They keep increasing that bubble.
टर्न नहीं आया था आज
E-Arena,
नाइस
not
वन
so
टर्न
lucky.
खेल रहा था
They're taking damage. They tried to jump into the fight, but it's not going well. They try to move forward.
Vitality, TT को मारा।
TT Project taking damage as well.
Vitality गई शायद
eliminated.
वाइटलिटी
Tiamba
एलिमिनेटेड या
are out of the running as well, but they may have done enough. Elementrix
एनएस मारी
moving
हुई एनएस
forward.
ने
E-Arena going down here is a massive
एसटीजी अभी तक जिंदा है ये भी जिंदा है
change in the tables.
राइट थोड़ा राइट
S2G,
नीड कर
Honor,
भाई
and Nongshim Red Force all with a bigger opportunity to take one of those top 5 spots. A Joker stands tall. The belt buckle on the floor.
अरे
They
यार
need to
ये
hold
क्यों
on
मार रही
here.
है यार
Joker moves up. Elementrix moving off the back of the
ले
position.
मारा
Before
ये
more
जोकर
players
मार दो
get
जोकर को
through.
मार
It's
दो
going to be an incredible clutch if he can make it work.
नाइस वन
But
नाइस
Joker
वन
does
जोकर का भी
go
गया
down.
क्रेजी
A
ये
trade.
वाला
A
फिनिश
Norman
किया बे
निकल लास्ट में मॉर्वन गया गया मॉर्वन भी गया
E-Arena in danger.
5 पॉइंट है
E-Arena
अपन जोन
right
के बाहर है
down
अभी
to the
तक
wire. They do manage to pick up a point or two.
वाईजी
but
बहुत तकलीफ दे रही है
85,
अपने
they
को
are far from
वाईजी
safe.
को यार
A
दे
sliver
दो
of
यार
HP,
शॉट
and he swaps the vehicles out.
ये गया
Where
ये
can
गया
he go though? Where
ये
can
गई
he
ये
call
गई
home?
ये गई
The teams underneath him, they all
वे
have
गॉड
better
लैग मार
positions
सकती है ये
inside
तो
the circle. E-Arena
हिल पे आ जा
forced
हिल पे आ
to
जा हिल
stop
पे आ
off
जा
at a shack here down towards the south side. Only real option they have. I'm more laughing at the fact that TT Project thought that their only way to stay in towards survival stage
YG
was
को
to
खत्म कर दो ना
defeat
यार
Vitality of all
यार वाईजी
teams.
तकलीफ
I mean, if it works, I guess.
निकल रहे लौट
Little
निकल
pincer maneuver.
रहे चल जाओ यार
Nongshim
इतना नहीं
Red
रहे
Force,
इतना नहीं
who are one
कॉन्फिडेंस
of the chasing teams as well.
अच्छा रहता
In
भाई
seventh
वाईजी का नॉक
place,
दिया
moving in. The South
इनको
Korean
पता चला
Muscle
इनको पता
looking
चला
to
शायद
try
वाईजी को नॉक
and
दिया
turn on those afterburners. They do have a chance to
इनको
make
पता
it
चला है
work
वाईजी
here.
नॉक है Smile
They
knock
have
है.
TT Project to try and guard out. So many crucial battles happening, spanning the entirety
भैया अभी
of
तक
this
जिंदा है.
leaderboard blank. It is so important for about 50% of the lobby as to what
अरे वो
happens in the next 3
S21
minutes.
GS का भी जिंदा है यार, ये लोग कैसे जिंदा रहते इधर.
Godlike still keeping it chill down towards the south side. Difficult push for them
नेड़
though.
दिया,
Yangon
भाग रहे।
Galacticos watching over there.
निकल जाओ छोड़ दो जोन ले लो।
बहुत सही कर रहे भाई, तुम जो भी कर रहा
Denying
सही
the
कर
रहा
sidelines
है।
as we head over towards that northern edge. Goodness me, you got the eyes
हाँ
of
यहाँ
many
से ले लो।
teams looking your way.
वो लोग वहाँ राइट साइड जा ही नहीं सकते, YG वाले राइट साइड से ही उनको पड़ी है, उनको
Alpha
लेफ्ट ही
7,
आना
I
है।
think, have done more than enough.
अबे नॉक दिया रे, दिखा
It would
मर गया
require
71
a
years का मर गया।
gargantuan game to get into top 5, but I think they can be very, very pleased with their
आगे ही
current
जोन है, अपने
position
आगे
on
ही
the
जोन है।
leaderboards. Circle centers up, and again, S2G,
Wolves को
they
ले लो
just
ना, उनको
take
काट
the
दो
right
भाई।
maneuver at the right time. They knew they had the most control over truck stop.
अबे
When it
पता है क्या,
happened, made an executive
YG अगर
decision to move
सेंटर
over towards this
यार
area of the
S2G
map.
अभी तक
Again,
जोन में,
this is a
S2G बीटी
winning
देगी बे।
spot. And yeah, as you say, the
Urra भी
decision
जिंदा
to
है।
leave truck stop itself
गया Urra,
really is going to
ये
play
गई।
well for them. That northeast side can get rebuffed. That's the arena.
Urra
That's the
ऊपर आ गया
arena
S2G
down
पीछे।
blank. The last player
क्या
spotted.
टफ चालू है भाई,
The ones
क्या
to deal
टफ
the
चालू
final
है।
blow there, picking up a point for themselves and taking E-Arena down. Now 95 points is a clear target.
398k views, Snacks Gaming।
Tiebreaker between them and Godlike. There's
4 लाख व्यूज गए,
and for S2G.
रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है भाई उसने, रिकॉर्ड।
That one away as well here with a chunk of points and a big game for the South Koreans. It is just so deadly to be going down at a time like this. Longchamp Red Force moving up from this compound means they'll have to put themselves in the sightlines of TT Project, but it's Alpha 7 actually waiting on the exit here. TT Project look to make the quick maneuvers. They move out.
S2G को मत देख किल यार, इनको तो दे दे यार। गॉडल ने मारा, सौम्य ने मारा, नाइस वन सौम्य।
Holding the line. And Nongshim Red Force chiming in as well. Another knock over towards Zerich.
फिनिश आएगा अपने को, फिनिश आएगा।
नहीं
position. Dopeness wanting to stay alive in truck stop and trying to pass it.
अरे एनएस मार देंगे भाई इधर।
Through Alpha 7 looking to close the trap. And in
एनएस मत ले
comes
किल।
4 लाख
ले चल।
trying to wrap around behind.
A7 को किल मिले।
TT Project on their last
S2G lost knock।
effect the last to stand. Now on a sliver of HP, the nades go long. He's just about able to dodge it. And with an S12K, he's got a open a dream. Effect.
4,05,000 के watching is next game.
Fight against one another first.
Crazy.
Edge will have to move in across the road. The singular player
मार
alive here.
NSBT दे रही है।
Dopeness
तो
being
को
the
कर
other
दो एक
problem,
खत्म।
also having to
मत
leave
कर यार,
soon
कॉल
to
करने को
Nongshim Red
इतना इसको
Force.
कॉल लो रे।
Taking a little bit of damage, but it's S2G who have bear the brunt of the pain.
Crazy
It's
भाई,
not a double split
achievement
though,
है
so there's
भाई।
2 reses going off at the same time for S2G. They are so lucky. There's so many teams on the northern side are all fighting against one another. Gives them a brief opportunity of respite.
हम चला रहे हैं
Enemies at the
तो।
sidelines for S2G were distracted,
मैं भी
not in
अपने हेल्थ कैसे
operation,
गया?
and that's going to allow a little bit more maneuverability. Those reses
ये
have
क्या है
दिया रे
मतलब
एनएस
क्या
ने,
back
एनएस
into the
को
fight.
बीटी दे
Alpha
रहा है
7
अभी।
crashing in, trying to take down Nongshim Red Force. There goes Effect. TT
आ गया।
Project losing out on the more point scoring opportunities here, and 36 points is the target for Dopeness, for maybe even Edge. So easy cruising.
Nice one, nice one, A7, nice one।
Spots him underneath the vehicle.
एक्सपॉर ने नॉक दिया भाई जी को।
But doesn't quite.
स्माइल को नॉक दिया वापस।
The nade over the
नाइस
top
वन रे।
right is what they're looking for. Alpha 7 looking to finish out strong here on the final.
नाइस वन।
यूनमिन
यूनबिन क्या कर रहा है?
In the Hyunbin, taking out the trash here at the end of the day.
भाई ये क्या बसड़ चालू है भाई?
Goodness me, Hyunbin's finally down, but Cleo, he is still up,
उर्रा।
still kicking. Alpha
यूनबिन
7 still out.
एनएस चली जा, प्लीज एनएस चली जा।
Will leave.
गया भाई, हुर्रा ने मारा भाई एनएस को। हुर्रा ऊपर चले गए अपने से।
भाई
आईडीए के 3 बंदे अभी तक जिंदा है। S2G मार दे।
तुझे नहीं मारनी चाहिए।
एडमिनो नॉक। नाइस वन एडमिनो।
नहीं
फिनिश दे यार,
ले लिया
एडमिनो
रे।
फिनिश दे दे। एडमिनो फिनिश दे दे।
नहीं ले लिया भाई, ये
फिर चोरी कर लिया।
As the anchor once again towards the center, Godlike watching from a distance, patience. And choosing their time to strike, Hamzy goes for face, but Sky
नहीं
and Hamzy hits the deck.
नहीं।
A fall.
S2G को मार दो नहीं तो फिर भाई मार दो।
S2G's hold.
हाँ S2G को खत्म
Fight
कर दो
spot
भाई।
here. Horror looking to ruin the day. They're in right
S2G को मार दो भाई, अभी मारना ही पड़ेगा S2G को।
They're a lot safer, and they
Nice,
have got
खत्म
more
करो
players
सालों।
alive and ready to take this fight.
सौम्य नॉक।
अरे नहीं रे,
अरे वुल्फ भाई मर जा यार, क्यों बीच बीच में आ रहा है भाई?
They picked the right opportunity, now looking for more. Godlike under pressure from the walls as they send over towards their position.
पूरा का
Playing this
पूरा
one
गई।
slow, cautiously.
भाई जी मार दे, उनके भाई जी मार दे भाई, अभी इनको तो मार दे यार। तो मैं वापस नॉक।
अरे नहीं रे,
मैं मान्या भी नॉक।
अरे नहीं रे,
फ्रेश पावर भी नॉक।
भाई उनसे मत फिनिश पावर।
एडमिन नॉक दिया, 2 नॉक दिए
भाई,
फिनिश कर दी क्या? अबे फिनिश कर दी।
अरे
भाई साहब, भाई साहब, भाई क्वालीफाई हो गए।
भाई नहीं रुकेगा
भाई एडमिन ने और एक नॉक दिया। 99 पॉइंट्स पे गाइस अपन।
Topness make it in those last moments. They played slow from truck stop. They rolled in, they parked up, and they will be going through to the survival stage.
भाई एडमिनो सेवियर है भाई, एडमिनो भाई वो एसटीजी के एक बंदे को मार दे। सौम्या भी, दोनों पम बंदे जिंदा है भाई, दोनों पम बंदे मार सकता है भाई, इनको इसको मार सकते हैं भाई लोग। भाई वो डीएनई क्यों जिंदा है भाई? क्या है तू 13 पे भाई, मर जा यार। ले मारो यार, नाइस टच किल अपने। भाई क्वालीफाई हो गए, ये बाहर चली गई, ये बाहर चली गई।
They hit the century. Centurions inside
अभी
the
दिखाना
lobby.
ही है।
These guys have been marching towards success between the beginning of the game. Speed moving
मार
up.
दे आईडी।
दिख गया इसको, दिख गया।
Potentially backstabbed here by a player at the bottom of the rankings, preventing their approach into the top 5.
They've done enough though. E-Arena is already going to go down.
आईडी क्वालीफाई हो गई, चलो ये बाहर चली गई।
ये बात
भाई आईडी खराब करेंगे रे गेम, ये एक अकेला बंदा गेम खराब कर सकता है।
Sure, you can break records, but you can't go the distance. You don't make it to the top 5.
डूबने तुम लोग भी हो गए हो, अभी मारो। सर्वाइवल स्टेज में हो तुम लोग, कर सकते हो।
वाईजी का अभी तक बंदा जिंदा है। ETSH भाई एंटी नाइस ट्राई। 5 फिनिश एडविनो।
Horror underneath S2G and Ida, 2 Turkish teams.
ईडा है वो, ईडा माय बैड, ईडा है वो।
This has been an incredible 2 days, John. It has been
4,50,000 watching.
Right down to the wire. It's just a matter of shutting this one out. Dopeness making it through by the skin of their teeth to join the survival stage is over the top.
मार दे एडमिनो, मार दे।
Will be enough to shut down Mana and Yangon Galacticos.
अबे खुद किससे नॉक हुआ वो?
Survival stage as well. Now Ida looking to rattle some skulls around the edge as they roll over the top here. Godlike. Look at
Godlike qualify.
Speaker low gets the first aid off though. Kenji potentially rezzed up here off in the distance. Either trying to play around this little bit of terrain.
अगर पॉसिबल है तो एक बार।
एडमिनो सौम्य नेड कर रहा है।
Has a nade, looks to throw it. Goes long, but not long enough.
Got another one. Wants to go a little bit further, maybe, if he's got that read right. The cook looks pretty good and it tags Lufa. Takes him very, very low. The smokes are bloom to keep in Ida.
अबे यार नहीं यार,
There's a nade in response and Lufa able to do what Salme couldn't and managed to clock that one. Amino was clutch before, but will he be clutch again here? A 1 versus 3 would be necessary.
एंटी क्वालीफाई हो गए गाइस, क्वालीफाई हो गए।
Done enough though, Blank. They have made
आईडी ने 3 जिंदा निकाले, चिकन निकाले भाई 3।
Look at her join them. Dopeness. Are they going to find it right at the end? A 1-2 punch against Ida. Speak out around the tree with the shotgun goes down and return.
अबे भाई
Look to try and bring it to bear. They find what they
साहब क्वालीफाई हो गए, क्वालीफाई हो गए।
They make their way to join the top 5.
Taking half the lead so far. Ida with a hell of a
भाई 2 इंडियन टीम क्वालिफाई हो गए ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, 2। लेट्स गो।
हाँ दोनों #2 पे क्वालिफाई हुए दोनों।
नहीं #2 नहीं, इनके ज्यादा नहीं, अपने को प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट में मिला रहेगा ना 5।
15 तो पॉइंट निकाल लिया
Survival stage will be coming up.
3 चिकन निकाले बे आईडिया ने आज।
They are
3
going to be some amazing matches because we still have some insanely strong teams going through to survival stage. It has been super down to the wire. This was so volatile towards the top. But goodness me, OG got like in the finals. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. What a glow up.
भाई वही crazy OG और दोनों टीम
so much improvement. They have found their feet and they are making waves. Nobody can deny their power now when it comes to PUBG Mobile. They have impressed, they have brought their best, and it is more than enough for us. More than enough for plenty of our players too. Nobody seems to be able to handle it.
वाइटलिटी ने भाई ये किया बे
अलग
अलग लेवल पे वो थी वाइटलिटी, अलग लेवल। हाँ क्वालिफाई हो गई। #3 अपन #3
Not making it. What can you do? What can you do for such prominent players with such storied history? It is difficult to bring it on through. Etch as well, having a real tough time of it. Speed trying to make the most of that final opportunity, but it just couldn't happen. That mad dash from the northeast ruining their chances.
हंस रहे हो ये लोग कैसे?
Look pretty devastated
कैसे
मतलब भाई साहब गॉडलाइक क्वालिफाई हो गई।
But again, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. We are just waiting to get on board with Barney shortly.
TT Project Hustle Crew और कौन सी टीम थी?
Excited to see Vitality to come out and
कौन सी
crush
7
some
वाली वो?
Gs.
See the names
7-1
inscribed
GS.
there.
7-1 GS.
They will be taking a tumble into the crusher fairly soon. We're making sure that that one is done. I feel like, you know, the big storyline over the course of all of this has been, of course, Vitality. And we are going to tune in with them down on the stage. Barney, over to you.
After an absolutely wild final
IND.
map, watching Irina just slowly knock
India.
down, that was absolutely insane.
IDA.
Obviously
Nine.
have our champions of the last 2 days of the group stage. Here in Group B, it is of course Team Vitality. Guys, what an impressive 2 days. Federales, let's have a chat, okay? Now, I wanted to ask, with yesterday being so impressive, such a great day for you guys, was today an opportunity to just try some new things and try out some new strats? Like, what was today like for you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely what we do right now today. We try new rotation, we try new gameplay, the way we...
अच्छा जो practice कर रहे थे guys ये लोग।
Yeah, that's it.
That was it. Now, waiting for you guys in the finals next week, we obviously have some pretty heavy hitters, the likes of Four Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming. What are your thoughts going into next week? Who do you think is going to give you the toughest time?
I think that question is for Axel Zargel.
Oh, okay.
Untuk tim yang ada di final tentunya kan ada Orangutan, ada juga Four Tribes dan juga tim-tim yang lain sudah lolos dari grup A dan juga grup B. Menurut kamu tim paling susah untuk dilawan di final kira-kira siapa sih?
हंस रहे हैं भाई।
Ngomong Indo nih. Ya.
कैसे हंस सकता है भाई?
Sekarang kita masih belum kebayang sih kayak ada di final nanti. Cuma
भाई साहब गॉडलाइक भी क्वालिफाई, OG भी क्वालिफाई, वो भी #2 और 3
tim-tim yang terbaik kan.
भाई
For now I have no idea because
admino यार, love you admino.
The final stage is not set yet. There's still like another teams that are gonna join them, but it's definitely gonna be harder for us to win because it's definitely gonna be the best of the best. Yeah.
We'll be the best of the best in that lobby. Federales, good dodging of that question. That was good. Right, okay, gentlemen, it's time to do the fun bit, the bit that everyone loves. Let's walk to the Crusher. And we've got a little bit of a ways to walk, so while we walk, let's have a quick chat. Federales, I'll continue to chat with you. Dude, earlier on today,
Indian feed पे जाएंगे भाई अभी बस.
some of the other pro players stopped by, namely Killer Joe from GOAT Team. He said, if they're going to play like this, Vitality may... The bit that everyone loves, let's walk.
दोनों ही टीम्स पहुंच
हमें देखने को मिल रही है, बट वहीं पे हो रहा कि अगर आप बात करोगे कनेक्शन निकालने का प्रयास, जिगल बहुत ज्यादा लोअर, उन्हें भी डाउन किया।
देखिए 2 मिनट गाइस बस देख रहे थे इतना।
YG के ये प्लेयर्स उनके लिए दिक्कतें बढ़ती हुई, इस पावर का कंफर्मेशन आ जाएगा। गॉडल एडमिनो उनका वो नेट जाएगा, वोल्ट वो कर दी जाएगी बाहर। एंड एडमिनो क्या ही बेहतरीन वो परफॉर्मेंस, 8 फिनिशेस और एडमिनो वो पूरी टीम को लेके जाएंगे।
हां कसम,
एडमिनो को दोनों भी सिचुएशन के बीच में फंसे और वो ग्रेनेड आएगा। सो
अभी नहीं पता करेंगे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग जब हमारे आंखों के सामने आएगी, बट एट द एंड क्या कंपटीशन पूरे ताकि हम
ओके भी नहीं बट
Yes. Need to go round to the back of this crowd, eliminated from the entire PMWC right here
कैसा लग रहा है?
now by you guys, okay? We've got Hustler Crew.
Hello,
we've got
कैसा लग रहा है?
TT Project and we've got
खुशी,
ETSH.
2 इंडियन टीम्स.
Look, this is the nature of the competition.
ऐसा मतलब खुशी ऐसा रोका ही नहीं जा रहा और इतना कुछ कि वो एक्सप्रेस भी नहीं हो पा रहा.
Me?
Yes, you.
Nice try and better luck next time, I think.
Nice try, better luck next time. Okay. Would you like to press the button and open up the iris of the Crusher? 3, 2, 1. Nice and smooth. I like it. Okay. Gentlemen, this is how the cookie crumbles.
हंस रहे भाई, हंस रहे. लाइक कर दो गाइस सभी लोग. दो सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए गाइस बस 2.
Would you like to give it a go? Who would like to do it? In 3, 2, 1, pull it. And there they go. Was that satisfying? Was that good? That was good. Satisfying?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, you gotta stop doing it, man. Come on. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Now we're gonna have to do that obviously again next week. And of course, in the survival stage, plenty of PMWC action to come your way. Congratulations one more time to Team Vitality. What an incredible performance over the last 2 days. But we've got to break down everything we saw today on day 2 of Group B. Let's head back to the studio to do that.
हंस रहे भाई.
करेंगे। हम सबको पता है सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस आने वाले हैं, जो अगला स्टेज रहेगा, अगला पड़ाव रहेगा। 10 टीमें ग्रुप स्टेजेस से आगे पहुंच चुकी हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की तरफ, मतलब 6 स्पॉट्स खाली हैं, वो 6 स्पॉट्स जाएंगे सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस के थ्रू। लेकिन मेजी अभी आज इनफैक्ट जिस तरह से ग्रुप भी खत्म हुआ है, सर्वाइवल स्टेज भी अब काफी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल रहने वाला है।
बहुत ज़्यादा, खासकर मैं देख रहा था कि तियानबा जिस तरीके से उन्होंने अपने आप को बचाया है, अगर उसमें आप मल्टीपल और भी टीम से ही अरीना को उसमें ऐड कर दीजिए, सर्वाइवल वो भी खेलने वाले हैं। पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अरीना बहुत नाखुश होने वाले हैं जिस तरीके से 39 एक सिंगल मैच में वो टीम लेकर गई थी और उसके बाद हमने उनको गिरते हुए देखा। पर यहाँ पे आप देख पाएंगे टीम गॉड लाइक वो पहुंचे तीसरे पायदान पर 105 एडा ई-स्पोर्ट्स। मुझे लगता है अगर किसी ने सच में कोई कमबैक किया है तो ये वो टीम है जिन्होंने कमबैक करके दिखाया।
ईडा और एस2जी
पर वो 3 चिकन डिनर लेकर गए।
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं, आई थिंक
विदाउट चिकन है रे।
टॉप 5 में देख के मैं खुश तो बहुत ज्यादा हूं, लेकिन उससे भी ज्यादा मैं इंप्रेस्ड हूं ईडा ई-स्पोर्ट्स की आज की परफॉर्मेंस से। एक ही दिन में 3 चिकन डिनर्स जिसमें से 2 बैक टू बैक आए थे और ईडा ई-स्पोर्ट्स की डे की स्टार्ट उतनी अच्छी नहीं हुई थी। इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली स्टार्ट ऑफ द डे ये 8th बैठे थे, काफी ज्यादा पीछे क्वालिफिकेशन मार्कर से, कन्वर्सेशन का हिस्सा भी नहीं थे। बट देखिए एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इनकी वजह से आई थिंक ई अरीना बाहर हुई है।
मुझे लगता है बीइंग द डार्क हॉर्सेस इन अ कंपटीशन वो काफी हेल्प करता है आपको। कोई आपके ऊपर नहीं देख रहा है तो आप बीच में से आते जीत जाते, जैसे यंग गैलेक्टिकोस ने पिछले WC में करके दिखाया था। बट एक और बात आ जाती है, गॉड लाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स 73 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स है, द सेकंड हाईएस्ट एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स इन द एंटायर ग्रुप। मुझे लगता है एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है जब आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जा रहे हैं, पहली बार आप इंटरनेशनल खेलने जा रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि इससे पहले आप गए एंड उसमें ही ग्रुप स्टेज में आप सेकंड हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ फिनिशेस लेके जा रहे हैं, एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स लेके जा रहे हैं, बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। बट
टीम इंडिया भाई,
ई-स्पोर्ट्स उन्होंने भी इस आखिरी मैच पे एक अच्छा कमबैक किया एंड कूडोस के ऊपर के जो टॉप 5 टीम्स थे उनमें से वाइटैलिटी और बहुत सारे ऐसे नाम थे जो पहले गिर गए थे।
जी बिल्कुल, अमेजिंग। आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे कुछ? जैसे इन्होंने मेंशन किया सेकंड हाईएस्ट फिनिशेस इन द लॉबी, आपके
Hello.
जो करीबी मित्र
Hello.
हैं उन्होंने भी आज के दिन की शुरुआत में
मैं
अनाउंस
मला
किया था
थोडं
अपनी
जेवण
जनता को
बनवायचं
कि
मला.
आज अग्रेसिव गेम प्ले देखेगा। आर यू हैप्पी विद द रन ऑफ गॉड लाइक?
Bye-bye.
जी हाँ,
म्हणजे
बिल्कुल,
मी
इसमें
डिस्कॉर्ड आहे
कोई
इथं
दो राहें
बसलोय.
नहीं है। देखिए, बड़े बुजुर्ग
दोन
हमेशा
5-6
कह के
मिनिटं
गए हैं कि
लागतील
कुछ
मला.
सही होने से पहले बहुत कुछ खराब होता है। और जैसे हमने देखा भी है कि गॉड लाइक का जो रन रहा है पिछले कुछ इवेंट्स में, उसके बाद जब वो BMPS में खेले,
चलो
BMPS में जब वो जीत के यहाँ
बाय
से
बाय
गए,
गाइस,
और वो सबसे बड़ी वापसी मानी
थैंक यू
जाएगी।
सो मच सभी लोगों को आने के लिए.
जी हाँ,
लव यू
बिल्कुल, इसमें
गाइस,
कोई
लव
दो
यू.
राहें नहीं है। देखिए, बड़े बुजुर्ग हमेशा
अभी
कहते
अब
हैं
सर्वाइवल
कि
स्टेज
सही
की
होने
वॉच
से
पार्टी
पहले
करने वाले
बहुत
गाइस
कुछ खराब
अगले वीक
होता
से, मतलब
है। और जैसे हमने देखा
कल
भी
से
है
ही.
कि गॉड लाइक का जो रन रहा
कल
है,
तो शायद से मैं थोड़ा लेट करूंगा स्ट्रीम, बट करूंगा. ला 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 ला. चलो बाय बाय गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच सब लोग आने के लिए. बाय बाय, बंद कर रहा हूँ अभी. बाय.